misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. It really is a Tuesday. I'm your host MCToon, and if you are watching me on FTFE's live stream, hello. Feel free to come over in this live chat and participate here as well. Keep going on his so that he gets the numbers and everything on his. I'm watching his in the corner of my screen. He's going to be taking a nap. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just find FTFE on YouTube. Just search for FTFE in another window. He's doing a 50-hour membership drive stream. So pop over there, subscribe, and make sure you watch some of his live stream tomorrow. So I am doing 5 or 6 hours right now while he is sleeping. So if you're like, hey, how come this is so long? Because I planned it that way. Craig and I talked about it. We put it together. That's what we're doing. So the first portion of it, of this video, I'm going to be covering a submission to the Celestial Navigation Challenge I did. But there's a couple housekeeping things I need to do first. I'm going to Antarctica. If you didn't know, I'm headed to Antarctica. I'm doing a fundraiser. I'm at around 12,000. This says 11,000. I've gotten some money through PayPal and through CashApp. So if they have a little lower fees if you want to send money that way. Everything you need is in the description. And some people have might post in the chat here, especially the CashApp one, if you're interested in supporting. A week from Friday, October 11 through 13, I am doing a 50-hour stream, similar to Craig's, just a marathon. I will be doing the full 50 hours no matter what, and I'm putting together a whole bunch of topics and planning a bunch of things. I've confirmed Simon Dan and Conspiracy Cats, or Culture Cats, will be joining me. OG debunker Sly Sparkane will be joining me. If you're a fan of Jon Snow, that guy, not that guy, Jon Snow, that guy, or Jack Zong, a name from the past. So I've got some good stuff coming. I've got a choose your own adventure. So I'm telling you that now. So I have on my Discord server a channel called Choose Your Own Adventure. It goes back to those Choose Your Own Adventure books where you flip through the pages. Something like that. But the plan is, I'm telling you now so that you can start coordinating, you can start thinking about it. We will together. Well, I'm going to put it in your hands, the audience participation part. You collectively get to write a script for a video for me to do. It can be on a topic. It can be on reviewing a video from a flat earther, something like that. I'll have a Google Docs document for everybody who wants to participate to edit. And there will be the Discord channel to talk about it. And then you can even get on the Discord, on my Discord server, and do a voice chat with each other. And basically you can make me say or cover, within the realm of what I normally do. I thought, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe everybody say not interested and nothing will happen. Or maybe a bunch of people say, hey, that's a cool idea, and 4 different videos pop out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if anything comes of it. I have some other ideas, but that's all that I'm going to be covering right now. I'm just getting you ready, priming it in your head there. So this is about the, wait, there's Charlie Welch, time for the Arwen documentary. Well, it could be the Arwen documentary. Oh yeah, I forgot. I will, during the 50-hour stream, I will record, and if I can, edit the video. You'll watch me record. You'll get to see how the sausage is made. So I hope you enjoy that as well. Okay, I see Craig is laid down on the couch and he is probably already asleep. So let's see what else. There's that. My wife sent me a text message. Let me check. Hold on. Yep. If anybody's curious, my friend, if you have any friends in Israel, they were attacked today. To my knowledge, only one person was injured. So my friend Nuriel, Round Thinker, he told me about it. He said there's sirens. He's like, we're in shelter. So they're okay. He says, we're all back to normal. So if anybody else from Israel is like, hey, I was there, here's, let me know in here, MK Ultra maybe, or there's a couple others that sometimes pop around. Aerith Kintal says, beside the Antarctica thing, you should mention that Creaky is trying to fund a weather balloon to get photos of the curve without the Flerfs being able to complain. Yes, that's a good idea too. Take all of the things that the flatties take issue with and address them. That'd be fantastic. So, okay. There's that. We got it. Okay. I'm going to show you a little bit first. So this is about the Celestial Navigation Challenge. So I have a Celestial Navigation Challenge I've had for a while. It is currently not active. More than a month ago, I said I'm going to be pausing it, and it is currently paused. So I put it in a video. I didn't yet link the video on these pages, not that I need to, but I will add it on the page. So here is the $10,000 Celestial, which is not currently $10,000. And you'll see in the rules, this has the official rules. I think search for 30. Yeah, the challenge has no expiration. At MCToon's discretion, the challenge can be withdrawn. This will be announced on MCToon's YouTube channel with at least 30 days prior notice, which I've done. So that's the current status of the money. But the challenge is people can still participate in the challenge. And that's what Stephen Alonzo, who calls himself a doctor, but he's not. I'll get to that in a second, just to cover the challenge so you know what it is. February 19 of 2022, I think. I didn't put the date in here. It was the original version of it. So there's actually two challenges. This is the first one. The only difference between the first and second are both active, or they're the same. You can do one or the other. And all that the second one does is it allows you to use the nautical almanac. The first one says you need to bring your own nautical almanac. And some flatties complain about it. I'm like, okay, fine. You can use the globe-based sphere nautical almanac, which is a way for you to admit the Earth is a globe. But fine, you can use it. You need to provide a mechanism for the transformation because it's a sphere. How are you transforming the sphere to a not sphere? You have to provide that. Another important part of it is acceptance parameters. The position of the observer must be determined within 50 statute miles for both sets of elevation angles to 3 separate stars. So I'm getting ahead of myself. First of all, here are the first set of star angle measurements: Regulus, Arcturus, and Dubhe. These are the three. So the challenge is then to use these 3 measurements to the angles to the stars and not use the globe, and then determine the position on the Earth. And then email me. This is noted in the documentation. Send me an email linking to your solution. Could be a web page or a video or just everything in the email. And then within 24 hours, if this is correct, right, within 24 hours, I'll give you another set of measurements. And then you need to use the same method to get the star angle measurements for the second set of star angle measurements. Of course, so if you don't email me, you haven't even entered at all. Email me the link to, it's all in here, right? And flatties aren't even smart enough to read this. That's the thing. They generally don't even read this enough to know that they need to email me. That's how dumb flat earthers are, right? Flat earthers are really stupid. So I even gave a definition for flat earther because Bev, who's never tried thinking, pretends that he's not a flat earther, even though he thinks that the earth is flat. And I include in the definition, includes ideas like these. The earth is an infinite plane. All horizontals are parallel. That's Bev. The surface of undisturbed water is flat, and other ideas that have similar implications. That's the definition of flat earther in this. So that includes Bev. Okay. The challenge is to use only mathematics applied presuming flat earth. Use the elevation angles to 3 separate stars to determine the observer's position on the earth twice. So you need to do it twice. That's what this is. If you use a different method for the second angle measurements, you lose. The exact method used to determine the position must be included in the submission. All details must be provided so that a third party can perform the same steps to get the position. This method will be tested independently of the submitter's answer to verify the same answer is obtained. If a different answer is obtained, the submission will be invalidated. All right. The method must use only mathematics and data that presumes flat earth. Any methods or information presuming the earth to be a globe or derived from a globe invalidates a submission. This includes maps, site reduction tables, dip charts, refraction charts, and calculations of distances over the surface of the earth. One exemption is allowed. This is the one. Even though star charts place the stars in a concentric sphere around the spherical Earth, existing star charts as published in nautical almanacs may be used for the challenge. The specific method used to transform this spherical data to a flat Earth plane must be described in detail sufficient to be applied independently during the validation of a submission. The method must include derivations or citations to the derivations of any numerical constants used in any formulas or calculations. The method must use the known and documented behavior of light propagation. Unexplained or arbitrary treatment in the path of light taken from the star to the observer will disqualify a submission. You can't use magic. Okay. So the method is you have to send an email. So there's the background on that. I'll give you briefly a background on actual celestial navigation. This is my book on it. You'll notice it's a little bit damaged. My dog Donkey has discovered it and thinks it tastes yummy. So here is, oh look, there's my new passport so that I can go to Antarctica. I'll just park that over here. Anyway, here is some of the diagrams in the book here. We've got Earth's orbit right there. We've got angles right to the Earth here, right? So here's the GP of a star. See that there? Here is, let me get closer for you here so you can really get a good look at it. All right, come on, P1000. Oh, I have it on manual focus. There we go. There it is. See, there's the GP. So if you're over here, right, then this angle here, this line here is so close to parallel to this that the margin of error of it is buried so deep in the decimals, the significant figures, that it won't affect the position. So this is how you actually measure angles on the surface of a sphere. It's completely possible when people make claims about geometry, about saying that the angles can only be measured from a flat surface. That is a blatant lie. Here's a diagram of it. If you can draw a diagram of it, it's obvious that they're lying. And then here's some more. This is really to the point. Here is zenith. Here's the star, right? These are just the angles to stars. Anyway, so some geometry for you on how these things actually work, on how celestial navigation is actually done. I have had a celestial navigation challenge where you can use a globe. There was an answer within, I think, 4 minutes. Within the first 24 hours, I think I got 12 different answers, and all were winning answers. I only paid one. It was to Bacon. A guy named Bacon. He lives in South America. So Kareem, I haven't yet published that the presentation I gave at Will Duffy's church. There's a couple things that need to be done to edit it, but I think what I'm going to do is it's like an hour long. I'll probably chop it into a couple individual parts because there's several different segments that I did, and I'll just publish them separately and as a full unit. I'll put them on my Conspiracy Tunes channel one at a time. So I haven't done that yet. When I get to it, then I'll do it as quick as I can. The nice thing is that it's almost all edited already, so I won't have to do a ton more to it. So, okay. Now we are to this. So this is the Journal of Geocentric Cosmology.org. And the guy's name is Stephen Alonso. He claims that he's a doctor. He is not a doctor. He is a fake doctor. He has, in fact, let's see. Do I have a... Yeah, here's a picture of the guy. He claims that he's a doctor, but he's not. He's made his own in his little shack here. He's made his own thing. You see that? Master of Flat Earth Theory. You see that? No, we don't want to see your face. Now, I offered him to come in, but he said that he won't. He's too new at this. There it is. Master of Flat Earth Theory, Flat Earth University, Stephen Alonso. Obviously, it's a fake certificate here. The important thing to know is that he is a fake flat earther. So, what he's doing is for comedy, number one. Probably number one, it's for making money. But it's comedy. And I approve of what he's doing, because what he's doing is he is essentially, extracting money from flat earthers, and he's so obviously not a flat earther that the flat earthers that are paying him money and believing him are embarrassing themselves. And we'll get into that later. It's no different than Kyle Adams' fake university, except that he's put a little more effort into it. I think he's made heavy use of ChatGPT. He has fooled quite a few flat earthers into thinking that he's serious, and they are taking the things that he is doing as if they're serious. And it shows how incredibly gullible and stupid flat earthers are to take what he does as serious. So good job, Stephen. You are showing and highlighting how incredibly dumb flat earthers are. So I have ordered his book. I don't know if it's shipped yet, but I've ordered it. He has a $50 textbook, and it cost an additional $25 to ship. So I paid $75 for a hardcover textbook from him. It's going to be, like that, I think. So I bought it so nobody else needs to. So anyway, my Lantis on that shirt though. I see Spin says, I don't know about flat earth. Oh yes, that shirt. That shirt, one more color on that shirt, and it would gain sentience and rise up when the AI robots rise up too. So, is Rory? Hey, Rory, are you the Rory from back on tfes.org? There's no way that shirt is real. Anyway, so he did this. Here's his page. I emailed him. He said, no, he doesn't want to come on. But hey, if you're here, you can come on. Alonzo. I know you're fake, right? So it is indeed the Rory from back when. How you doing, Rory? Let me do this here for you. It's been a while. There you go. Glad to see you, Rory. So, anyway, let's go over a little bit here. He says our, plural, right? As if there are multiple people at the Flat Earth University. That doesn't exist. Our recent submission to this MCToon 6 challenge has successfully demonstrated a 3-star fixed algorithm based on flat Earth geometry with the final location of latitude 30 and longitude -50. So let's go back to the challenge here just for reference. 25. So there you go. Acceptance parameters. Can you see that? I want to make sure you can really, really see that. The position of the observer must be determined to be within 25 statute miles for both sets of elevation angles to 3 separate stars. The location can be latitude, longitude, street address, or a relative distance and bearing to a landmark. So within 25 statute miles. Now, a skilled celestial navigator can get in less than 5 miles pretty easily. So 25 miles is rather generous. Some people, when I said I'm going to do 25 miles, they said, well, what are you talking about? That's way too generous. I said, don't worry. It's flat Earth. They can't do anything. Anyway, so Stephen, even though you did not send an email, so you didn't actually enter, your answer is not within 25 miles. Not even close. So confirming its precision. So here's the thing. And here's how we know that he's fake. Here's how we know. He identified a location and then said confirming its precision. He gave exact 10-degree increments. It's not even close, right? Right? Celestial navigation will give you to the arc minute precision, at least 1 decimal point. He doesn't even get to the ones. Anyway, it doesn't matter because 50 degrees west longitude is not correct. 30 is in the vicinity, but there's a couple other problems. We'll get into that. So anyway, by using celestial data from an almanac, which I allow, and a brute force computation approach, the algorithm accurately calculates the observer's position. No, it doesn't. The algorithm incorrectly calculates the observer's position based solely on the angle and elevation of stars. Now, this is an interesting thing, which we'll get into later as well, without requiring spherical trigonometry. A very weird claim. This process offers a compelling proof of concept for celestial navigation on a flat Earth. So let's just really get into that. This one, without requiring spherical trigonometry. So I just want you to park that in your head. The without requiring spherical trigonometry. Okay. He has actually 3 videos on it. He made this little thing like flatearth.ws, right? A 3-star fixed. Like, this is just a blatant lie. And he knows it, right? That's why it's a fake. He knows this is a lie. So, all right, let me see this here. We got Atoria says, "Hey, Toon, I do some amateur astrophotography. I'd be happy to borrow out some equipment for your trip, such as power supplies, camera, EQ mount, dew heaters, and or a solar telescope. Enjoy your winter, summer vacation." So everything I bring, I need to have in my 3 flights between here and Punta Arenas. So I need to check them all in baggage there. And then I need to, same thing, check them on the final hop down to Antarctica. And anything larger than the one suitcase I'm bringing, luggage I have, which has a weight limit and has to have all of my cold weather clothing. Anything larger than that, I need to pay $35 a pound to get down there for that final hop. So I have to be very careful about what I do. Now, the sun will be up the whole time we're there, unless the flat earthers are right. So I can't do any star observations. I can only look at the sun when we're in Antarctica because that's going to be what we see. I have the P1000, which is right here. I've mounted it here. That's what you were looking at a second ago. That's the P1000 you're looking through. I have that. So what I'm planning on that is I'm going to put the solar filter I have on it so that I can get the sunspots of the sun. The angle isn't super critical because it's going to go all the way around. We're looking at getting 2 or 3 VR cameras, 360-degree VR cameras, so that when one of them gets its memory card changed, the other one is recording at the same time, so they can't say there's a cut. We want to have undisturbed 24-hour or uncut 24-hour video between the 2 cameras for an entire day of the sun going around. Maybe multiple if there's clouds and bad weather, or who knows. And then the third camera would be to watch the other 2 cameras while they're being changed, right? So you have the 2 cameras going and another camera viewing those 2 so that when this one is having its stuff changed, the sun is in view. So this one sees the sun and this one sees the sun, right? That's the kind of, to just take away all of their goalpost shifting. So something like, I don't know, the dew heater, that's for keeping the lens warm. I don't know yet, but I'll think about that as it sits now. I don't know if that really is something that I can do. I don't know if we're going to try to do an EQ mount that spins around the whole time. I think the VR cameras are what we're going to try to do. We might do something where we take shifts for one of the 24-hour segments to get everything. That's what we're thinking on. Because like I said, all of these things we have to lug down there. And a solar telescope is cool, but what does it give us that in Antarctica that we can't do elsewhere? What benefit does it? I don't know, right? If there's something that we can do to, really stab another fork into flat Earth, I'd want to know, right? Hey, Max, you're super close. Are you going to stop by Punta Arenas when we're there? I know you're not really close. Okay. They'll claim the whole thing is CGI, the trip never happened, and that the soft spot in Jaren's head is where the fake memories were implanted. Anyway, Artorius, thank you very much for the offer. Shoot me an email, but somebody else has emailed me that similar offer. Maybe it was you. If it wasn't you, then send it. Send another email, mctoon@mctoon.net, and I'll see. I'll talk with the rest of the guys and see if what we want to do and what we think we can handle. So. Oh, Patrick Butler's talking about water mountains. He's so good. So, okay. Get back to it here. So, All right, he even goes over the algorithm here. Look at that. The first step involves consulting a celestial almanac to find the right ascension and declination of the 3 stars, plotting on the celestial sphere. Now, the problem is you can't have a celestial sphere with a flat Earth. You can only see part of the sphere. It's a celestial hemisphere. So you need to provide a mechanism to plot that, which he's not doing here. So that also fails the test. So they're plotted on a celestial sphere. The sphere represents the sky as observed from flat Earth, with the observer at the center. But that's not how the nautical almanac can be mapped to a flat Earth. The right ascension specifies the star's position along the celestial equator, analogous to longitude on Earth, while the declination measures its angular distance from the celestial equator, similar to latitude. Angle of elevation. For each of the series, the angle of elevation is the height of the star above the observer's horizon. This is is the key measurement in celestial navigation. It is. On flat Earth, this angle is based on the observer's location and the position of the star on the celestial sphere. Now, if it is a sphere, then every star has a different elevation, right? If it's a sphere, now I don't know how it could be a sphere. Doesn't make sense how it could be a sphere. It can only be a hemisphere because you don't have all of the sphere. All right, I accidentally moved it down. Importantly, in this model, the distance between the observer and the substellar point, the point on Earth directly beneath the star, doesn't affect the computation. What? The distance between the observer and the substellar, this is the GP, he's invented a new term, doesn't affect the computation. Only the altitude angle measures. Here, as a result, the observer's position is determined entirely by matching the observed star angles with the expected angles from the celestial sphere. Now, this diagram here is ridiculous. One of the innovative aspects of the challenge is its use of his solution is the brute force algorithm. That's not very innovative. To iterate through possible observer locations on flat Earth. Here's how the computation works. Anyway, so here's the algorithm he uses. He plugs this into Walter Bislin, the stolen Walter Bislin model. Now he does have, let's see, does he have it in here? No, this one doesn't have it. Looks like he fixed it. He had the wrong, he had a bug in one of them. But Arcturus, okay. So this is JavaScript, if you're wondering. So he narrowed in on the location, and then he printed out the match here. This is in the algorithm plugged into Walter Bislin's model. It's very important that we remember that it's Walter Bislin's model because that will come back later. Anyway, the precision, the brute force computation method shows can be used as precise as necessary, except it's wrong. And more precision won't make it more right because it's not the right location, right? More precision will actually won't help. He's got a tick in the good column from me already with camel case. He does, but the problem is, there's a couple things that I'm gonna have to take umbrage with on his coding techniques. Number one, he used the Kerning and Ritchie curly braces, and I prefer the almond curly braces. So that's a -1 for that. If you don't know what that means, if you look at, I can't highlight it because it's a picture, but if you look at that line, this is for const longitude of longitude range, and then there's an open curly bracket, same thing on the line prior. There's two of these lines together. The curly bracket goes on the next line all by itself. And then what happens is the curly brackets line up with each other. It's almond style, ALLMAN, not the nut, almond. And versus Kerning and Ritchie, and he's using the Kerning and Ritchie style, which I don't like as much. Same thing with the if statement. See the if statement, that open parentheses is on the same line as the if. It needs to go on the next line down. But yes, he's got camel case, and the one thing he missed there is let's see, does he do? Yeah, see, he goes this dot celestial sphere dot latitude equals latitude. You see that down there? Since latitude in this instance is an integer, it should be lowercase I and then a capital L for latitude. I use Hungarian notation and camel case. You know, if you're gonna work on my projects, that's the coding style that we use. So anyway, all right. Conclusion: I'm skipping over a lot. A proven flat Earth algorithm. It's proven to not work. So good job proving that it didn't work. Okay, so this one right here, this requires. You see that the line from C to B. This for flat Earth would have to be the height of the star above the Earth, which you would need to know ahead of time going into it. That's not the method that he uses. So he dropped this in as a little of a bait and switch thing for the flat earthers to think that he's actually doing flat Earth style, compatible celestial navigation, but he's not. He's using globe-based celestial navigation. So anyway, this would require knowing the elevation of the stars, which no flat earther knows. And every time you try to measure the elevation to anything in the sky, you get a different number, proving that it's wrong or falsifying flat Earth. So, okay, let's watch. He has a couple videos here. I think we're going to watch this one. I'm going to open it up on YouTube here. All right, you're going to want to hear his stupid audio. He's seriously, keep this in mind. He's a fake flat earther. He's fake. The things that he says here are ridiculous because he's fake.
Hi there, I'm Captain Steve of the SV Horizon Star, and we're currently lost at sea right now. That's me on the left there, and that's my first officer, MCToon. He's given me these sextant readings, so hopefully we'll be able to find where we are and get back on course. As a captain of a ship, it's my responsibility to bring a flat Earth model on board. This is how we would navigate through the ocean. Even as a pilot, when we fly planes, we always have a flat Earth model with us on board. So luckily, as a response...
And see, already you see how he's a Poe, right? No navigator has ever in history brought a flat Earth model on a boat or an airplane to do navigation. Never. They always use the globe. That's the whole point of my challenge, is to rub salt in the wound that they can't do celestial navigation using flat Earth. And this model that he has here is a globe model.
Captain.
And he knows it.
I believe I can get us back on track, and thank you to the certified sextant operator, MCToon, for giving us these readings last night, because it's my fault we're off course. I got drunk and I don't even know where we are right now in the ocean. We could be anywhere. Now, luckily though, I do have a flat Earth model, and very basically I want to just explain how it works. You can look up the locations of stars, and you'll get a right ascension and declination. You can look up Arcturus, Regulus, and Dubhe. For example, Dubhe has a declination of 61 degrees. That means it is going to be on the upper half of the dome firmament and then projected down onto your celestial sphere in the exact same way. So for those of you who don't know about celestial mechanics, the top of the firmament has a declination of 90 degrees, the bottom has negative 90 degrees. So this is how astronomers track the location of objects, and they move up and down the dome firmament, and then right ascension is how they wrap around, and it's actually measured in 24 hours. So it makes perfect sense to me. This is how I would quantify a flat Earth model. Now I can show you guys the code, because a lot of people are going to be like, oh, it's a globe model, but all it is your spherical field of vision, and we see in little domes. That's inarguably, you're going to see in a little dome around you in your azimuth 360 degrees and then up and down 90 degrees. This is how you see. So then from...
Yes, he did not say Arcturus, he said Arcturus.
From that, we know that if an object has a declination...
And yes, this is at 1.5 speed. Matthew Senkow, instead of talking crap, I will gladly pause this entire presentation I have here and debate you live. send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net. Otherwise, you should bring evidence instead of just flapping your stupid face hole through your fingers.
Of 90 degrees, it'll be at the very top of this little red dot right there. So that's the top of the firmament. See right here? That's the top of the firmament. So declination 90 is right there, and then as it descends, it goes lower and lower. So it makes a lot of sense to me. This is how you would navigate. It's how you would make an astronomical model. Even apps like Stellarium, they copy this exact same thing. Everything is from a flat, observer-centric viewpoint, and then throughout the day, you know, it moves around from our perspective, stuff sets and rises. So like this is just how celestial mechanics work. Now what we're trying to do though is get our course back on track. If you actually see those three blue dots, I put our stars into the system, and if you actually notice, see how it says locked on the left hand side? Let me see if I can make this bigger. I don't want to cut off too much, but see that green text saying locked on? This is how I would do a 3-point star fix. You navigate around and find out when you're locked on. So let's increase our latitude. Okay, see how we're not locked on anymore? Let's try adjusting the longitude going around. Let's go maybe a little up. So see how we are getting locked onto stuff. So let me set the time correctly. 8:30 GMT is going to be 3:30 Central Time, and GMT is the same as you.
It's a good question, Sea Lion Prime. Where does the other half of the celestial sphere go? That's the really important part of this, because people see the other stars. So all of the stars are visible at some point, right? And even if it's daytime, the stars are visible because radio telescopes can still see stars. So just because we have the blue scattering of the light from Rayleigh scattering in the sky, the stars are still visible in other wavelengths. The stars are still there. So if you can't see them, like you see the little Hemis dome there, the half sphere there, whatever, the stars that are visible in that location is one half of the stars in the entire celestial sphere. All of the other stars in the celestial sphere are visible on other places on the Earth. Why can't everybody see all of the stars if they all have to be above the flat Earth? None of them can be below the flat Earth. You would not see them. So what is the mechanism that causes you to not see them all? Lies. I'm sorry, not lies. Magic. It's always magic. Let me check to see if the keyboard warrior. Nope. No keyboard warrior. Has set that. Anyway.
UTC0 for all you who aren't familiar. So let's set the flat Earth model to 3:30 a.m. And as you see earlier, all time is its right ascension. That's how they took our flat Earth and wrapped it around a ball. You'll find a whole bunch of coincidences like that, and to me it's beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the accurate depiction of the world. I don't really see any other way. If you try to wrap this around a ball, it doesn't. Like, I have a globe myself. I study this stuff. It makes no sense at all, except a flat, infinite plane. Remember, it's an infinite plane. We're not floating in space. But let's get back to what is important here. So let me make some more space. So now that we've set the date, November 15th, 2018, 3:30 a.m. Now, see these three stars? All we're trying to do is figure out their angles from the flat Earth. It's right angles, and again, that's another reason why I argue if we're I do not know how to do it on a globe, because then you don't have a right angle. And
I know how to do it on a globe. Thousands and thousands of people can do it on a globe. We don't have a brute force method like this either. We just do a couple calculations and we get the spot right away.
Looked into it a little bit on the globe, and I think they use stuff like dip tables, and you have to correct for what they did by wrapping it around a ball. So for us, we don't need to do that. We're using the actual real model, the true depiction of Earth, and we can simply do it with.
Let me remind you again, this is the Walter Bislin model that he stole.
Right angle triangles against our flat Earth. So you see these three things. What we're trying to do is find the longitude and latitude where we get the measurements we need. So see right here, it now shows that Dubhe and Arcturus, we're locked on now. That's amazing. What we're exactly looking for, though, is going to be Regulus. So it would be wrong for me to say that we are in the North Russian Sea just because Arcturus and Dubhe are close. Let me see if I can fine-tune that just to get as close as possible. Yeah, okay, so we got to 25 for Arcturus. Now let me go back, actually.
He keeps saying Arcturus. It's not a
27
mistake.
for Arcturus, and then for Dubai we're at 54. So, but we need to do a 3-star location. But you understand the logic here. So now that we have flat Earth models in modern days, this is one of the reasons why it's so easy to do celestial navigation. What we'll do is we'll just write a very simple function. So we're calling this function MCToon after our first navigator who gave us these readings. Without him, our ship will still be off.
Okay, here is his bug. Janusz Takas earlier pointed out the bug to me. He fixed it in a later version, but there's a bug in here. There's a bug, so I can't highlight it. I don't think you can't see my cursor. Can I? I might be able to fix it so you can see my cursor. Let me see if I can. If I can fix that. Show Windows 7. No, I can't. Oh, it's too bad. Okay. Anyway, the bug. So look at, there's an if statement. Do you see the if statement? It's a little below the center of screen. Then look just above that. There's a section of 3 things that say const, C-O-N-S-T, Regulus altitude, Arcturus altitude, and Dubby altitude. You see those 3? The very, yeah, he says Dubai instead of Dubby. Anyway, Dubby altitude equals this, that's celestial spheres. Admitting it's a sphere. It can't be a sphere. And 0 in angle brackets. It's an array. It's the first element of the array. Dot Polaris dot horizontal coordinates. You see that? W altitude equals this celestial sphere dot Polaris. So he's taken the Polaris horizontal coordinates and assigned it to W and then used it as W. So he's got a bug in his code there. It doesn't change much. Doobie, says Eric Burns. I've heard both, but I'll go with Doobie. I don't care. Anyway, so he couldn't get it with this since he's using apparently the wrong position for Doobie. So anyway, I'm not going to continue this one because he doesn't get the right answer on this one. But let's see, he did the second one. So this is the one he says he successfully did it. So this is attempt number 2.
Okay, so I figured out what I did wrong in my first attempt of the MCToon sextant.
Oh, it's not. For some reason, it's not updating. Hold on. Why isn't it updating? There you go. Okay. Properties. All right.
Challenge. When I searched for the celestial coordinates of the Dubai star, I just used the first result of Google, right, ascension of 1 hour, and I wrote it down. It turns out though that the right ascension is actually 11 hours. So
I think the problem was that he used the position for Polaris.
this is like 100-degree offset, because remember, right ascension is how stuff wraps around the firmament. So I confirmed this with Stellarium to make sure that these are the accurate coordinates. So now, with everything plotted correctly, and again, this is not a globe model. See the video for attempt number 1 where I show you guys the code for this and how it works. But now that we have these 3 stars plotted, we can now attempt to do...
I'll just address Matthew Senkow again, who thinks that without Flat Earth, I would have no life. The reality is, Matthew, is that Flat Earth is your life. I have a job. I'm employed. I have a cat that's going to be handed to me in a second. Come here, kitty. Oh, there we go. Who can spell this kitty's name right? Nobody can. Look at her. I know. Should we get her on the upper camera here? Is she purring? No. Her purr is very, very soft. Okay. Go.
Fine, sweetie.
She's like, what are you doing to me? She doesn't mind being held upside down, at least. She sometimes doesn't even mind a little tummy scratch. Yeah. All right. Who got the kitty's name? Anybody? It's not Turtle. No, this one's Raccoon, but good luck spelling it. Okay. There you go. Thank you. All right. Okay. So, Matthew Senkow, your life is flat Earth. You sacrificed your personal relationships, your family, your friends for your flat Earth cult. Not that you had very meaningful and deep friendships before, Matthew, but so you know, without flat Earth, you have nothing, and your flat Earth, your Papa Flerfs, you know, your Flerf masters on YouTube, they will tomorrow have zero income if flat Earth goes away, because that's their income. For me, if flat Earth goes away tomorrow, I'll wake up and say, awesome, that group of idiots are gone. Maybe there's another group of idiots that I want to address, or maybe I'll do some other hobby. It doesn't matter to me. I'm employed. I'm employable, which is something you're not, Matthew Senkow. So anyway, Matthew, and obviously you come in here, you're a keyboard warrior, you talk big, and then you run away, you scurry off like a little chicken.
He was jealous.
Oh my goodness. We got the noise on.
Attention.
Okay. Oh my gosh. This cat weighs the same amount as our dog. He's a big old orange noisy cat.
It's like being hung upside down.
I know, but it makes him meow. It's kind of fun. The microphone's right here by his head. There you go. Orange cats are always angry, aren't they?
Angry. They're always talkative and sociable.
They're sociable, yeah. All right. All right, there you go. Thank you. Bye, turtle. Let me blow the fur off of my hands. I don't know if you can see it, but now I have turtle fur on me. On my Menards shirt. Save big money at Menards. All right. Orange cats have issues. Yes. Okay. What was I doing? I was telling everybody how Matthew the cow, Matthew Senkow? I don't know. How Matthew Senkow is a failure in life, is a horrible person, is a keyboard warrior, is a coward, whatever. I can see right through you, Matthew Senkow. That's the thing about flat earthers. You're all the same. You're all the same. You sucked at school. You didn't have a good time growing up. I get it. It's tough, right? Everybody had their challenges. And now you're an adult and you suck at everything, right? And you didn't understand science and math and you're frustrated about it. And then you heard, oh, they are lying. The earth is flat. And now you're like, you figured out you weren't dumb. They were lying to you. The reality is that you're dumb. Because you can't figure out the very simple thing that the earth, if the earth were flat, the sun could never set. This is elementary school geometry, right? You're dumb for not understanding that. You really need to understand this. This is right. No trophies for everyone, right? If you're dumb, you're dumb. You need to know about it. You're dumb, Matthew Senkow. So anyway, so I will be going to Antarctica in December to completely humiliate all the flat earthers that have been saying all sorts of things about Antarctica for the last 10 years. Like the lies they tell, like saying that you can't go there. You'll get sent back at gunpoint. That lie ends in December when I have pictures of flat earthers in Antarctica. The 24-hour sun will be shown again to exist with flat earthers in frame. You can see it due south. And all of the flat earthers that have said that the sun sets in Antarctica and that it doesn't do 24-hour circling suns will be proven liars again. This is the thing, flat earthers, you're all liars. You parrot lies without actually doing your own research, while saying, do your own research and don't believe them. They're indoctrinating you. Literally, you have been indoctrinated into thinking these things. It's hilarious. Gravity. Glenn. I have no idea who Glenn Donovan is, but you're dumb. The Earth does not accelerate upward. You know how we know that? Because the downward acceleration varies all over the Earth. If the Earth accelerated upward, the downward acceleration would be the same everywhere. That's how we know it can't be from that. And the fact that it varies with elevation and latitude is additional confirmation that the Earth is a globe because of the rotation of the Earth. So unless you can explain how there is a variation and why it varies with latitude and elevation, your lies are nothing more than just lies. So, and Simeon, we would not be traveling faster than light. This is often said by Globers. Unless you are denying general relativity, that's not the case. You can accelerate indefinitely. And when you're like, oh, well, let me just do the simple math. You do the simple math, well, that's not relativity. Once your speed is an appreciable percentage of the speed of light, then you need to apply relativity. So from an external reference frame, they would see something different from within our reference frame. So it is completely possible within our reference frame to accelerate indefinitely, according to relativity. So there are some flat earthers that do think that's the case. Pete Savarier and Tom Bishop, as well as some other people at TFES and the Flat Earth Society, think that. Same with Dell thinks that. Yes, Dell, the no. So they say it's going upward at a constant speed now, so no acceleration? Well, that doesn't make sense. That falls apart pretty quickly. Anyway, so again, you can simply email me if you want to come on and discuss this, or set it up for a different time. All good for me, but I have zero respect for keyboard warriors. Zero. I do appreciate the comedy you bring, though, so make sure you don't time them out. So, all right.
Our 3-star fix. So let's get rid of the date so we can clear up some room. So we're locked onto the Dubé star.
So what he's done is he has this Walter Bislin model, and he's written this algorithm that iterates over the different values of latitude, longitude in 1 or 10 degree increments. It doesn't matter. And just does a brute force check basically of every single possible coordinate on the Earth to see which ones match.
Let me try.
Moving it around manually here.
Okay, so for Dubé to be at 55 degrees, that seems like it's there. And then Regulus would want to be up kind of to 70. Let's try. Oh, okay, so we're getting close. So see how we're now getting double matches. So Dubé is 55. Regulus is locked on. We need to lower Arcturus. Let me see if I can click on a star. Which one is Arcturus?
Arcturus.
Well, actually, I guess it'd be the lowest angle one.
Stevie.
So which one's lowest right now?
Arcturus.
Okay, that makes sense. So Arcturus is there. To lower that, we would lower our longitude. Without going too far.
Did the sun just go under the earth?
We found a match. We found a match. Okay. So, this is good. So this means we now have to just fine-tune these areas. So we want Regulus to be exactly 70, Arcturus to be 27, and Dubé to be 59. So
55.
what would we adjust there? Oh, it's actually going to be hard because it's going to keep popping up that message. But this is how you do a 3-star fix. So that algorithm I ran before, I could let it just now go through every single line of latitude and get that exact location. So from MCToon,
Which is what he does in the next video.
MCToon's readings, these are the locations.
But he's got the same latitude 30, longitude -50 or 50 degrees west, which is incorrect. But he calls it successful completing of the MCToon Sextant Challenge on attempt 2. But it's not successful. Anyway, not a lot of comments there. Although Shame Saint Plagiaire says nicely done. So nicely done, Stephen, on fooling Shame into thinking that you were actually doing something, right? A penguin here has properly identified him as a Poe. So I will put in the chat here. You can all just identify. If you think he's a Poe, just let him know. And if you think that he's nicely fooled the flat earthers, maybe wish him well on extracting as much money as he can from them. But not, I mean, so far he's not had a lot of success with the flat earthers other than Shame Saint Plagiaire believing him, it seems. But both, it makes sense. Both of them use the same plagiarized model from Walter Bislin. So now, is he the fellow from on Facebook saying he has a degree from a made-up university? In fact, he is. It is the made-up university that he made up. It is. Okay. Let me read a couple things. Then I'm going to show you how Bislin's model works. In fact, I'm going to show you the source code from the website, from his web, not Walter's website, where the guy lifted and stole everything from Walter's website without proper attribution, which Walter says you need to do. But before that, I'm going to read some super chats. FTFE for £10 says it's a lot of Z's. And I can look right now. He's asleep. Chad Stewart is a new member at Sheldon Cooper. Thank you very much. I think that's the highest level, isn't it? Thank you very much, Chad Stewart. Expand Ability says, demand a penguin. Take you to their leader. Be safe. I think where we are, we will not see many penguins. I was sent a... somebody, let's see. Somebody, I won't say names, but somebody emailed me, said a coworker has been to Antarctica twice. At least once of that, I think both. Well, at least one of them was with ALE, the company we're going with. They flew down to the same place that we're going, and then they took another plane to a different camp where they could see penguins. So where we are, I don't think we'll see penguins. There's another spot where they can see penguins, and he sent me his list, bunches of pictures. In fact, the video from last Thursday, the thumbnail is one of his pictures. He gave me permission to use his pictures. So he's got pictures of the camp. He's got pictures of the tents that we're going to sleep in. He's got pictures of the dinner, the eating facility that we're going to be in. He got tons of pictures. It's very cool. Zoomer Ray says you will not see any animals at Union. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I won't be able to demand a penguin do that. Chad Stewart says, love you, Toon. Well, love you too, Chad. Thank you. Alexander L says, over under flat earthers who are Trump supporters. I bet 100%. You know, the thing is, once they've been flat earthers for a while, they no longer are Trump supporters at all, because Trump is part of the PSYOP now. And all politics are part of the PSYOP now. And I can't believe you actually vote. Ha ha ha. Cool. Sheep. Seriously, that's where they go, right? So, but it's not 100%, but there's a big overlap. There is certainly a big overlap in that particular thing. But I think you'll find that there's a bigger overlap in the QAnon area of that particular political realm, which I think for the most part, there aren't a lot of, normal people that are like, yeah, Q, right? That they're not in that. That's also fringe. So I think and definitely before Q kind of imploded, that's where a lot of them were going. And that's why so many of them like to make that false accusation of what people do with children, because that was QAnon's MO, right? Everybody that they don't like is one of those. That was it. That's what they just said. And they're like, and they didn't need evidence, just like flat earthers don't need evidence. And they made up this whole contrived story about how that happens. Again, it was disgusting. And flat earthers gobbled it up because they're used to not having evidence for the things that they believe to be absolutely unchallengingly true. So, all right. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, what about precision to the nearest Dunkin' Donuts? Is that good enough? I mean, I said you could use a landmark. So if he gave an azimuth and a distance to a Dunkin' Donuts, that would work. Of course, he would need to have the distances over the surface of the Earth not based on a globe. So he could not use the Haversine formula, because the Haversine formula is spherical trigonometry. Lord Illuminous Poo says, my brother lives in Asheville, North Carolina, and the hurricane deleted 75% of the town. Holy cow. Asheville. It's a good sized town. I know. I've looked at some of the stuff there. Absolutely devastating. The Flat Earth Convention was this weekend. Supposed to be. Apparently didn't happen. I'm not going to say that God was fed up with flat earthers and sent the hurricane to stop them. I'm not going to say that. Don't you think that either, people? Hey, I said don't think that. You're thinking it. Anyway, Lord Illuminous Poo, I hope your brother's safe. I hope the people in North Carolina are safe. I know there's a lot of loss there, so it's very sad. Algorithm says paradoxia, the inability to tell the difference between parody and reality. Yeah, we'll get to the Facebook group he's in later. It's crazy. Lord Illuminous Pooh says hypochondria, the only disease a hypochondriac doesn't think they have. Totally true. Sea Lion Prime says, I wouldn't mess with this Alonzo guy. Apparently he owns a private army based out of Belize and leaves the Flat Earth Defense Forces. It is my belief that he lives in Belize currently, but he says he's from Canada, and his but the Flat Earth University has a PO box in Wyoming, and he says that, what did he say, that I emailed him about the book, right? Well, I ordered the book, and then he emailed me saying that they can't ship to a PO box because I have a PO box. I'm not about to give him my home address. And he's like, well, we can ship to a home address. Seriously, I'll sign a non-disclosure with you because I'm a company. Like, no, hell no. You're a flat earther. You're scum. Well, he's not really a flat earther. He's a fake flat earther, fooling flat earthers. So good for you, Stephen. But no, you're still not getting my address. So I paid extra to have it shipped to a place in Washington, was it? And then it gets sent UPS there, and then they do a second hop of USPS to my PO box. So that's what I have to do. Arwin spoke last Saturday. Crashes. So, Sea Lion Prime says Alonzo's BSc is from Trump University. Not even that good. It's even worse. It's a shack in Belize. Bob says, almond style in JavaScript, you wound me. Actually, JavaScript, you wound me. Dude, JavaScript is, man, it's a black art, writing JavaScript. I hate writing JavaScript. I hate it. I do. I've written plenty. I've written my share of Ajax, like from scratch. From scratch, Ajax talking to PHP. No frameworks. That's how I roll. No frameworks. Bare bones JavaScript talking to bare bones PHP that I wrote both sides. Please no. I got code old code that I wrote before I wrote it with no frameworks because no frameworks existed when I wrote it. And it's still running. Use it every day. Sea Lion Prime says off topic, but can you play Alonzo's video where he's playing with smoke bombs in his backyard? I saw that. I'll play that. I'll play that. Sea Lion Prime again says, where does the other half of the celestial sphere go? Which I already questioned. Where? No idea. Yes, Areth. Kintal? Ajax. Blah. Yeah, everything is now JSON instead of XML. Nope. The code I wrote in Ajax before the JSON stuff existed is still in Ajax. And it's updated. Here, it's a JavaScript app talking to PHP on the server side, calling out to individual instances of servers running Java. Talking to them. Oh yeah. And also I wrote the application server in Java. PJ says stupid face hole is one of the best phrases ever. Yep. Through his fingers. Stupid face hole through his fingers. Chris says, if the government is lying to us, how can we know if the earth has any shape? We can just go measure it ourselves. We don't have to trust the government for that. Eric Burns says, have you written in Fortran though? I have. You know, one of these times I'm going to find it. Oh, there it is. No, I got it right here. I've got my Fortran book. Let's see here. You get to see my Fortran. book. There you go. Fortran for engineers and scientists. So there it is. I have written Fortran. This is, I mean, not really past this class, right? So does it count? No, it doesn't count. If you only write something for a class, it doesn't actually count. But yeah, I've dirtied my fingers with Fortran. Thank you for not pronouncing it JSON like everyone else. It's just Jason. J-S-O-N, Jason. Icy Spin says a wild tune and industrial nerd, and then an imager link. What? Hold on. Let's get this up here. Let's get this up. See what Icy Spin is saying here. So we got this. Oh. Come on. Let me zoom in. Doesn't want me to. There it is. Okay. That's hard. Industrial Nerd says stick with the bread and stay away from the science. There, I can zoom in on that one. Can I? But I can't scroll. It doesn't let me scroll. Stupid imager. All right. And then this one. It's from me. Way at the bottom it says, I missed the part where he used a magnifying glass to focus moonlight and measure it. Yeah. Flat earthers hate measuring things. Oh, a little taste of something to come. Yes, I prep these things ahead of time. And then, not always. Sometimes I'm seat of pants, but today I prepped a bunch. So, all right. Let me read the rest of these super chats. Lord Illuminous Pooh says inappropriate joke, humorous observation, pun. That's your MO, Lord Illuminous Pooh. Itorius for $10 says here's the rest for an extra pound of baggage. Maybe consider some good earmuffs or a salad bowl to deal with Witsend. I think you meant Witsit. So, the guy that sent the pictures that had gone to Antarctica said, here's a couple things to get. He sent a face mask. He said, this is a good face mask to get. And get sleeping goggles, right? The things to go over a sleep mask, right? Because the sun never sets. So when you go to bed at night, the sun is up. And when you wake up in the morning, the sun is up. And if you wake up in the middle of the night, the sun is up. And you're like, oh, it's light. So he says, bring those. Now here's the thing. If flat earthers bring them, they're admitting that they know the earth is a globe. So I'm going to let them know, hey, I was recommended to bring these. Will you be bringing them? Think about this. If they're like, well, I want to get good sleep there. You can't bring them. You can't be an honest flat earther and bring them. Right? You can't even get on the plane. You have to say before you get on the plane, yeah, I know the Earth's a globe. I brought the sleeping mask. It's a trap. You can't bring the sleeping mask if you think the Earth is flat. Anyway, thank you for that, Itorius. Caucasian Sensation is a member at Newton. Has a super chat that says Joe Hill sucks. Toon rules. Enough said. Thank you for that. In case you're wondering, normally I give the pin of shame to a flat earther. I did not give the pin of shame on my video yesterday to a flat earther. I gave it to somebody that gave me some encouragement that touched me. That was touching. Thank you. And Joe did comment, I did not pin him, but feel free to go find him and let him know what you think. about him. Lord Illuminous Poos is proud member of the West Anchors Club W Anchors Unit. I think he means Wankers Unit. Sea Lion Prime says the address in Wyoming has ties to cybercrime. Well, I looked up the address in Wyoming of the geocentric or whatever cosmology university thing. It's a P.O. box. So does it have ties to cybercrime? Well, probably a lot of P.O. boxes do. So I'm not gonna, put them into any bucket because of that, right? It's maybe a P.O. box. It's maybe a forwarding service, right? He doesn't live in Wyoming. He says he's from Canada, and I know because I can tell what he's talking about sometimes if you listen to him. You know what I mean? But he does appear to be in a ramshackle hut so he probably is in Belize. Belize is a Central American country where the primary language is English. A lot of people go there for vacation because the primary language is English. They also speak a version of like Creole there, but mostly the primary language is English. So if you want to go, if you're an American and only speak American, then that's a great place to go because they only speak English there, or because they also speak English there. There's also a country in South America. Put in the chat. First in the chat gets bonus points where the official language is English. I'm waiting for that. Come on. Where is it? Official language is English in South America. South of Panama. So it's not Belize. It's not Lake Titicaca. Yes, I'm going to be in South America, and I won't even be going to Lake Titicaca. Guyana? If you look at the history of that area, that whole northern border coast of South America, it's interesting. British Guyana. Yeah. So, it's not Guyana. It's not. It is. Come on. Anybody? There it is. We've got it. Major Code Red comes up with it. It's Suriname. And Gene Cat the Catstronaut. So, question to you two. It doesn't count. You don't get the bonus points if you looked it up. You have to have it from memory. So, you look at that whole area. You've got French Guyana. You've got Suriname, which used to be British Guyana. You've got Guyana. And you've got Venezuela. And you've got Brazil, right, on either side. So, Guyana speaks Spanish. Suriname is English. French Guyana is French. And then the Portuguese Guyana version or area is just part of Brazil. So it's these four languages, Spanish, English, French, and Portuguese, and they just got divided up kind of into the different areas there. So Suriname is Dutch. But they speak English. And I know they speak English because I got a friend from Suriname. Our janitor is from Suriname. And I didn't know at first. And we're like, oh, this is trash. So we wrote on a box, we wrote basura. And they left it. And I'm like, oh, we talked to him. And they're like, he has an Indian accent. And his wife has, I forgot the name of they're Hindus, right? Has the third eye on her forehead, and they only speak English and I think some Hindi or something. I'm not sure. British Guyana is now Guyana. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, they're like we only speak English, but they have like their accent is very strange. So anyway, there you go. There's a little geography lesson. Maybe I'm off a little bit. Anyway, So anyway, he's got 33 subscribers and he has 71 whole views on this video. All right, Steven, you're going to have to up your game because you need to fool more flat earthers into this, okay? That's your goal. That's your task. Okay? All right. Official language of Guyana is English, according to Wikipedia. Okay, I'm sorry on that then. So, all right, let's get back to putting in I don't need my earbuds yet. Put that back there. So we're going to go to his website. Well, first I emailed Walter Bislin. I'm like, hey, tell me, what do you have to say about your model being plagiarized? He sent me some stuff. He said, well, you can see that it's based on the globe because here's his model. This is Walter Bislin's website. And you can see here, we've got, it's showing why, showing how ridiculous this is. So here is an example, right, of the path the light would have to take. So you see where the sun is there, right, up on the top, right? And let me move that time a little bit. There we go. So there's the sun. And I'm at the wrong, I want to have it at, let's see, can I change the latitude? Yeah. We're going to put the observer in Sydney. No, let's put them in where I'm going to be. Right down there in Punta Arenas. Right? And then we're going to put day of the year 82. I want almost the last of the year, right? So there's almost the last of the year, 342, whatever. And so here's the sun, right? The sun rises south of due east. In reality, let's see. There we go. So here's approximately sunrise, and look at the path that the light to the sun has to take. Flat Earth says that the sun is way over on, above the Indian Ocean there. You see that? But the angle to it, if we zoom in here, the angle to the sun is this one down here, this line going across the surface. Do you see that? So the angle to the sun is dramatically wrong, and so it has this bent path that the light must take. And what is the cause of the bending of that light path? Magic. That's all they have is magic. So Walter sent this to show how it's based on the globe, right? So you see in the upper left there, that's the moon, 61%. You see that? Now, if we change, there's these two sliders, distance to the sun and distance to the moon. You can vary these. So we could say, well, so you don't see anything change on the model. That's because internally it's doing these calculations. But you see, if we change the distance to the sun, the moon changes how much is visible. Right? And same thing here, if I change the distance to the moon, it changes it. So in order for the actual phase of the moon to be correct, the distance of the sun and the distance to the moon have to be set to the correct amount as measured in the heliocentric or barycentric model. So that's the main thing here. Then the dome height, like you can change the dome height and you can change the dome size, right? You can just mess around with these ridiculous things here because it's all just magic. It doesn't matter, because what happens is Walter calculates everything in 3 dimensions as a globe and then does a projection onto this flat surface here. And I'm going to show you that not on Walter's website. I'm going to show you on the Journal of Geocentric Cosmology.org website. And so here is the link. right there. You can view it yourself, but you see over on the right side, I've got some extra stuff there. So this is similar thing, right? Showing, but not this. See, this doesn't allow you to change the distance to the moon. So anyway, let me put it over here on Punta Arenas approximately. You see that? That's where we'll be. Let's put the day of the year near the end of the year at 300 and right in there. And then we'll put the time, same thing, right? This is the same thing we were just looking at. So there we go. So this is on not Walter's website, but the Journal of whatever the hell it is. This is the plagiarized website. Okay, now this is the important thing. This over on the right side is the developer tools. I'm a developer. I don't do much web developing, but when I do web developing, this is what I'm messing with. And you can see here earthmap.js. You see that? So earthmap.js, I'm going to open in a new tab. This is what it looks like. I'm going to grab all of it. I'm going to bring it over into JS Beautify. And then I'm going to beautify the code. It formats it, right? So when you put JavaScript on your website, a lot of the time you pack it so that it's a little smaller and it's not readable. This makes it readable. And so this has a whole bunch of stuff. Then you can analyze it, right? So this is what we're going to do. Don't worry, you don't need to know how to program for this. All you need to do is know a little bit of trigonometry. Now remember, we'll go back to this. This is his page where he's talking about trigonometry. As a result of the observer's position is entirely matched by the observer's... oh no, I want to find where he says... By employing celestial data from the Almanac, plotting stars in the celestial sphere and calculating angles of elevation, the algorithm accurately determines the observer's position without relying on spherical trigonometry. Now, is this true? Is this true? Well, here we are. This is the actual code that he actually used to run this program. Now, I'll say it's definitely possible if he were to do a better job of it, to use this globe model to determine the position. He could do it. You can do celestial navigation on Walter Bislin's globe model. That's what this is. Now, how do I know it's a globe model? Because we can search for globe in this source code. Now, even if you change the name of the functions, it won't change what this is doing. So we've got draw globe. This isn't, I'm going to get, oh, hold on. I took some notes. Let me get my notes back up. Point on globe. We're going to look up point on globe. Okay, we're looking. There it is. Point on globe right there. So this is the function, point on globe. I'll zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see. Point on globe. Function, you pass this function latitude, longitude, and p. Now p doesn't, the p is a variable that gets passed back to the calling program. Doesn't matter too much. What really matters is the latitude, longitude, right? These are two angles on the surface of a sphere with a radius. Anyway, var rr equals this dot radius. What do you think that radius is? That's the radius of the globe. 6,371 kilometers. That's the radius of the globe. He's using the globe. Anyway, point, the p sub 0 is rr times, that's the radius, times the cosine of the longitude. This is converting to radians, right? It's the cosine of the longitude. And 0.2 is RR, the radius, times the sine of the longitude, right? It's doing spherical trigonometry. That's what this is doing. And it's transforming it to Cartesian. That's what this is doing. So anyway, point on globe, EF, global coordinate, right? All these, and then look, draw flat Earth, right? So what this is doing is doing the projection. So all the calculation is done internally for a globe with a sun that's 150 million kilometers away, and the moon that's very far away, and with the radius of the Earth that's 6,371 kilometers, and then just doing a projection onto flat Earth. So what Alonso has done is he has used the globe. He has employed calculations for the globe in this celestial navigation attempt. It didn't work, but even if it did, he's using some calculations based on the globe and then simply projecting it onto flat Earth, a flat map projection. That's all it is. So well done, Stephen Alonso. You have confirmed that the Earth is a globe. First law of Flerf. Once again. Anyway, thank you very much for that, Alonso. But here's the thing, Stephen. The flatties don't watch my channel. They won't know. So you're good. You can keep selling your shirts. You can keep selling your books. I don't know how many books you sold. How many books have you sold? Let me know. And since they won't watch, you're good. You're totally good. Okay. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, you did kind of debunk flat Earth. So that's okay though. So let's look here. He has in fact posted on a Facebook group called Firmament Trackers his very bold and happy prediction, not prediction, his stuff here, right? Now, of course, this is the key thing. Firmament trackers are some of the dumbest flat earthers on the globe. This group of people are so stupid. They're all religiflerfs that I can tell. And there's some of the common names of idiot religiflerfs, like the dumbest of the dumbest of the dumbest religiflerfs. Right? Now there's a spectrum of flerfs, right? They go from the dumbest 0.00001% of human intelligence all the way to the bottom. The dumbest, right? The absolute dumbest human alive is in the range of where flat earthers are, but that's still a range, right? And since there's 8 billion people on the globe, that's still a decent number of people that are eligible to be flat earthers. So within that, you have the less dumb flat earthers and the more dumb flat earthers. And so this Firmament Trackers group is on the more dumb flat earthers portion of it, right? Any dumber, and they wouldn't be able to communicate. They wouldn't be able to, figure out how to type. So, IC Spin says, if I may make a suggestion for Alonso, put an old captain's wheel on the wall behind you. Like Long John Silver's, it will help you attract a special flock of flerfs. There you go. Free advice for you, Alonso. Yeah, so anyway, they're just above drooling in diapers. They wouldn't be able to breathe on their own. They, if they were any dumber, they would have to have people, feed them, or maybe even like chew up the food for them and then, spit it into their mouth in order for them to eat, right? They're right on that border. That's the Firmament Trackers group on Facebook. So it's a good mark for your grift, Stephen. Very good one. Because they will, the small amount of money they have, they will part with if you can convince them. So, all right. Anyway, so here it is. He's bragging about it. And then, so we've got like this Finian Daddy, who's a moderator on that group, It says the challenge skips the part where you measure the elevation angles off flat Earth to the stars for obvious reasons. See how dumb he is? He doesn't understand basic geometry. So just for reference, now, Stephen, you definitely don't want, well, it won't matter. They're not smart enough to understand, so it's okay. Let me get, I got some, I've done some diagrams, and I might as well use the existing diagrams. Excuse me. Craig's still sleeping. Got some reciprocal zenith angle there. We got some, oh yeah. Good times. I mean, why should I be the only one to see these cool, this history? Let me get it up for all of you to see it. There you go. All right. Look at that. Let's see, reciprocal zenith angles. Anyway, all right, I'm going to jump ahead. So this is a little cell navy. There we go. There's a good one right there. So here you go. Here is how angles work on a globe. I mean, I covered it earlier in this stream, but all right. So here it is. So Stephen, I mean, you probably know this because you know that the Earth is a globe, but just for reference, in case you don't. So here's this globe. I've sliced it in a plane. We've got Polaris up there. We've got, off into the distance, indefinitely far away. That way, the light from Polaris comes down here. The light from Polaris comes down here. There's, even though it is technically a triangle, these two lengths of the triangle are so long that these are effectively parallel. So now this is on the equator. So we're going to do one more, and we're going to have it be at some position here. So there we go. We've got light from the same star coming in there. Now there's going to be an angle here, and the fact that this angle exists does not in any way change the shape of the surface of the Earth, right? So what you do is you've got this tangent to the sphere right there. And so when the flat earther's like, it's flat elevation angles. Well, no, it's not. What you're measuring is this angle right here. This is the angle that you want. And so the fact that this exists does not make this flat, right? It doesn't change the shape of that. So there's what you're measuring. There's your theta. And so that's how you do it. There's no flatness involved in the shape of the Earth. The fact that you can draw a tangent to a curve is a well-known aspect of geometry. In fact, it's been known for, well, millennia, literally millennia, not kidding. I got, oh, here it is. Got this book, Euclid's Phenomena. It does sound like a Muppets song if you say it often enough. Anyway, Euclid's Phenomena. 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 Go ahead, sing it yourself. So this type of geometry has been in existence since the days of Euclid, which is more than 2,000 years ago. If flat earthers are unaware of it, that's on you. That's because you're stupid. Again, let's review. Flat earthers are the dumbest 0.0001%. I'm approximating. I don't, right? And I've already gone beyond them. They don't understand. Let's say it's 10. It's the dumbest 10 to the negative 6% of humans on the planet. Now they think you can't have a negative number of people. Yes, they're that dumb. So anyway, there you go. That's how you can do it. So Stephen, don't let them know. Make sure this type of stuff is never known to a flat earther. But it won't matter because they're not smart enough to understand it. So, okay, there is one of your posts, Stephen. Here's another further down. This is why I think it's not possible to actually solve. It's an unsolvable challenge, he says. The fact is that you can solve the challenge. In fact, I have done the challenge using the globe. So this is how stupid they are, right? This is just perfectly illustrating how incredibly dumb flat earthers are. People have been doing celestial navigation using the globe for centuries, and doing it correctly. So this Finian Daddy is just a really, oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. It was Stephen Alonso that said it. Okay, I'm backing up. Back up everything. Stephen says it's an unsolvable challenge because Stephen's a Poe. He's faking. He knows it's possible because Stephen knows the Earth is a globe. Anyway, he says it was designed to prove that the flat earther didn't know how to actually navigate. You are correct. That is exactly why I did it. Once it was pointed out that one doesn't have to actually use a sextant to know that a sextant is an angle measuring device. Oh my gosh. And elevation angle measurements to the stars necessarily need the surface of the Earth to be a horizontal plane. Again, now we're on to him, how stupid he is, right? Nope. You're dumb. Finian Daddy, you're dumb. There's no words for how stupid you are. This is basic geometry. Like seriously, middle school, they cover measuring angles to curves in middle school. It's not difficult. You're just dumb. You should not be on the internet. Seriously. If you're so stupid that you don't get that, you're not tall enough to ride. Right? You're not tall, you go to Valley Fair or to Six Flags or to wherever you go, and they have that little thing in front of the ride says you need to be this tall to ride. Okay. And if you're not tall enough, you don't get to ride. Okay. Same thing goes for intelligence. If you're not smart enough to understand that it is totally possible to get an angle to a curved surface, you're not tall enough to ride the big boy geometry ride. You're too dumb, right? No trophy for you. You're not smart enough. Anyway, necessarily need the surface of the Earth to be a horizontal plane. The challenge became meaningless. Then do it. Just ask him where he got his angle measurements. From the globe. Anyway, so they're like, where'd you get it? He says, the Firmament Trackers Flat Earth app that we plan to release soon. So he's talking about releasing an app for Android on the 15th of October. And he was looking for beta testers. He says and at the bottom, he successfully completed an attempt number 2, except it was wrong. Oh dear. All right. Some other interesting things from the group there. We've got these aren't domes. Or sorry, these aren't spheres. These are showing half a sphere. How does that work? It doesn't. Here's a post. This is how dumb they are. This is somebody posted something of a sun through probably multi-pane glass. And you can see in a different portion of the video that each of the 4 views of the sun, you see it? There's 4 like pictures of the sun. Each of the 4 has the same clouds in front of it. They're like, it's multiple suns. Well, if there's multiple suns, every sun would have different copies of the clouds. How stupid you are. You're so dumb. Oh, these people are just brainless. Anyway, so here's another from Stephen. In order to measure the height of the sun and moon, we need a quantified model, as many of you will figure out soon as you try. It is not possible to determine the location of the sun moon with trigonometry due to the bending behavior of our light and our perspective. Perspective doesn't bend light. Perspective just makes things far away look smaller. Try it out with more than 2 observers. Yes, this falsifies flat Earth. And good job, Stephen, perpetuating the lie that perspective magically bends light. Why does it do that? Magic. It does whatever you need it to do whenever you need it to do it. You can just say perspective and all problems are solved. This means if we place the sun and moon in the firmament itself, not above or below, then we can get a mathematical function that can be used to determine the height. So I argue, with no math put forward here, the peak height of the firmament is 6,216 miles high, and the radius of our flat Earth being 12,432 miles. Where did he get that from? I don't know. Let me see. So he took, to get the radius, he took 69 miles per degree, or 60 nautical miles per degree, and converted it to statute miles, and got 12,432 miles. Yep. Okay. All of this then can be tested, and it doesn't work because that requires that Australia be a certain, width. It needs to look like a hot dog instead of a hamburger. Well, the width of Australia has been measured. It's not, it doesn't match. Okay. These people are right here. He's bragging about it again. Here he's bragging about it again. A short 10-minute lecture. This is a different one on how we can use the flat Earth model to predict the exact timing of eclipses. Now, again, this is, remember, this is using Walter Bislin's app, which uses the globe internally. So he's admitting the Earth is a globe by doing this. But the flatties don't know that. Good job, Stephen. Get all the money out of them that you can. This one is crazy. They now have 6 domes and 6 suns in order to explain Antarctica. The cope. Another one here. Look, the moon is now outside the firmament, and somehow everybody gets a different view. It gets the same view of it. How does that work? No idea. Magic solves all problems for flat Earth. It's the only thing they have. And again, here's another example of a coping attempt to explain how everybody sees a different angle to the sun. Everybody, right? They're like, the sun is actually really above the Tropic of Capricorn, but we don't see it there because magic. Sea Lion Prime says, when you add multiple suns to your model, you done. Yes, that is the ultimate stink of desperation. Okay, there's 2 videos that I'm going to play that I found in that group as I was poking around there today. These are quite incredible. You're gonna puke.
Your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but
it's more than a theory. Then he says, I stated that it's more than a rock.
Is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature from what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon.
So this is showing the third law of Flerf. They believe this guy. What's his name? They don't know. You look up his name. He's got a name. What else? What was the backing behind all of this stuff? Nothing. He just said it. And he's a scientist. Is he? I don't know. They don't know. They don't care. They do zero investigation to find out if he was a scientist. They do zero investigation to find out if he if he did any actual research, if he published anything supporting his claims. He just says the moon is plasma. Therefore, they're like, okay, it's plasma. But the features of the moon haven't changed in ever. If it's plasma, plasma's a gas. It's not consistent. It is always changing. The sun is plasma, and it's constantly changing. The sunspots on the sun constantly change. But the moon is always the same. And then this one's funny. I've seen flatties claim this here. We've got the look at the top. We've got these different noble gases: helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon. Now, flatties are unaware that different gases experience different uppity and downity. And so they're like, oh, well, here, look at the colors. And then they're like, oh, look, here's the sky. The sun forms here. So they say that the sun magically causes helium to excite, right? Somehow. But look what color helium is there on the left. It's not yellow. But they're like, oh yeah, let's just say that. Let's just pretend that helium is yellow. But the thing they miss is that these other ones, they're heavier than air, and there's not a whole lot of them. There's a good amount of argon in the air. But argon and down don't generally go up into the high upper atmospheres. Certainly krypton, xenon, radon. And why is nitrogen at the bottom? That's the wrong place. Anyway, they're like, where is it? This one doesn't have it, but a lot of the time they're like, oh, all of the colors of the sunset are because of these. They're not. That's stupid. Eric E., Master of Flat Earth Theory, says no one has found out who that Tasmanian professor is. It doesn't matter. To them, they don't care. The guy said it, therefore it's true. All right, one more video. All right. Oh yeah, this is the one we were seeing before. So what they do, they take this absolute failure, this thing that is completely impossible, and then they throw magic in. So these different domes, these different circles are actually supposed to be personal domes of view. How do they work? Magic. And so the sun, you see the sun there is kind of on the top, but on that, see that left dome? There's a different copy of the sun that you see on that left dome, and it's going to move around, and then, oh, now it's set. How did it set? Magic, right? And so what they did is they took observations, and then they force fit these domes to magically show whatever they needed to show. This is the fourth law of Flerf, where they're providing an explanation for something that doesn't, it's going to contradict something else. How many domes? Infinite domes. And they took actual pictures. I have this a set of pictures. I don't know if these are exact ones. They're like, here's what we saw from this position. Here's what we saw from this position on this day. And oh, this is how it works. Magic. Of course. Magic is just an excuse. Ooh, what is this? Are they talking? No, it's just music. I don't want to, in case there's copyright stuff. So again, this is just, well, here's the observation. Let's force fit. It's a fine way to put together a hypothesis, but then you need to have a plausible mechanism, and there's no plausible mechanism for it. So you're like, oh, well, ditch that one. They like to talk about Occam's razor, but they never apply it to their own stuff. This is ridiculousness, right? We're tracking the firmament in real time. Oh, they're so dumb. From different locations across our Earth. So yeah, that's what they're trying to do in this group, is actually have people like report their findings, which is a good thing to do. as long as you follow the evidence, which they're not going to do because they're starting with their conclusion, and everything that doesn't match their conclusion, they're going to force fit into their conclusion by bringing up another ad hoc explanation for it. All right. Studying the skies. All right. Well, that is the result of my investigation of the Firmament Trackers Facebook group. If you're interested in it, you can let me tell you. They try to, they don't let just anybody in. So if you want to get, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to give you the link. You go find it yourself and then answer the questions in a way that will get you in if you want to get in. So Bob says, what was Walter's response to shame St. Plagier's plagiarism? Walter said that he has a thing that, well, of course, it's using a globe internally. So anytime that shame St. Plagier or Stephen Alonso the Poe uses it, they are admitting that the Earth is a globe. Because the internal calculations, you can't get rid of it. It's in JavaScript. Good luck. It's JavaScript gets sent to your browser. It runs on your computer. It doesn't run on the server. It runs on your computer. So all of that code is running on your computer. You can look at the code, and it's too late, right? Shame could go and try to obfuscate everything more and hide the fact that it's all globe stuff in there, right? The name of the function is, globe point. What is it? Point on globe. There's like 10, 20 functions that are all globe, globe, globe. And then there's the associated flat math function names that project it to a plane after it's been calculated in real space, that it gets then projected to the map. So they've already admitted it, right? Shame St. Plagier has admitted the Earth is a globe by using Walter Bislin's model. That's what he's done. 100%. So I don't think Walter's particularly bothered by that, but he does have on his site. Let me pull up. He sent me an email. I'll pull up the email. Oh yeah, actually, I'm going to go over briefly what he covered. I showed you already why the flat Earth dome model only works based on the heliocentric model. And then here's the other one, why celestial navigation requires a globe. But before that, if you use this model for any purpose, you have to provide a link to this page and show the important note. See that right there? The important note is down here at the bottom, right here. March of this year. It says the FE Dome app is based on the heliocentric model. So it is required that they include this. And if they don't, then what are they doing? They are doing what flat earthers excel in, lying. This is a contingency on using his app, on using the code that he wrote. You have to show this, link to this, right? Uses a simplified heliocentric model, making the following simplifications. Orbit of Earth is circular, using mean distance of the sun, dist sun. Orbit of Moon is circular. The date range is around year 2021. Reference date is 2017. Further calculations are inaccurate. For calculations, I would use databases like JPL. Uses the JPL ephemeris, which is the locations of the objects in the solar system in relation to the sun, not flat Earth. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. So All calculations are done in a globe Earth-centered globe coordinate system where the 3D locations of angles of sun and moon orbits, ephemeris, are calculated using the values listed in the table below, which are extracted from the JPL database. So to calculate observations like the phases, rotation, visibility of the moon, the day-night terminator, shadow shape, all those things, I used a simplified 3D model of the Sun, Earth, Moon system, a fixed non-rotating Cartesian coordinate system centered on the center of the globe, Earth. Some 3D locations are then transformed into a local coordinate system, east, north, up. And we saw that. Saw some of this transformation in that method that I showed you, the function, at the location of the observer on the globe. This location are then projected onto the private celestial sphere of the observer. Other data is projected onto the dome of the flat Earth model. It's all projections. It's warping. You have to warp it for that to happen. This doesn't represent reality. The source of all locations is the heliocentric model. None of the calculations are derived from any flat Earth model because there exists no model with data to derive these calculations for a flat Earth. Burden of proof is on Shame, as Shame claims the flat Earth dome model is not derived from the heliocentric model. So this is very telling. Shame Saint Plagiaire on his website removed the wording similar to this that Walter Bislin put up saying, this is based on the globe. Shame removed that and said it's not derived from the heliocentric model. How is that the case? The source code tells the truth. Anyway, he has to show the code where I calculate moon phases, day-night terminator, analemma, equinoxes, eclipses, azimuth, and elevation angles of sun, moon, and stars using only flat Earth model and data. It can't be done. Anyway, here's the constants that he used. Moon period, distance to the sun, and distance to the moon. There you go. Good luck. And they use the Jet Propulsion Lab ephemeris. So why did I not use masses of the celestial bodies? My app does not simulate the heliocentric model. It uses published pre-computed values from the solar system. So the ephemeris uses the masses of the planets to get their positions. So it's pre-computed. So it's one level abstracted away from that, but the source data is there from the globe. Where can I find some key functions in my code? Code which proves my app uses the heliocentric model can be found in the following functions. Again, these are in both Shame Saint Plagiaire's model and in Stephen Alonso's model. Both of them using these admit the Earth is a globe. Draw moon phase, calculation of the phase of the moon, its visibility and rotation. Note, real solar system distances from the Earth and sun must be known, as well as the camera position and orientation on the globe to calculate the moon phase. Anyway, I won't go any more on that. There you go. It's on Walter Bislin's app. I'll give you this in the chat here. So then we're here. This is the one. Why celestial navigation requires a globe. The key thing is that you draw circles of equal altitude. And you'll see, so here is the circles of equal altitude projected onto the Dirt Pizza map. This is for my specific challenge I did that was for Globers, the one that Bacon won. And there it is in northern Minnesota where I was. It got the correct thing, the correct distance, or correct position, sorry. But here's the problem. This is not a circle. You see the one Procyon? That's not a circle, is it? That's a misshapen circle. I see spin. Walter's just bragging now. Just take the layup. No need to shatter the backboard. Anyway, the only one on here that's really a circle is Polaris. And that's because that's the one star that's, you know, somewhat close to the center of rotation for the dome. But yeah. Why doesn't Walter go after Shame? Well, Walter's in a different country. Shame has no money. So Walter would have to spend a large amount of money to get Shame to what? Right. Walter did not publish his source code under a restrictive license. So Shame is allowed to use it, but he needs to give attribution, which he has not done. So then Walter would have to spend a large amount of money to hire a lawyer in the United States to go after Shame, to force him to do something. So I don't know. My guess is that Walter doesn't want to spend that money. It could be better spent, you know, purchasing a large lump of dog poo and mailing to Shame's house, where unfortunately Shame's mom would probably get it instead of Shame. So that doesn't work. I mean, just settle for him making a public statement. He won't. Shame won't. He has refused to. Walter, I mean, we just read it. You just said the burden's on him. So, how could that, well, we could all point that out. And I think it's been done, right? But just point out to Shame, hey, Shame, you use the globe in your model, thereby admitting the Earth is a globe. Right? Just say that. And say, hey, all flat earthers, you go use Shame's model. Please go use Shame's model. It uses the globe. That's admitting the Earth is a globe. So, okay. Let me catch up. Eddie Reese says, don't get too loud because Craig is sleeping. Hi, Craig. And then iSolder74 says he's a scurvy cheater and he's end up lost. Both Shame and Steven. Well, remember, Steven is not an actual flat earther. He is just doing this to attempt to extract money from gullible and stupid flat earthers. I can't argue with that, really. You know, Steven, keep scamming them, I guess, right? They're dumb and gullible and stupid, and you are showing that they are every time that any of them believes you. I don't think many of them do. You're going to have to up your game, okay? Okay. Let me see. We got a couple other things that we might do here. Now, I want to remind you, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central, a lot of time I've been doing a 6 o'clock stream on Wednesdays. It's going to be 8 p.m. tomorrow. But I'm on Craig's at 6. So, but no, wait. Will he be still streaming tomorrow at 6? I think he ends tomorrow at 6 because he started Monday at 4. So 50 hours is, yeah. So I don't think Craig's going to be awake while I'm doing this. So I think tomorrow there will be probably no 6 p.m. stream. Instead, I'll be at 8 p.m. So just look for that. I'm debating a guy with Max as the moderator. Max, are you there? In the chat. Max is moderating. Order some stuff for FTV by calling out his computer. Oh, that's funny. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I gotta try that. Oh, that's so sneaky. I don't know if do you think I'm going through a speaker? We'll find out. We'll find out. Ricky, where was I? I lost my train of thought before I read that. Max, I'm debating a guy tomorrow night that has agreed. I can't believe it. He has agreed to provide the numerical, the quantitative number of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration without gravity. So we have I'll grab the format Here's the format, everybody. You can have a look at it if you want. So basically, he's going to start by doing a presentation. I'll have a chance to ask some clarifying questions, and then he'll get a chance to clarify them. Then same to me, same pattern to me, and then we have an open discussion. Simple like that. So anyway, I have no idea what he's going to do. Will he do what flat earthers have typically done and come with nothing? We'll see. We'll see. All right. So let me look here. Oh, we got nobody there. All right. Sea Lion, there's nobody. I see there's nobody in your chat, right? Or really in your chat? That's fine. I've got a couple other things to do right now. And then, because this guy's website is hilarious. So let me close out a few of these tabs here. I got so many tabs open. Okay, there it is. Okay. So he has a couple things. He calls it the Journal of Geocentric Cosmology. But he also has his Flat Earth University here. Right? And so here is his Flat Earth University, and you can enroll for free. So people, you could enroll, get yourself a bachelor's degree in geocentric cosmology. Think about that. Think how awesome that would not be. Now, oh yeah, Sea Lion asked something very funny. He asked for this. We're going to go here. So he has, I mean, this guy is such a po. It's look at his shorts. What to do? 7 views, 10 views. See, he's not really had much success yet. I mean, he's got to up his game. He has these hilarious things where he takes other people's things and mixes it in as if it's like an advertisement. But I'm not seeing the one where it's like I have 2 degrees. What do I do with my 2 degrees? And he's all right. So Sea Lion wanted this one. Here we go.
Hi there, it's Steve. I'm the Tactical Operations Leader with the Flat Earth University Defense Force. Today we're going to be going over smoke bombs, how to make them, when to use them, and why.
I love that it's an old
smoke that we created.
Topper from a pickup. That's it. Wow.
This makes it harder now for your enemies to see you. That was just a small one. That was only a 20-gram one. You see all that smoke now that's lingering? So the wind matters as well.
He's chasing the chickens. Why? Okay, this one's good. So, deriving the thickness of Earth's infinite plane using Gauss's law of gravity, right? So normally flat earthers claim that gravity doesn't exist, but here he is talking about Gauss's law of gravity.
Steve, and today we're going to be going over flat Earth calculus, specifically how to apply Gauss's law to derive the thickness of our flat Earth. I want to show you my calculus textbook from my first year of university. I show this to you so that you know that I actually do know what I'm talking about, and that.
So for reference, I mean, I've got a book. It doesn't mean that I know it. You can buy these books, Just because I have a Fortran book doesn't mean I actually know Fortran, right? I could have purchased it, right? So it's up to you to believe whether, I don't care, right? I'm not trying to leverage my Fortran credentials, by the way. I'll show you these in a second. Anyway, but he has a printed degree. Yeah, it's off. It's right down there. It's from the Flat Earth University. Anyway.
This is going to be different from your typical flat earth video. As a man of science myself, I am firmly rooted in all the laws of math and physics. Science and math is how we can confidently know the earth is flat. So I hope you stay and watch this and try to understand it. There are 6 main points that I broke it down to. So if you can address those points in the comments when you make one, that'll make it easier for everyone to reference this whiteboard and kind of see what you're arguing about. Do you have a problem with...
Did you hear him say about? He's Canadian.
The Gaussian surface? Do you have a problem with the integration? So let me know and we can work through this together.
Well, let's see. This is from 2 months ago. It's got 45 views. One comment from Edby. Why doesn't the flat earth break up under its own gravity? Then it would become a sphere. He says, it's an infinite plane. Only a finite plane would experience the pull toward the center and become spherical. Oh dear. Then Edby says, indeed that is true. Newton preferred a material system of finite extent hanging in an infinite void, but changed his mind after correspondence with the theologian Richard Bentley, who argued that a finite material universe would collapse on itself. Edit, but the surface of the Earth is a closed surface. Travel to the South Pole from London. Traveling south, you would get to the South Pole, then start traveling north again. Lines of longitude converge at the poles. Also, does it accelerate due to gravity? Change as we change height? And why does G change with latitude as we observe? Well, never mind all that. We don't have answers from him.
Gauss's law states that the gravitational flux over a closed surface is proportional to the enclosed mass. Now, mathematically, it's expressed as an integral. Now, this is really good for us because we're dealing with an infinite plane. That's one of the reasons why we use calculus.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go over this. I'll just say Gauss's law does apply potentially to this situation, and you can actually do it. I have not checked his math here. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I think in the end he comes out with flat Earth is 18,000 kilometers thick. 18,000 kilometers thick. I do not think that is correct. I don't think you could possibly get 9.8 meters per second squared if the flat Earth was 18,000 kilometers thick of rock. I think you'd have significantly more downward acceleration. So yeah, I don't know how he determined that. I don't know. All of his math is there. If you're interested, if you want to actually go over it, that would be a fine thing to do. Sea Lion Prime, if you want to analyze this, or somebody else, and then on Thursday night go over it, contact me. We can actually analyze what he's doing here and see if he's correct or not. See what he's got. So my wife is visiting her mom and sister right now. So she just sent me a text message. So just a second. Tell you what, I'll play this while I type the message back to her.
Allows us to solve quantities and deal with infinities. So right up here is what we're trying to represent. We have the infinite plane and we have that radius r. That's what we can determine. Essentially what we got is a uniform gravitational field. We're going to use a pillbox Gaussian surface. Now the reason why we do that is the formula is well known. So you can't really argue about this. Now it's expressed as a dr. So we're still dealing with calculus at this point, but we can apply Gauss's law right here on that infinite plane to get the conclusion that the gravitational acceleration is equal to 2 pi the gravitational constant times the surface mass density. So what does that mean? We can solve for the surface mass density, and we end up getting a final answer right here. Now, the final part of this.
So I'm not reading through what he's doing there. I haven't, but he comes up with solving for the surface mass densities. I would say 2.3 times 10 to the 10 kilograms per meter squared.
Is the mass over an infinite plane. Again, this is another well-known formula. You can't really argue about it. So we're going to...
Okay, all right. If you're wondering, can you do... Is this in the realm of possibility? Well, it sort of is. So here's my electrostatics book. This is where I came into contact with Gauss's law for an infinite plane. Typically, when you apply Gauss's law, it's for a surface that's a closed surface. And here they draw lots of, in this book, they draw lots of potato-looking surfaces, enclosed surface, right? So it's not, and it doesn't, but there's a special case of an enclosed surface that is an infinite plane. But you can see potato, here's a sphere, Gaussian surface, right? These are all just hypotheticals. This isn't actually a real physical potato looking thing. You're using this to because you're doing an integral here, you're making it an infinitesimally small surface on this, right? A tiny little surface on here because it's calculus, so you can do that for this point. So, and I don't know, do they get into, they might here get into a plane here. I remember it distinctly because one of the particularly nasty problems that was a homework problem assigned. Yeah, wasn't it? I didn't find the spot. I'm not really looking too hard for it. We weren't ready for this. We were assigned a problem. It involved an infinite plane of charge, right? This wasn't gravity. This was an E&M class. So it was here's an infinite plane. So you've got an infinite plane, and you've got a line on the infinite plane, and graph the charge on that line, right? We're all of us are sitting around the table. How the hell do we do this? Well, this is an infinite plane of charge. Won't the charge be infinite? Well, no, because they also get infinitely far away. So it's an inverse square law. So you add more, you don't get a lot more charge. Okay, but how do we were unprepared for it. And I think this teacher had kind of, he probably does it every stinking year. He's like, I'm going to assign them that problem. They won't know what the hell to do. And then they'll come in the next day scratching their head like, we couldn't do the math. And then go through how to do Gauss's law for an infinite plane. Now, I remember what I just told you. I do not remember how to do it because I haven't done it since that one day after that class in school and maybe at the test, which I have no memory of either. So anyway, and yes, at least you can say Gauss correctly, unlike Whitsitt, who says Gaussian surface. It's a Gaussian surface. I never. So Whitsitt is from Tennessee, and a couple years ago we went to Tennessee on the way to Florida. We stopped at Ruby Falls. Ruby Falls is a cave underground where there's a waterfall in the cave underground. And Whitsitt claims this Gaussian surface is the surface of the Earth, and that there's another Gaussian surface up high. Basically, he's described a capacitor, and that the one up high is charged with a positive charge, and that it flows down. That's not how it works. But anyway, if that was how it works, let's imagine for a second it was. When you've got the top Gaussian surface and the bottom Gaussian surface. Below that, going back to that, remember the problem that we had to do? On the other side of that, the acceleration would what? Go up. Right? Wouldn't it go up? You're on the other side of that one where everything's flowing this way, he says, to the bottom Gaussian surface. So when you're underneath it, like in a cave, wouldn't gravity have to go up? It would, right? Unless you're going to come up with some other. Anyway, I'm in this cave and we were not walking on the ceiling somehow. And also gravity didn't go the other direction somehow, like it didn't reduce. Is there another Gaussian surface? Of course there couldn't be. There's a whole bunch of dirt in the way. Anyway, let's finish this up here, and then we're gonna go to back to his website. Kango44 says, buy a Lua book, then you too can pretend to know programming. Oh, I'm not gonna know. No, that is brutal. Lua? I've looked at Lua. Lua's a programming language. No, I'm going to pass on that. Nerd Pedantic Alert says, for Gauss's law to work like that, you need a homogeneous mass distribution. Any deviation would lead to gravity not balancing and internal stresses. Exactly. So earlier in this stream, somebody came in and said Earth was accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. And the way that we know that it's not the case is that the magnitude of the downward acceleration varies with elevation, and it varies with latitude. If we were accelerating up, why would it vary with elevation? Oh, maybe there's also gravity, and with elevation, then there's more gravity below you, so there's going to be more downward acceleration as you get higher up in elevation, except that there's less. Higher elevation is less downward acceleration. It goes the opposite direction. Plus, why would it vary with latitude? No reason. Same thing for an infinite plane where gravity exists, and then you apply Gauss's law for an infinite plane. Nerd Pedantic Alert is correct if you have variations, which you must propose in order to have the variations in the downward acceleration all over the surface of the Earth. You must propose that gravity is different elsewhere, right? You have to propose that at the North Pole there's less mass there because there's more mass there because there's more downward acceleration there, and same thing for the South Pole. Or the South Circle. But that's an uneven distribution, which would cause internal stresses, and then it would collapse. iSolder74 says he can at least say Gauss right above Whitsitt at least. Yeah, well, he's not a flat earther. Stephen Alonso's not a flat earther. He's just trying to bilk them for money. Do it, Stephen. Do it. Bilk them. Bilk away. Icy Spin says boob $, and that's all. Okay. All right. Now, before we get back to that, we're going to see if I can get Craig's computer to respond. So I need to make sure I turn this off. Okay. So I'm going to be able to hear, I'm going to make it so I can hear his computer. Okay. Oh, he's way behind. Like way behind. The surface, of course, there couldn't be. There's a whole bunch of dirt in the way. Hear that? that's anyway. Let's finish this up here, and then we're gonna go to back to his website. Kango44 says buy a Lua book, then you okay. So what shall I say to his computer? I think he uses computer, right? They say, then he says That's the keyword. So what should I have it say? Yeah, he's way behind. That happens. If you just let it play, it sometimes does that. So, and it's his echo, right? But he uses computer for the keyword. So what does he say? He says like go to something mode. No, not trigger the flare alarm. Studio mode. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if his lights go. I don't have access to Lucy. It's just on his, yeah, I think he has to press a button on his phone. Okay. All right, if you're watching on his stream, then let me know if this does it. Computer, go to studio mode. Computer, turn on the light. We'll see if it does it. All right. Now we're going to go to his website and look at the... Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. Okay. Wrong. There it is. Okay. You too can be a master of flat earth theory. So here it is. I'll grab that for you. I'll pop it in there for you. And Zoomy says it doesn't appear to have done anything. So here is the course curriculum. Look at this. It's free. 40 lessons. He put in a lot of work to this. This is what I appreciate, right? Like he actually tried to do something. And I think that, I think it's all him hoping that he can get a bunch of flat earthers to buy his stuff. Because he's got the book he's selling, and he's got the t-shirts, and he's got a flat earth map that he's, right? He's got a shop. Yeah, buy textbooks. This is the textbook I bought. You don't need to. Immortality of the soul. So here you can shop. He's got the app. Oh my goodness. The Firmament Trackers Flat Earth academic version of the app for $20. Retail price $40. He has a different shop on a different portion. He has a couple different websites where he's selling stuff. That's not, anyway, he's got t-shirts and he's got Gleason map. So anyway, see, here's, I can't, it's not clickable. How do I click these? So let's see. It's free. There's 40 lessons. Oh, there it is. Enroll for free. So all of you can do this. All of you. I don't know what he's going to do, but so I'll let's see. All right, you can do it too. You are laughing, but he had a calculus textbook. Well, that's how I know he's a Poe. So, all right. Complete your account, set up to get started. So I need to enter a password. I need to make a password. That's why it's not on screen. Right? All right, let me get a password going here. Actually, I'm going to, yeah, all right, I'll do it on here. I'm in an incognito window, so it won't quite. I need to add it to my LastPass on the in the other windows there. Let's get this. All right, get a password out of LastPass. Then gotta go to LastPass. And I have to manually add one. I feel just so dirty manually adding one. So here we go. Are you enrolling? All of you should enroll. It's free, and then you can print out a fake one too, a fake certificate. There you go. All right, added the password. Here we are. Wow, I'm not happy with the website. How it did it. It asked me for the password once. I didn't have to verify it, and then I didn't have to log in, and I didn't have to verify an email address. It hasn't sent me a verification email address. Not very good, but that's okay because there's no PII I've given it really, other than I guess I've given it my name and my email address and a unique password that I just generated. 20 characters, by the way. 20 characters, just any 20 characters. It doesn't need to have special characters. A 20 character password is perfectly fine. Okay, so here we go. Lesson objectives. By the end of this lesson, student will be able to understand the relationship between flat Earth and globe models in terms of reverse engineering. Recognize the humility and openness of flat Earth proponents in their quest for truth. Jeez. Comprehend the basic principles underpinning why objects disappear with distance on a flat Earth. Distinguish between myths and observable phenomena, particularly in relation to objects disappearing over horizons. That's 2 of them in a row in that. Appreciate the distinction between flat Earth theory and religious beliefs. No distinction. Dispel common misconceptions surrounding flat Earth theory. So then it's a bunch of text here. Complete and continue. Complete and continue. You've completed Introduction to Flat Earth. Oh my goodness. I didn't even read it, and I've completed it. All right. Decoupling. What is this? This looks like a paper that he wrote. Oh my gosh. He's got a DOI on it. Oh my gosh. Does this DOI work? Oh, there's no way. There's no way this DOI works. Nope. Does not work. Oh, he actually put in a DOI, but it doesn't work. All right. Not reading. Not reading. Boy, I'm gonna get me a. Wait. Is this another one he wrote? Oh no, this is the electrostatic solution for the gravity force and the value of G by Morton F. Spears. Again, this is if you haven't seen this, this is flat earthers like to reference this because this comes up with a approximate value of the gravitational constant by kind of starting with some contrived things about protons. I think he takes like 2 protons 1 meter apart, something like that, and then comes up with a value for G that he kind of manipulated out of it. Anyway, but in the end, this still agrees that mass attracts mass. It just claims it's a different source. All right. Man, I'm doing good in this class. Are you guys all doing it? I hope you are. Oh, there's a test. There's a quiz. Which theory suggests that gravity is a force resulting from mass attracting mass? Newton's theory of gravity. The answer is correct. Yay! What is the main concept behind the electrostatic theory of gravity? Magic? Magic isn't one of the options. Gravity is caused by electrostatic forces. Gravity is caused by magnetic. Gravity is a result of mass distortion in space-time. Well, I think that he's looking for that one because magic wasn't an option. What does the reading material by Alonso suggest about gravity and Earth's shape? Oh, now I have to guess because I didn't read it. Gravity and Earth's shape can be decoupled. Gravity is inherently linked to Earth's shape. Gravity is not a significant force. I'm going to say he thinks it can be decoupled. Yay! What is electrostatic solution for the gravity force according to the reading material? The electrostatic solution for the gravity force. Gravity is a result of electrostatic interactions. Nuclear forces or dark matter. Yeah, I think he's going to want A. Got it. I'm nailing this. What is the principle behind buoyancy? Buoyant force equals the weight of the displaced fluid. Buoyant force equals the weight of the object. Buoyant force is the independent of the displaced fluid. What is he going to want? Is he going to want C? Let's see. I'm going to put it A. Oh, all right. How do you calculate the buoyant force acting on an object? Now, here's a question. Does he actually check? If I put the wrong answer, according to what he wants, will I get a thumbs up? He qualified it for reading material. He could have just as easily said reality. What a missed opportunity. Max says, oh, my dog. MCToon is a super Flerf, getting his PhD in Flerfism in his first try. How do you calculate the buoyant force acting on an object? Buoyant force equals density of fluid times gravitational acceleration times volume of displaced fluid. Buoyant force equals mass of object times gravitational acceleration. That's wrong. Buoyant force equals volume of object times gravitational acceleration. All right, I'm going to put the wrong one and see if it corrects me on it. Oh, it said incorrect. All right. Now what? Next. Oh, I don't get it corrected. All right. What happens to an object if its weight is less than the buoyant force acting on it? It goes up. The object will float. God, my goodness. Wrong answers will be marked in red, says Eric. What does the term mass refer to in physics? Amount of matter in an object, gravitational force, volume, amount of matter. Okay. How many questions are in this quiz? How does weight differ from mass? Weight is the force of gravity acting on an object. Weight is the same as mass. Weight is the volume of an object. Okay. What does the concept of buoyancy explain about objects in fluids? Why objects float or sink. Why objects move sideways in fluids. Why objects change temperature in fluid. Oh my gosh. Like, these are the kinds of questions you need to answer to get a bachelor's degree in flat earth science. Trivial. Jeez. Got to sprinkle in some truths to make it more legit. Nice touch. How does the electrostatic theory of gravity differ from traditional theories? Seriously, you already asked that, didn't? Just a different version of the same question. What is the relationship between force and weight? That's a weird question. Weight is the force of an object due to gravity. Okay. And is calculated as mass times gravitational acceleration. Oh, like the question continued in answers A, B, and C. And then the actual answers are D, E, F. So, oh, we've got one more pet to visit. Oh, my goodness. No, I can't handle that big one right now. Give me a second. There we go. There's Penguin. Penguin weighs the same as Turtle. There it is. She's a little smelly. Is she outside?
No.
What? No, I'll take him. All right, come here, donkey. Yeah, when you go to pick him up, he just lays down. He just goes ragdoll. What is he? Okay. He is such a...
Like over 50 pounds.
Oh, he's 50 pounds. No contrast. So you can't see him hardly. But he doesn't smell as bad as Penguin. All right. There you go. Good boy, Donkey. Look at that. He's got a little tuxedo chest there. See that? He's a good pupper. But he's just so no, it's okay. Just let me hold you like a baby. There we go.
Are you gonna keep him in?
No, I'm gonna let him go. There it is. 50 pounds of dog food and 150 pounds of dog poo. well, all right. There you go. Okay, thank you. Are you going to bed? Hey, Stacy. Not her name. Stacy, are you going to bed? Okay, good night. All right. Back to this. Okay. Okay. Choose only the one best answer. So I think weight is mass times. Was a relationship between force and weight. Okay, so answer A is the rest of the question. Answers B and C are actually one answer. Weight is the force of an object due to gravity and is calculated as mass times gravitational acceleration. Or maybe that's the answer. I don't know. Anyway, D is the answer. Correct. All right. How do speaker magnets, solenoids, relate to physics and principles? Interaction between magnetic fields and electric currents. Interaction between gravity and magnetic fields. Interaction between buoyancy and electric fields. Yep. Okay. How many questions are there? Somebody said 15. Oh, there it is. It's right at the top. This is question 14 of 15. What is the significance of the electrostatic theory for understanding gravity? An alternative explanation for gravity, confirmation of traditional gravity theories, rejection of gravity as a force. So here's what it is. It is it's not an alternative explanation for gravity. It's an alternative explanation for the underlying cause of gravity, right? So that electrostatic theory agrees that mass attracts mass, but does not agree with the bending and warping of space-time as the cause, but instead is proposing that the cause of mass attracting mass is somehow electrostatic. So it doesn't help flat earthers to propose that something underlying is different than relativity, because mass still attracts mass, and a large mass would collapse into a sphere. Still can't work for flat earth. But they can't even understand that much about what they're trying to do, because they're dumb. Flat earthers are dumb. They're the dumbest humans on the planet. What happens to light and perspective in the context of flat earth theories? Whatever the hell they needed to do to solve the current problem. Explain phenomena without a spherical earth. Prove the earth is spherical. Well, yeah. Have no significant impact on flat earth theories. I think that's A. That's what he wants. Okay. How'd I do? I got 93%. You need 75% to pass. Nailed it. I completed flat earth physics. Continue. All right. I'm not going to... I think they probably have... Are there 15 questions to each of them? Let's try. I'm going to see if I can do foundations. Answer the test for foundations of math by reading exactly none of them. All right. My goodness, this is it. This is Eratosthenes. He wrote this. Okay. It has a fake DOI. Okay. You completed foundations of math. No test. Foundations of logic. I don't even have to scroll. What am I doing? And here comes the quiz. Okay. Oh, 15 questions. What is a fallacy? To a flat earther, a strong argument. Question A, especially one based on unsound argument. He couldn't even put the test together any better than a Flerf does. Mistaken belief based on unsound. I don't know. A fallacy is a mistaken belief. I don't think that's right. Which fallacy involves attacking the person making an argument? Oh my goodness. What is a straw man? Misrepresenting an argument to make it easier to attack. Which fallacy involves diverting attention from the real one? That's red herring. What is an appeal to authority? Assuming something is true because an authority figure says it is. Things that flat earthers do. Which fallacy involves presenting only two options? That's a false dilemma. What is a slippery slope? Assuming a small first step will lead to a chain of related events. All right. Which fallacy involves using irrelevant information to support an argument? A non sequitur. What is the bandwagon fallacy? Assuming something's true because many people believe it. They're all at the top here. Not all of them. Man, I'm nailing this, aren't I? Which fallacy involves assuming something is false because it has not been proven true? Argument from ignorance. 11 to 15. What is a hasty generalization? Making a broad statement based on a small sample size. Which fallacy involves assuming a cause and effect relationship based solely on the order of events? Post hoc. What is the begging the question fallacy? Assuming the truth of the thing being argued. But they're all A. Which fallacy involves making an argument based on the assumption that what is true of the part is true of the whole? Composition. Jeez. What is the false analogy fallacy? Making a comparison between two things that are not comparable. Man, I got 100%. Yes. IC Spin says, is his argument presented in a different way already for the underlying cause, or is it entirely new? In this, the one by whatever okay, this is about the electrostatic claimed cause of mass-to-mass attraction. So RC Sperl, I forgot the guy's name. It doesn't really matter. It was a guy. It was published after he died by his daughter. So he took some numbers. I think he took like 2 protons. Like, he didn't actually do anything. He just did the math, right? He took, for example, I might not be completely correct, but take 2 protons, place them 1 meter apart, measure the electrostatic forces between them, do a bunch of math, right, for no reasons, and comes out with a value that is close to G, the gravitational constant. Right. Does any of that mean that it's at all related to it? No, not at all. It's one of the fallacies we just went over. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because you took 2 protons and put them a meter apart and calculated some aspects of that relationship, that somehow the gravitational constant is from that. Because what if it was 2 meters apart? Why'd you pick 1 meter apart? There's nothing magic about 1 meter. 1 meter was chosen to be 1 meter for arbitrary reasons. When we chose it to be a meter, right? It has nothing to do with any fundamental aspect of reality. So, we got Globe Atheist here who doesn't like me. Tell you what, Globe Atheist, if you think that you've got the you know, if you've got the balls, send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net, and you can present your super extra woke proof of flat Earth, right? Anyway, let me know, mctoon@mctoon.net. I'll watch the email. I don't, I know you're a keyboard warrior. You're just a big chicken. You probably won't do anything. So, globe atheist. So, anyway, so does Icy Spin, was it Icy Spin that asked? Yeah. Is his underlying argument presented in a different way already for the underlying cause, or is it entirely new? So the existing, the most well accepted, the most well empirically tested explanation for the cause of mass-to-mass attraction is the bending and warping of space-time. A large amount of mass bends the four dimensions of space-time, causing things to want to move toward it. And then in our reference frame, that manifests as an acceleration. So that's the current best explanation for it. And he's just saying, oh no, there are electrostatic something between atoms and between protons, because not really know why. So it's not, yeah, I mean, that's all that he's saying. But okay, fine. Let's take that proposal. What does that mean? Mass attracts mass. Proportional to its mass. And inversely proportional to the distance. Using a constant that he derived, right? Which is almost the same magnitude as the gravitational constant that we've measured in torsion bar measurement devices. So mass still attracts mass. It doesn't solve any problems for flat earthers, right? If we accept it, then they still lose. So all right. Tim Davidson says, keyboard warriors, come out and play. Yeah, hey, if you've got the stones, dude, if you've got the stone. But if you don't, hey, I get it. I know it's easy for you to just sit there behind your keyboard and pretend like you're a tough guy. Tim Davidson. Computer, play Du Hast. 100% volume. That'd be so good. Computer, volume 10. Icy Spin. No, he wasn't trying to explain why the bending and warping of space-time bends and warps. It's a proposal that's not what's causing it. So I don't think that's a valid anything, right? Sea Lion Prime says, you're laughing, but he had a calculus textbook. Yeah, therefore he must understand it. I don't know if he did or not. I don't. My guess is, based on the very rough look that I had at his application of Gauss's law for gravity, that he did not do it right. But Sea Lion, I'd love to go over that if you want, because Sea Lion's got a much stronger background in math than I do. So that'd be fun. We could do that Thursday. 2D ResQ explain stuff says a BA in flat earth science. They're all bachelors because no sane woman would lie down for any of them. Oh my gosh. Sea Lion Prime says VC is filling up. Is it? I see two. Oh, there it is. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to finish that right now, but I'm going to go over to Sea Lion's Discord server. I need to hit the bathroom first. So before I do that, I'm going to just give you a little song here. So here we go.
Suck on my nuts. That's my balls in his mouth. Yeah, you can suck my balls. Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. That is my balls in your mouth. Yeah, enjoy the taste of my nuts.
Bro?
Maybe my balls in your mouth for a few more minutes. Enjoy the taste of my nuts.
Gamma.
Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. With my nuts on your face. To suck my nuts. You suck on my nuts. Then tell me how my nuts taste. Now I'd like to know how my balls taste. You fucktard. You are a spastic. And you're getting teabagged by a flat earther. Now enjoy the taste of my nuts, you stupid spastic. Yeah, chuckle for me, fundy fuck. You're being teabagged by me. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. As a result, you're being asked how my nuts taste, you fucking weirdo. You suck on my nuts. You suck on my nuts. That's really, yes, that's really. I stuck my balls in your mouth afterwards. To suck my nuts. Bleat how unfair it is while you gag on my bollocks. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Come on and suck on my nuts. Come on and suck on my nuts. To suck my nuts. Yeah, you're getting fucking teabagged. Don't insult me or ad hom me as I teabag you. Yeah, I'll just gag you with my nuts. That's what I'll do. Enjoy my balls in your mouth, do you?
Not at all. I'm pretty sure nobody ever has. That sounds disgusting. Especially from such a hideous person. So anyway, I'm going to pop over to Sea Lion Prime's Discord server. I need to set up the scene so you see it. Where is Discord? There it is. So this is the Globe Gangster Discord server. And I'm jumping in right now. I don't hear anything. Is it me? Yeah, it's something wrong with me. All right. Now to OBS.
Is there some reason we can't see the future? I can see the future.
Well, we don't all have your ability to. It depends on our. Actually, you know what it is, Brenda's. It's some people are more sensitive to spice than others.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
And so
the spice is life.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, Sea Lion.
Hey, how's it going?
Super.
Actually, I'll probably when the clouds disappear, I might go for the Orion Nebula.
Oh, nifty. So unfortunately, Unfortunately, MCToon, Gary left because we're trying to get out of him what he means by vertical Ferris wheels when he's talking about star trails.
Wow. Gary, why bother? Gary Wenbenga?
So it's because he thinks when he looks north, that's what the stars look like, a vertical Ferris wheel.
Wow.
I also think he was saying that stars physically closer to you are higher up in the sky.
Yeah, he's saying that the only way, Mike, he's saying the only way you can get a star trail is if you're laying down right under Polaris.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
I
it's the
got the
only
quote
way you
right
can ever
here.
get star trails, and every other photo of star trails, he won't look at them.
So the only way that star trails work is at the North Pole?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, a lot of people don't understand cameras. So
the copium is something.
I got it right before you get Toon, I think.
What's that? Extra J?
Well,
yeah, Gary's quote on star trails. Hold on.
Okay.
To be fair, Gary has redefined the Rayleigh criteria to do all kinds of weird new things. So
yeah, you find
except what Rayleigh criterion does.
You find that science deniers tend to latch onto a couple things and then assign whatever magical attributes they need to solve problems to that magical attribute. So, for example, geocentrists tend to pick two things and it does whatever they need it to do. The Machian principle and ether. Whatever problem they have, one of those two will solve it. Gary, Rayleigh criterion solves all problems.
It's usually perspective that can solve anything too.
That's another. Yep.
And for Glover's, refraction solves everything.
No, it explains those cases where refraction is taking place.
Yeah, refraction is empirically measured, and so we don't apply any refraction that goes outside of what's been empirically measured.
Yeah, Cope harder, pal.
I particularly enjoyed yesterday. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, when SE Montreal. Do you know SE Montreal, Mike?
Yeah.
Mike too?
Oh yes.
Yes. I was talking to him the other day, and he denies that time is real.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, SE Montreal's superpower is being ignorant. You know, you ask them about, tell me about flat Earth. I don't claim anything. Oh, you're an ignorant earther. You know nothing, and you're proud of it, and you want everybody to know. Okay, I agree. You know nothing. Let's talk to people that claim to know something. Bye, SE. You're useless and dumb.
Oh, by the way, it's Seaman Trail, guys. It's pronounced Seaman Trail. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
What is?
He was trying to get me, Mike. He had me on there, and he was saying that, well, GR has to be false because how could things fall into a gravity well from all directions? Because he thinks that like those illustrations of the space-time being two-dimensional and like bending like a bowl, he thinks that's literally how it's supposed to work. And I was trying to explain to him, I'm like, no, there's like this whole tensor and it's multi-dimensional. And then he's like, oh, okay, well then you need to just be able to explain to me tensor calculus right now.
Was that Alex?
Wow.
No, this was SC Montreal.
So did you?
No, fortunately, I had to go to a meeting and I was saved from having to try to explain tensor calculus.
I told him to imagine that it was like a spherical magnet. And he got all kinds of mad. And I was like, it's not magnetic. It's not magnetic. It's just, but you could imagine, like, you know, how if you had a ball magnet, you could stick things to the bottom or the top and it would pull it all. He was not having it.
Yeah, they tend not to enjoy analogies.
No. Well, that was like that Matthias guy who he always gets muted at Earth Awakenings even.
Oh, he's
but
so
he was
toxic.
saying that. Oh yeah, he's crazy. But he was saying that the water cycle means that gravity isn't real. Because clouds can float, and Kosho was trying to explain to him buoyancy, and every time Kosho said, okay, well, think about a tub and things floating, he would just scream false equivalency fallacy over and over again, and how the heliocentrists are just cultists, and it was just it was painful.
Yeah, when I try to teach talk about cell nav with them, and I explain circles of equal altitude with like imagining you're standing far away from the street light, and they're all like, but stars aren't street lights, you don't know what they are, and yada yada yada. I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to get at here.
No, it's always good. Just grant them, okay, you're ignorant and you want everybody to know about it. The rest of us are not. We know what stars are.
Yeah.
Your ignorance of it doesn't invalidate the actual knowledge and research that's been done on it.
Mm-hmm.
So we got no flatties in here?
No flatties right now. Gary left. Dan has declined. He's playing Scrabble.
Okay.
What happened to Mr. Slave?
He left. Well,
he's not a flat earther.
He left yesterday, right? He had
you
kind
were
of
here for that.
Yeah, he had a fit.
Yeah, we were having like a therapy session for him in VC, and he didn't want to hear what I was saying, and then he left the server. So,
MCToon, do you ever debate any concavers in your videos?
I have, but you're a flat earther, right?
I don't know. No, I'm definitely not a flat earther.
Oh. Sea Lion, do you know why I think he's a flat earther?
Why?
My logo?
No. What did he call me? He did the flat earth self-identification of a flat earther.
I see.
I did?
Yeah.
How?
Because flat earthers self-identify by calling me MCToon because that's what they call me in their echo chambers. But non-flat earthers know because they've watched maybe one of my videos at least, or at least seen like the title, that I'm MCToon, or you can call me Mike.
Okay. Well, Mike is probably better.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm Joe.
Okay.
You're a concave earther, aren't you, Joe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% on anything, but.
Oh, then Joe, call me MCToon. That's what you should.
Okay.
Right? That's how you need to self-identify, right? And it's not just flat earthers, of course, right?
What video should I watch of yours that you debated a concave person?
Let's see. I talked with Brother Ernest way back in the day, and Zenith Atlas, and Sam. I always forget his last name. From England.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He's from Yorkshire, England.
Yeah, he's definitely crazy.
Oh, that guy's crazy. Yeah, he told me that if I didn't bow down to him, he wouldn't let me into heaven because he's Jesus. I said that's fine.
Was he a Lord Stephen guy?
No, he said that Lord Stephen Christ was to distract attention from him because he's the real Jesus of concave Earth.
Wow.
And yes, Lord Stephen Christ thought that he's Jesus. Zenith Atlas thought he was Jesus. Sam, why can't I remember his last name? Sam thought he was Jesus. Well,
I think it's Hancock.
Hancock, yeah. Sam Hancock.
Yeah.
He's still alive. He still thinks he's Jesus, probably.
Need to introduce them to Jesus, the guy who is actually Jesus.
Oh yeah. So similar to flat earthers have two states, right? And so you've got confirmed that they do drink their own piss, and then you've got the Schrodinger state of not yet confirmed that they drink their own piss, but they certainly will in the future. And so for concavers, we've got a similar thing. We've got the concavers that do think they're Jesus, and the concavers that don't yet think they're Jesus, but at someday in the future will.
Well, even the original guy, Cyrus Teed, thought he was some type of messiah, right?
Yes, Cyrus did in fact think that. Yeah.
Pretty weird. Weird stuff.
See, I'm looking in my YouTube live chat. Andrea Huddle says, "I'll back off and let MCToon handle this and decide who's right and who's wrong. Fare thee well." Was there an argument? Oh, here. Okay. I get the feeling you keep baiting Shifty with that particular conspiracy that will remove your mod status for stop baiting him. Oh, okay. Mark. Look. Shifty is a flatty. Right? And I've already taken away his wrench. So anyway, don't push him into that, right? Because I'd rather not have that kicking around in here. Right? We know he's a flatty, and we know that he's got some, because it's required for flatties to have positions that are kind of horrendous at times. So anyway, sorry to Discord guys. I had a little.
No worries.
Okay, so Joe, what would make you think that the Earth is concave?
I have myself on mute. I don't know. I guess everything in combination. When you look at everything,
Tamarack Mine.
Yeah, I think we should probably do that experiment. It shouldn't be that hard.
Well, the reciprocal zenith angles are done often. My friend of mine from TikTok, Baron Rutledge, did it at the Salt Flats, in fact, and he found that the zenith angles diverge, don't converge with increasing elevation. So
interesting. How can I find that? What's his name?
Baron Rutledge, but I can give you a link I have on my website.
All right, sweet. How far down was it?
It was on the surface. So the cool thing about doing it on the surface is that you don't get the additional anomalies, the unknown anomalies of what is underneath the ground, right? So for people that don't know, the Tamarack Mine is the one reciprocal zenith angle measurement that concavers have that was anomalous to everything else. And so they think that in disagreement with normal people looking at stuff who say, oh, look, here's the one anomaly, the outlier. Why is that? Well, there maybe is something wrong, something we were unaware of, some confounding variable that was in happening that we don't understand or don't know about. But
there's a lot of anomalies, though.
Conspiracy nutters look at the anomalies and ignore the 1,000 or million other things and say that one's the real truth, instead of saying, well, you need to first rectify that one anomaly with all the other massive numbers of measurements. So the one I posted there is one of, quite a few reciprocal zenith angle measurements I can provide to you that show that they diverge with increasing elevation.
Should I trust MCToon.net from now on? I guess I could trust. You're the real MCToon, right? So I guess I can trust.
Well, I mean, is it asking you?
Yeah, you know how Discord does that initially. It asks you, do you want
yeah. Okay.
Distance of 1,200 feet.
Yeah, he successfully measured reciprocal zenith angles at 1,200 feet.
The Tamarack was 4,200 feet.
Well, so it doesn't matter. The Tamarack Mine is a single outlier, and so I gave you one. And is there a distance that you insist on being the correct distance?
No, I don't even.
Okay.
I don't really get into all the Tamarack Mine. I mean, that's just one little thing that doesn't really prove or disprove.
So let's see.
Can
I share a device? Let's see.
I thought it was interesting that they weren't trying to prove or disprove any angles. They were just trying to measure density, as I understand it.
In the Tamarack mine?
The Tamarack mine is a black swan. Globe debunked globetards.
It debunks flat Earth too.
Only if it's not. Only if it's it's not repeated though. That's the thing, right? When you repeat it, you get, globe confirming measurements, not concave confirming measurements.
There's just so many things.
No, there
I guess like ancient cosmology belief in this cosmic egg.
None of that,
understanding that it's heaven and earth.
That's just religions. How about actual measurements and empirical observations?
Right. What
yeah.
I'm saying is all these ancient cosmologies match the actual science, is what I'm saying, which is interesting.
Generally, they don't. Ancient cosmologies generally don't match actual science. Ancient cosmologies typically are based on myths and based on limited understandings of their surroundings, right? People before fast transportation existed rarely left their, from a few miles of their place of birth, right? Some people did, but it was rare as a number of people. So they didn't even know what it was like elsewhere. And because they didn't have fast communication, they also were unaware of things like the time zones that we have now, right? If you fly somewhere, you can be several time zones off real quick. You couldn't have that in the past because you're limited to the slow speed of your feet or the feet of the donkey you're riding.
Do you not as a debate tactic, but do you believe in a creator and everything was created, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you Christian or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I don't put any weight to ancient beliefs because they weren't based on science. They were just based on whatever.
Well, the sun and the moon being the same size in the sky, kind of like that's what initially did it for me when it started to make me question things.
Oh, that should be easy then. They're not the same size.
Yes, they are in the sky.
No, they're not.
To the naked eye. Of course, they're a little different.
They're
right?
not
They're
the same
exactly.
size. They're not
to the naked eye.
No, not even to the naked eye.
The naked eye can only perceive 1/30th of a arc minute. That's right.
No. The naked eye can differentiate because a total solar eclipse covers the entire sun and a partial solar eclipse does not. The naked eye can differentiate that difference.
That's when the sun is being obscured, but otherwise the sun's hard to see.
So the
naked
eye can identify those, but the naked eye can't see the sun very well because it's too bright. You just see a
the
glare.
moon could have been like a third of the size, and that could have been just as.
Your eyes don't have that resolution except during an eclipse.
Do you think God made it so that the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky?
They're not the same size, so no, I don't think so.
No, I mean, would you agree that they're roughly the same size?
They're roughly the same size, but it's meaningless.
Do you think the creator made the sun and the moon roughly the same size in the sky?
No, I don't think that's anything useful at all.
Can I interject? Can I interject here, please? There's an annular eclipse tomorrow. You can see for yourself.
Ooh.
Jeez,
Right?
An annular eclipse, the sun and moon aren't the same size, are they?
You guys are.
Yeah, there's one tomorrow.
Wow, in an annular eclipse, the moon is actually smaller than the Earth than the sun in angular size. Huh.
It's kind of weird that 19 years is almost exactly 235 months.
Okay.
Called the Metonic cycle.
It doesn't matter at all. It's just myth.
It doesn't matter.
Myth,
no, I mean,
myth is not evidence.
Science.
Myth is not evidence.
It's 99.9988% accurate, according to NASA.
Accurate what? What do you mean accurate?
235 moons or months is exactly, or almost exactly 19 years. Such a small number, like 19 years, almost exactly equaling 235 months. Is there a way to figure out the statistics on that and how unlikely that is?
Why does that matter?
Because it's something that I'm interested in and want to talk about.
But why are those numbers being somewhat similar useful? What does that do?
Because it points to creation rather than cosmic coincidence.
No, it doesn't. It's just you're just assigning value to things that don't have value.
Well, I'm looking at everything in combination. You're just looking at one at a time.
No, I'm looking at everything in combination. I'm looking at the fact that using the globe, we can predict the time that the sun sets tomorrow for any location on the globe. And also in combination, we can use the globe to predict the amount of the phase of the moon. And also in combination, we can use the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun to predict the amount of the eclipse that you will see, whether it's annular or total eclipse, in combination with the fact that the ISS is orbiting the Earth, and we know when it's going to orbit based on the orbital mechanics, and we can know when it will cross in front of the sun or moon. I've got video of both of them myself, in combination with the magnitude of the downward acceleration varying all over the surface of the Earth with latitude and elevation of the radius of the Earth. In combination with
any of that. Yeah,
right, all of these things in combination with each other that are empirical measurements, verifiable, repeatable, all these things, right? All of those things all work together in combination with each other and all overlap. If you draw Venn diagrams of the parts of the, the different things that you use to determine these things in the future, you have a big overlapping bunch of circles in the Venn diagrams. So they all work together.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like I heard some stupid things, but that's really dumb.
Speaking of dumb, here we go.
Hold on, guys.
The dumb
Hold on.
showed
Let's
up.
not talk over each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that Mike and Witsit, you guys have almost like a charming relationship, and it makes me like both of you even more. Just the way that you guys interact, because for the most part you're pretty nice to each other, I would say. But I just want to say that. And Mike, I would say, with respect, I think you're looking at a tree, each tree at a time, and I'm looking at the forest. That's what I'm trying to articulate. But if you want to talk about the magnetic change, true magnetic north, and why that changes, that would be an interesting topic for next discussion.
Do you have
MCToon probably can't even tie his shoelaces. Why are you guys talking to MCToon for? I don't get it.
Mike, I think it's the sky that does it and not the earth.
Okay, so where is the empirical evidence that that put you to that and that predicts the
because in the concave model it makes perfect sense.
Okay, but I didn't ask you to make a baseless claim. I asked you for the evidence of it, right?
Right. I can't get up there. It's hard,
Okay,
we
so
can't get inside the earth either.
Okay, so it's just a religion for you
in the
then?
middle of the earth.
I got it. It's just a religion then. Okay.
How do we know how the middle of the earth works?
That's a fantastic question. That's a fantastic question. Seismology is a very mature field, and the people that are seismologists do an awful lot of work to figure out how the composition of the inside of the earth is what the composition is.
That's so deep, thousands of miles.
Yeah, absolutely, not a problem at all. Yeah,
how far down did they dig? Do you have any idea?
It has
You're
nothing.
Just shooting up your mouth again as usual.
I said seismology. I didn't say digmology. So seismology is where, an earthquake happens, and then they have monitoring stations all over the earth. And based on the time and the nature of the waves that they receive at these different observing stations, they're able to determine the shape of the earth. It's very similar in concept to how people can identify the gender of a baby when they're in the womb. Without
not even close,
without
bro.
cutting without cutting open the mother.
They can go a couple thousand miles deep. You can prove that, or they suggest that.
Yeah, that's what seismology is doing. Yeah,
I didn't know they claim to be able to do it thousands of miles deep. That's crazy.
Absolutely.
How do they?
Yeah. Okay.
How does it work? I wanna. Who knows how it works?
I just explained it to you. Right. So I'll do it again. Okay. So there's an earthquake. Let's say there's an earthquake in California, right? And let's say that they have monitoring stations all over the earth, which they do. So you've got some in all up and down the West Coast. You've got some in Hawaii. You've got monitoring stations in Florida. You've got monitoring stations, Alaska, Japan, India, Australia, New Zealand, South America, all over the place. They've got monitoring stations, and they're all very precisely timed, so they know what time it is. So when that earthquake happens in California, there's a time from when the earthquake happens until the nearby monitoring stations pick it up. And based on the time of 2 or 3 or 4, they can pinpoint the location of the epicenter of the earthquake. So now they know where it happened. So then they can use the time differential of other places farther away. So let's say they have one in Japan, right? Japan to California doesn't go very deep through the earth, so it's going to stay relatively shallow through the earth. And the waves that get there, you've got longitudinal waves and you've got compression waves. So longitudinal would be moving side to side, and compression is like how sound moves through the air versus how water has waves across the top of it. So you get the difference in those two different types of waves, and they can measure those differences, and they travel at different speeds. So in Japan, they're going to get 2 different timings on those waves. Then farther ones, so let's say Australia, where they're farther away from it, and the waves travel at different rates, and they have to go through more of the earth and go through different portions of the mantle and the core of the earth. Then
okay, so we get it. You can read Wikipedia, but now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. This is what they claim, and this is what you believe, and you recite it pretty well. I'll give you that. But do you know how far we dug to prove all of this speculation that you believe in? Do you have any idea?
None of this has anything to do with how far they dug. It's completely irrelevant.
Yes, it does. It has a lot to do, because what you're saying is just theoretical mumbo jumbo. And now we're going to get down to the actual nitty gritty when they actually dug to see if they were right. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you have any idea?
It has nothing to do with this topic whatsoever.
Excuse me?
It has nothing to do with this topic whatsoever.
It has absolutely what to do with this topic, because you think, yes, it does, because you think by an earthquake happened. Why are you interrupting, Bebal?
It doesn't work, SE. It doesn't work.
All right. So
the argument of the Russian deep borehole, that argument doesn't work, really?
All right. SE, I gave you. You asked me for an answer. I gave you an answer. Now I've given you a little diagram there, and so let's look at that. The quake there at the top of that. You see that diagram there? You've got the quake. Let's say that's the one in California. And then you've got these S waves, and the S waves don't go through the core because of the nature of the wave. And so you don't get these waves. And so you get only within certain areas of the earth do you get these types of waves, because it can't travel through the liquid core. And so that's one way we know that the core is liquid. You see that?
You have no clue. But let me just say this. This is all theoretical mumbo jumbo, right? This belief that he's trying to sell you here, right, Toon, and this is the counter prevailing theory, right? That you know what's 4,000 miles deep. That's just a story sold to you, right? That's not true. That you haven't proved it. The actuality is the Russians dug 7.8 miles down. Anybody can go and research this. That's the truth. And by the way, they got it wrong just about all the way down. The water content, the heat, the minerals, on and on and on. So that's the truth. And the other one is a fable story. So you choose what to believe.
Okay, so now secondarily here, I posted another one where we've got the P wave shadow zone. See that photo, that diagram there. So these P waves, they can go through the core of the Earth, but there's a refraction layer similar to Snell's law, but it's applicable to how sound waves or these waves move through the Earth. So it's another way that we know the composition of it, because the refraction that happens is relative to the density. So we've got the P wave shadow zone there you see on either side, but then some of them do go straight through the core, but because of the refraction, they're affected by it, and there's a shadow zone. So there you go. This
you
isn't
can believe in the fancy story Toon is trying to sell you here
this
with
isn't,
diagrams.
This is well understood.
Or you can research yourself
and
the actuality of
your incredulity of the actual science that real scientists have done that know this topic that you don't, isn't invalidated by your saying nuh-uh to the actual science.
Right.
No, I'm proving you wrong with actuality. Anybody listening to my voice,
you're saying
research the deep. Don't interrupt me.
It has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with the deep borehole.
That's a sign of weakness that you're losing the argument, that you don't want your opponent to get the message out.
No, we can either believe what SE says, right, or we can believe the actual science.
No, what you can start off doing is not interrupting me and let my message get out, and the public, the people listening,
your message many
but
times.
you can't do it, right? You gotta open your mouth and
We've
interrupt.
heard your message many times.
Not here. I haven't spoken here. Is there any mods in here? Do you guys allow just this?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can repeat the same thing over again. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just sit down, go on mute. I don't need your permission to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, B-Ball? So anybody listening to my voice could research the Kola deep borehole in Russia. They dug 7.8 miles down. They got it wrong just about all the way down. And these guys are telling you they know what's 4,000 miles deep now. You don't have to believe me. Do the research for yourself.
So SE, whenever they do these seismology experiments, what do you think that thing is that it's bouncing off of in the center of the Earth? What is that? That shadow zone. What is that? What's going on there?
I have no idea, and neither do you.
You're an ignorant earther.
So you'd like to remain ignorant.
SE Montreal,
ignorance.
Hold on. I don't.
No ignorance here.
Yeah, hold on, B-Ball. SE Montreal, I completely and totally agree with you. You are ignorant and you're proud of it. Yes, I agree.
Listen, clown show. Everybody knows that you're a clown. Everybody knows that you're the Springer of the flat Earth. So don't try to get smart with me, dude.
I'm way smarter than you. It's not hard. It's not hard.
Don't interrupt me,
my
clown.
dog's poop
Don't
is smarter than
interrupt me,
you.
Clown. Don't interrupt. I have a cat smarter than you. You are the clown of the internet. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows you're Jerry Springer. So don't try to one-up me on that. You're an idiot. Okay? Now, back to reality. People can do the research on their own. They dug 7.8 miles down.
You said it already.
And they got it wrong almost all the way down.
You already said that. It's completely irrelevant to the point. None of this invalidates the actual research and measurements that people have done, and all you have is your incredulity, which is useless. right? Incredulity doesn't do anything. It doesn't debunk the actual research that's been done. I posted one in the chat there by Zhang et al. From 1998, Journal of Geophysical Research. You can have a look at that one there if you want, as an actual research that's been done, other than the what did you provide? The nuh-uh that you provided. So people are free to look at that and
listen again, sir.
No, I don't want to hear your same thing. I don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. No, nobody cares about you saying it for the third time. We've already heard you say that it's 7 point something miles.
You, bro. Let me set you straight, clown. Nobody cares about you.
Stop.
You are an idiot.
This is not EA.
Why are we going with the personal attacks? Come on.
He's doing it to me. If he doesn't do it to me, I will be very polite and I will go back to what I was saying, scientific speak.
We know exactly what you're going to say, SC. You said the same thing.
Don't say it again.
See, you're interrupting me. You guys can't handle it, bro. You can't handle me.
Again.
You're just a parrot. You're just a parrot parroting what Mark Sargent told you to say.
No, bro, you are nothing. You're a nobody. You just insult people. You just insult people on your show. Everybody knows your game, bro. So you want to talk science? I'm here. You want to talk reality?
Okay.
I'm here.
Post the science. What's the science?
The cola. I'm not running for you or any one of you. You want to listen
you have
to
no,
what I said?
I want to hear the science. What's the actual science? Post the
science. Listen again,
post
I'm gonna tell you again.
No. Listen, I want you to post the journal article that was published about it.
I ain't posting nothing for you.
Okay, you have no evidence. You have no evidence for it then. Awesome. All you can do, SE, is you can parrot what your Papa Flerf, Mark Sargent, told you to say back in 2015. That's what you're saying.
Listen, Jerry Springer.
2015, Mark Sargent told you to say Kola deep borehole, and you're parroting him perfectly.
No clue about that.
Sure. He didn't say that in 2015. He told you. He's the one in 2015 that was talking about it, and he, he's the one that you're parroting when you parrot him. When you say Kola borehole, that's you. That's him.
Your Papa Baller.
It's an ad hom to identify that you're parroting Mark Sargent.
Nothing, just ad homs.
That's weird. It's an ad hom.
Google the deep.
It has no bearing.
That follow this clown.
It has no bearing on this topic because this topic is about seismology. It's not about your ignorance. It's about seismology, and you haven't addressed the seismology. You've just run away from it because the seismology
they actually dug.
It has nothing to do with it.
7.8.
It has nothing to do with it. Seismology has identified this, and you don't want to talk about seismology because it destroys your dirt pizza. You don't like that. I get it. It hurts you. Your belief system is threatened by actual science of seismology.
You see, he has nothing. Dirt pizza and insults. Anybody listening to my voice, right? Forget this clown. Just research the Kola deep borehole.
Which has nothing to do. Excuse me. What does the Kola deep?
We're gonna all interrupt you.
What does the Kola borehole have to do with seismology? Tell me.
It had because you claim. Listen carefully. Try not to interrupt me. Right? You think you can do that?
Well, I don't know. Are you gonna talk, or are you just gonna blabber?
Blabber.
Because let's see if you can. This is
what he's gonna say. He's gonna say because they dug down.
All right, go ahead.
I hope everybody's listening to this, right? And I hope there's mods in the room. Remember this moment, right? They're not letting me speak.
You're going to say the same thing.
Not allow me to finish the sentence.
He's going to say it, but saying the same thing again doesn't actually provide any science backing. It's just another claim.
I love this. This is so great. I hope everybody's listening to this. I hope the people I came in for.
We're all laughing. We're all laughing at you. Don't you? You don't get it. We are laughing at you because you're so ridiculous.
Everyone be quiet. Let him say what he's got to say. But let's see if it's different than the last time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a good test.
I'm gonna say it again for your listeners. Listen again, right?
Shut up, Renee.
They're not going to let me speak. Oh, this is beautiful. I hope this is on record. I hope this is being taped.
Stop bitching and go ahead and say it, SE.
Hey, Blue, are you a mod?
Oh, he can't stop bitching. Here comes more bitching. Say it. Say it. Deep borehole, 7.8 miles. Deep borehole, 7.8 miles. Deep borehole, 7.8 miles. Deep borehole, 7.8 miles. We've all heard it, you dummy. What does that have to do with what does that have to do with seismology? What does that have to do with seismology?
Let's see if you can keep your mouth shut enough to let me say a sentence. Can you do it? I dare you. Let's see.
That's yours, Montreal. Do it.
You know what? You don't deserve me. You know what? You can all just go back and listen.
Oh, there's your sentence.
Hey, stop the meta.
You can't handle
No,
it.
he got his sentence out.
Stop the meta.
He got his
Stop the
sentence
meta,
out. That's
SE,
his sentence.
and
He got
explain
it.
Stop the meta and just explain.
Who are the mods? Who are the mods here? Whose server?
Stop the meta. Stop with the mods and just explain it. Go.
Where?
There's Jerry Springer.
Where? Just instead of talking about the top, instead of talking about it, just say it. Just say it again. Go ahead. What is it?
Beautiful. I'm exposing
What
you
evidence?
guys. Look
What evidence
you're
are you going to
doing.
present?
You're a bunch of adults.
What
that
evidence are you going to
can't
present?
keep your mouth
Present
shut.
the evidence. Present the evidence. Go ahead.
Are you going to let me say a sentence?
Go ahead. Say it.
Come on. Who's going to interrupt me first?
Saying sentences here are just not.
Oh, here comes another one.
All right, that's enough.
That's
Go
it, just
go
go
away.
ahead. Just
Go away,
that's it,
idiot.
just go ahead.
That's enough. Go. Go.
Clown show. Jerry
Go.
Springer, can you shut
Go
your
away.
mouth long enough?
No, we all were silent, and you refused to talk about it. Instead, you wanted to go meta again. All you have is meta. Where? Either say it or get the hell out.
There it is. No, who the hell are you? That's not your
Say it
show.
or get the hell out.
As long as I want, clown.
Say it or get the hell out.
I'm going to expose you as a clown that you are.
Say it or get the hell out.
Come on, stop there. Stop, everyone. Right. Montreal, you've got 30 seconds. Everyone else, STFU, because it's fucking ugly to listen to. Montreal, 30 seconds now, go.
Thank you. Anybody that's listening to me can Google Kola Deep Borehole, the Russians. They dug 7.8 miles down. This has everything to do with their seismology because they claim they know what's 4,000 miles down. My argument is they only dug 7.8 miles down and they got most of it wrong. That's it. Very simple.
Okay.
All right. I have muted him to me because he said the same thing now, 8 times? So, Sea Lion, he's done talking to me for the night.
That's hilarious.
All right. So, yeah. I won't hear him. So if he talks, he'll just disrupt the rest of the room. So anyway, yes, we heard it. Thank you very much for being a complete and total failure, SE Montreal. We understand now that you are ignorant and that you're proud of it. And you want everybody to know that you're ignorant. Got it. We know. We agree. You are ignorant and you're proud of it. You know nothing of seismology. You only want to talk about something other than seismology as your imagined way to debunk seismology. That's not how it works. If you want to debunk seismology, you have to actually address the seismology. So, all right. Anybody else here? That was great. I see Roland showed up. Roland, you know what? On a week from Friday, I'm doing a 50-hour.
I don't understand what point you're trying to make, though, because it doesn't. It's not like that in any way addresses the data that was presented earlier.
Sea Lion, I
mean, you're only.
All right. All right. So I muted him myself, so I can't hear him. So if he's talking, then he's interrupting the rest of the chat, right? He's a useless piece of trash human. Let me just tell you a little bit about SC Montreal. He's a worthless piece of trash human. Think about this. Do you actually debunk a topic by refusing to talk about that topic? You don't. So the Kola borehole, people had ideas about what it was going to be, and they were incorrect about it. How incorrect were they? Not much. And that's how science is. You make a prediction, you go test it. You find out that it doesn't match. Hey, it didn't match. But that doesn't debunk other parts of science. And that's how this ignorant earther thinks that he debunks science, is by refusing to address the actual science that has been done and instead go to a different topic. So yeah, I muted him myself, because how many more times do you need to hear him say Kola borehole 7.8 miles? Right? That's all he has. So, and then I left the room. So if I asked Sea Lion to interject and have him not be interrupting anymore, because you can't. How boring is it for him to say the same thing over and over? He's mentally retarded, right? SE Montreal is really literally mentally retarded. It's not to go back to it's not, I'm against the trophies for all crowd, right? SE Montreal probably wasn't told that he's mentally handicapped as a child. And now he thinks, because he wasn't instructed on that, he thinks he's smart. So, right. And he goes around all day pretending that he's smart. I think how sad of a life that is. Yeah, you can't debate. You can't debate a person like that. Right? There's no debate. As Sea Lion Prime has said, there is literally zero debate when the only thing he will do is repeat himself over and over and will not address the topic. That's not how you debate, right? It's a red herring fallacy. We covered it in the Flat Earth Bachelor of Science quiz. What is a red herring fallacy? Exactly. We got a perfect example of that there. Here is seismology, PNS waves, earthquakes, measurements of it. And what does SC Montreal do? Red herring, Kola borehole. Yeah, Kola deep borehole over and over. So Sea Lion, I'd be happy to come back, but SC Montreal doesn't get to go on repeat. Right? So let me know if you want to do that. But the Earth's core is theorized, yes, not observed. No person has been there, but that's not how you do science, right? If you use an ultrasound to determine the gender of a baby, you didn't go there, but you saw the baby's little ding-a-ling. What does that mean? You didn't go there, but they've got a ding-a-ling. You've confirmed it, right? Is it 100%? No, it's not. Occasionally, they're like, oh, we did not see a ding-a-ling. And then a few months later, they're like, oh, they've got one. A little embarrassing for that kid later in life. You know what I mean? But I'll let you know once I've wrangled SE. I think I triggered him a little bit. Speaking of people who, when they had an ultrasound, are like, hey, there's no ding-a-ling. And then later they're like, oh, I guess there is one. What should we name him? Let's call him SE Montreal. So to see what was your name there? Where'd you go? Simkia. But the Earth's core is theorized, yes, not observed. So that's you're simplifying things a little bit, right? It's hypothesized, right? So you say, well, let's hypothesize. Let's go way back to before seismology. Let's hypothesize that the entire Earth is solid, that there's no core, right? Let's say that, you know, you dig down a couple feet and you got lots of solidness. You got rocks. Okay, let's make a hypothesis that the entire Earth is just rock, the same rock, and that it's not molten in the middle. Okay, well, how would you test that then? Well, without seismology, it might be kind of difficult to do. You might say, hey, let's dig as deep as we can. And then you're like, oh, we didn't get very deep, right? Because it's difficult to dig deep like that. The Earth is measured to be they have a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Digging that far is rather difficult. So could you do it some other way? Well, you could do it by saying, well, let's find out the density of the Earth on average. And say, well, then we can at least know in a relative manner the composition of the Earth, because you could see whether or not it's consistent or not, right? So if you say, well, what's the density of the rocks that we generally find all over the Earth? Okay, well, if the rest of the Earth is the same density, then we can determine the mass of the Earth and see what the downward acceleration is. See if that matches or not. Well, that doesn't tell you necessarily if it's liquid or not. It tells you whether or not it's hollow. All right. I don't know before seismology how you might do that other than just coming up with some hypotheses, right? But once you do have seismology, you can then go to let's get these pictures back up, right? So you can say, well, here's these S waves, right? So the P wave paths, S wave shadow zone, right? No direct S waves received here. You see that on the bottom. And then you can you could say, well, what else do we say? Well, we see these other waves here, right? You get a little more identification, like, okay, well, why is it that we don't get these waves here? Well, certain types of waves won't go through liquid, but they will go through solids. Oh, well, that suggests that the core is liquid. Well, so then you can do other things, and you can say, well, we do get some waves. We do get some, but they're not in the right place if they were to go straight. So we get these refractions that happens between the zones based on the angle that it comes in. So if you look at from the top to the bottom, there's a straight path. It doesn't refract when it gets to those boundary layers. But it does refract at the boundary layers, and it refracts more as you get to other zones. Okay, well, we can do that. We can figure out different things about it. Now, people have gotten more and more advanced in their understandings of it, and say, okay, well, we've got a liquid outer core and a solid inner core. How did we figure that out? Well, more seismology, more analysis. Let's see here. Actual wave data. Yeah, so here is an example of some actual wave data. So for example, this is the kind of thing that SE Montreal is denying exists at all and providing absolutely no explanation, no addressing of this particular stuff right here. Why do these things happen? Why are the P waves, the PP wave, PKP, right? Why are all these like this, right? I don't quite, I've gone over what this is. I don't quite understand it offhand. People that are seismologists look at this and say, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. So this is actual real data that doesn't go away by changing the topic to the Kola borehole. It doesn't change it. But for somebody as dumb as SE Montreal, this is the important thing right here. The timings of this. So in reality, there's an earthquake, and in reality, sometime later, it's measured at different stations. And the different waves have different speeds that they travel through media. This is reality. Measured, confirmed, observed, repeated, quantified. He has nothing. He has nuh-uh. And so how long did it take? Well, that's the real important thing. Does it matter to SE Montreal whether or not the Earth's center is liquid or solid? No, it doesn't. He only cares about Earth flat. Right? So identifying the liquid core of the Earth is irrelevant actually to the point about what he's talking about. It's strictly for him. For the first step of the conversation is what? Whether or not the Earth is a sphere. And the amount of time it takes for the different waves to get places is critical. So let's look at this one here. I have a really nice one here. Where'd it go? That one looks cool, but that's so much. That's just overload. Where'd it go? I have a really cool, I just saw it a second ago. I had it up. Of one that was centered in South America. There it is. Okay. So here is an azimuthal equidistant projection centered on South America. And this is the earthquake in Chile from, I don't know when it was exactly, but this is reflective of the timing that it happened. And the interesting thing, and PhD Tony has a really nice animation of it that he has. I don't know if I have it anywhere. I don't think I do. Where he's shown that there is a amount of time that takes for the waves to get places. And so this map is good to illustrate that. So the epicenter there is in Chile, and then the surface waves are picked up in different places at different times. So if you look here, like look at the line from Chile to Mexico, right? That's a shorter path than from Chile to Japan. Japan's super warped on this map because it's close to antipodal to Chile there. But you can look at that off of the around 300 degrees on that map there on the top left. So the amount of time that it took to get to Japan versus the amount of time that it took to get to India, right? If you look at India, which is at about 120 there, past the tip of Africa, those are relatively similar distance to each other. And since both of those would be relatively received at similar timings, that tells you a whole lot about the shape of the Earth. Because if you were to chart this on it only makes sense. This is critical. It only makes sense if this is the flat Earth. But there's other earthquakes, and when you chart it out, the epicenter, and do an AE map on that epicenter, well, then it doesn't work. For this map, it works for a different physical outlying of the physical Earth. Think about that. Right? Every earthquake then contradicts every other earthquake if it's a flat Earth map, because the timings splay out from the middle. And the farther they are, these surface wave ones, the farther they are from the epicenter, the longer it takes to get there. It's a really cool thing, and the animation that PhD Tony has is particularly powerful. So, oh, he's still on about the borehole, Sea Lion Prime. Oh my gosh! See, that's why SE Montreal is such a simpleton. right? He's not a smart guy. He's really not smart. It's a red herring. It's literally a textbook red herring fallacy. That he won't even talk about something else. He's like, how do you know the core? Here. Oh, let's talk about something else. I pity the people that have to deal with him in real life, but I doubt there's many. Because if you ever go on the Discord servers, right? You ever go look, sometimes like I'll just go look because I'm at work. I'll look at different Discord servers, right? I'll pop and I'll go look. Oh, there's SE Montreal. There's SE Montreal. Next day, there's SE all day. So I don't think that SE Montreal interacts with other people very often because he's on Discord all day, every day. So he can't possibly interact with anybody else. I don't know how is he employed? Does anybody know? Is he employed? Is he just living off benefits? How does he pay for his life if he's always on Discord? And he's not the only one. I mean, you look at these Discord servers. You go to the Earth Awakening server, and I'm not saying you look at the Gem Panda. Gem Panda is a glober. He has a globe Discord server. There's people, the same people on it every day. I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. Right? I occasionally will pop on. A couple times I've popped on during the day. Like twice I've been on at work. I'll like close the door to the room and I'm like, no, I can't be bothered. Can't do that. So Jesus Eber Martinez says, I stuck my finger in the icing on a cake 2 millimeters and it was just icing. Thus the cake must be icing. Yeah, that's it, right? But hold on a second. Somebody else did an x-ray of the cake. No, never mind that. I stuck my finger 2 millimeters deep in the icing. We don't need to talk about the x-ray that people did of it because x-rays don't exist. Nuh-uh. Roland says Sea Lion Prime SE doesn't know what words like buy or hole or dirt mean. But then again, MCToon couldn't defeat him either. So Lord of over talking and trashing discussions, I guess. Yeah. The poor guy. Like, there's no way that his family can put up with him. Right? Flat Earth destroys families. Flat Earth destroys friendships. Flat Earth destroys employment. All right. Icy Spin says, close your eyes and try real hard to adopt the mentality of a deflection for every point thrown your way. Count down backward from 5. Do you understand how their minds operate? Oh, I try to have a little bit of empathy for the mentally handicapped, like SE Montreal. I do. But I think there's some responsibility too, right? At least he's mostly in echo chambers where he can do little harm. You know, he's not out on the street corner with his pants down singing Jimmy Crack Corn anymore. You know, that got old, SE. Nobody wanted to hear that same song again. And see your SpongeBob underwear, you know. So Liquid Flame says, I have epilepsy and other stuff and live on Social Security, but I can only be on Discord about 30 minutes a day. Yeah, I don't get it. It's so much. SE has left the building. Oh, right. All right. Well, a productive conversation might be possible now. All right. I'll pop over again. There we go. All right.
On McToon's audience then too? Was that a little drive-by visit? I think it was.
Hello.
Yo.
Oh, you're back.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm
so.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Well,
go ahead, Mike.
I was explaining. I'm live streaming, and to hear SE Montreal say Cola borehole 7.8 miles 75 times in a row doesn't make for a good live stream. So I'm like, I'm just not going to entertain that amount of stupidity. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he just kept going back to it and still couldn't tell. Well, the interesting thing though, Alexei. So Alexei, Mike, actually has some primary sources in Russia, and SE was kind of arguing on.
Oh, you're kind of cutting out, C-Line. I don't know if your mic is not sensitive.
Oh, am I?
enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what does Alexei have?
Sources from the research of the company which was drilling the hole and the scientists researching it. So primary resources.
Okay. Did you post some or could you?
But they're all in Russian. That's the only issue. Like you can put them into a photo translator or.
I see.
Can I quickly add something in here? I'm going to pop it in general chat. Get a look at this. So I went into Adobe Illustrator and I'm using pixels. Pixels is distance, so pixels in kilometers, right? Check out the difference. You might have to open it up the picture bigger. You've got the surface at the top there. I've got a horizontal line to represent that.
Did you post something?
Yeah, in general chat.
Oh, we're in the live stream. I posted the live stream.
Oh, okay, I can put it. I can put it there. Yep. So you'll have to open it and maybe zoom in. But the Kola borehole depth is 12.262 kilometers from the surface. That's that little like blip of a line going down. And then if you go right down the image, you'll see the Earth's core 6,371 kilometers from the surface. Like that's just to give you an idea. Like, yes, it's deep, but it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So he wants to draw conclusions about the composition of the rest of the Earth based on that little amount. Yeah.
Based off a blip. Yeah. That's it. I wanted to see the relevance. Yeah. Like the
SE's been making this argument for years now. It's been years I've heard this same argument. He was doing the same thing back like 3 or 4 years ago on Jose's.
Yeah, he's a rather simple person. To put it in a polite way.
I just don't even understand what the point of the argument is. Like, I don't know how much more time we want to focus on this, but the logic of
there's like a disconnect. Yeah,
it's like, okay, so they dug down and what?
And how does that refute anything? What do you mean?
They got it wrong, therefore they don't know what they're doing, therefore science is wrong. It's a classic butterfly chasing. He does that well. That's his thing, though. He butterfly chases.
The predictions that they made were incorrect, according to him.
But Alexei, you were saying that a lot of what he was saying wasn't even true, right? Based on what you were reading?
Yeah, they don't have any claims of the prediction he makes. He claims they make. They had predicted, I think using seismology, the temperature. They said around 10,000 meters would be around 300. They didn't specify a plus or minus, but I didn't read the document. I read a simplification of it. Well, it's like they predicted that there would be water, but they didn't predict how much. They predicted there'd be gas, but not how much.
Who financed the whole operation? Who was the money behind it?
Well, they stopped because they run out of money. But I'm pretty sure it was the Soviet Union, because it wasn't Russia digging it. It was the Soviet Union, unlike SE claims.
Okay.
Russia did not exist. It was not founded in 1970.
I think most Westerners don't quite have or it's very common for Westerners to not really know the distinction between Russia and Soviet Union. It's all the same to most of us, I think.
Pretty much.
Yeah, 79, I'm thinking might have been Leonid Brezhnev or someone like that. Yeah, it was all still Cold War and no one knows nothing about nothing sort of thing. So if had there been an oil company behind it looking to make $1, we probably would have got better and more involved research because they know where to dig to get the money.
Yeah, I mean, it was financed by a oil and gas company, I believe, as well.
Okay.
But, in the Soviet Union, that was government funded. Government ran.
All right.
I guess it just points to like a fundamental like issue with how people like think about things in this space, where it's like we have all this evidence from seismic waves, but we have one other piece of evidence that doesn't even really but could be seen as contradicting it. Therefore, all of that is wrong. Like, I just don't understand how people like form that logic. You can't really call it logic, but it's just.
Well, it's similar to what I was covering before with the concaver, that you've got massive amounts of evidence that all are in agreement with each other, and then one piece of something that's off to the side that you look at that and you're like, oh well, we've got an outlier. So you look at it, you say, well, is this outlier something, or was it an anomaly? Was it actually an outlier that was not, it's not revealing the truth? And the conspiracy theorists, the people that aren't logical thinkers, will ignore the massive amounts of evidence and go for the outlier and say, there it is. That's what they have been hiding.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost
Also,
like...
To quote Bob Nodell at the barbecue, if this was to get out, it would not be good. Now, that's their mindset. They think that applies across the meta. Yeah, that if this gets out. So they think the opposition has got things that they don't want to get out too. That's
of course,
just
yeah.
the base thinking.
Well, yeah, they think that all science supports them and that they are hiding it all.
Right.
So flat earthers think that it's standard procedure, they think, to hide the actual evidence.
Well, Flatzoid and his 13 frames missing is the classic, and I said to Flatzoid, what's with those 18 frames you edited out? It was 13. Right, well, now that we've established it was 13 frames, why did you lie? That was to change the whole narrative. Oh, you do it too. Well, no, I don't. But he said you do it too with the 13 frames missing or whatever it was. It was 11 or 13. I can't remember. But that's a straight lie.
Yeah, it's almost like in their minds, like, because I run into this a lot with like the ether people too. It's like, if there's one paper, most of us are like, oh, okay, that's just one paper. I would trust like the 100 other papers. But it's almost like the fact that it's one paper saying something different in their mind makes it more evidence. And I just don't understand that at all, like, as a rational person.
I'm saving these links from Alexei here.
Yeah, Alexei's got all the Russian science deets.
So, Sea Lion, was that a good idea to corner SC into a debate? Am I bad or am I bad?
Because yeah, he was saying he wanted to speak his mind and everything. So, I gave him a more of a polite push out the door, let's say, and also come back and have a more regulated format, and maybe we can figure out why you think the borehole freaking matters. Because I still don't have any. I couldn't even steelman his argument as to why it actually matters.
Yeah. And Alexei just coming up with, that's all new stuff for us all to learn. What Alexei said, we've got someone who's on the pulse, because Russian translation's always a tricky one. Even Russians say that, I believe. So Alexei coming in, that's, oh, hang on, we've got the ingredients here for something that could be really educational and not a dumpster fire. So, yeah, I didn't know if I'd done good or bad by organising, but I thought, oh, no, what's Sea Lion going to say? Well, yeah.
No, it was good so that he couldn't talk about meta.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all he wanted. He wanted to play victim.
Yeah.
And then when he had the chance, this is the irony. When he had the chance, uninterrupted, what did he do? He said the same thing he had said already, adding zero value.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is, though, he was getting dogpiled too, and the usual offenders, they will remain nameless, but yeah, the usual offenders, I know it's hard, but you just can't dogpile because that gives him what he wants. Then you can say, listen, you're all cutting me off, and he's right. That's the big. Anyway, yeah, past that now.
So anyway, Mike, I was thinking about it since Jesse's here. Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
Hey, good.
So I don't know if this has been done before, but maybe we could do a stream or event or something sometime with like Jesse, Shubil, and I'm not sure who else, to maybe go over some of their personal measurements that they've done of curvature. Shubil's been posting some of his stuff here, and obviously Jesse has too, and it's really cool stuff. Like Shubil did an Eratosthenes with that's what Apocryphon got super mad at me about earlier.
About
he didn't like these measurements.
About the Eratosthenes measurement?
Oh yeah, he got super mad.
Why?
And then because he was saying, the standard Nathan Oakley, you can't measure an angle to a surface.
Oh, because they don't understand middle school geometry. Elementary school geometry.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he was saying, going back to his standard, I didn't this one construction project I did, therefore there's no curve. But if you look, in the chat, Shubil just has a lot of this stuff. And then Jesse, I know, has a YouTube channel, and you should all go and subscribe to. Oh, and you should all buy Jesse's book as well. But that's
for references. So the people listening on the my live stream, Shubil is a surveyor. He's got quite a few decades of experience. Jesse is in here. He's Jesse Path of Light. Jesse you have a theodolite, right? And he's done a lot of measurements himself. He's done
a dozen of them.
A dozen theodolites?
Everyone's got an addiction.
Oh my goodness.
I've only got one.
I've got zero.
I've got one.
Who has one? Who said they got one?
Oh, I have one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
My fellow theodolitist.
Apparently, according to Bev, I was using it incorrectly.
Is it an auto level or a theodolite?
Yeah, no, it's an auto level.
Oh, okay. Well, those are cool too. I got one of those.
But anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
No. Let's hear Jesse. Oh, wait. I have a survey on my my channel because SE Montreal was kept. I hope everybody's listening. I just have a survey, a poll. Sorry, are you hearing SE Montreal? 55% said yes, and 44% said no.
All right. Well, there you have it. I'm not sure why he thought he was going to score points with your audience, Mike. It's a little bit odd, but can't divine what's going on in his mind.
He's used to playing to his echo chamber.
Yeah. No, Alexa, you're kind of hot miking.
Yeah, because just for I was giving background on different people. Apocryphon is a flat earther. Jesse and Shubil are both globers. Was that it? Was that the background information I was? Oh, then about their echo chambers. So they sit around in their echo chambers all day long. You get a little bit of psychology here. And they practice with each other, in front of each other, talking to the globers that show up there on how to never present evidence, how to avoid making claims, how to strawman the globe, how to do red herrings and change the topics and have multiple, right? All of these tactics that they do in front of each other, right? So that they can pat themselves in the back. Like I totally nailed that. I totally won that. because I didn't present, right, without presenting any evidence for flat Earth, right? That's what they do. Right. And so that's why I think he did what he did now. He's like, oh, I hope you're all listening, because he's talking to the crowd that wasn't there because he's not in that server.
Yeah, that makes sense, because that was just weird to me. It's like, yeah. But anyway, the thing I was saying about Shubo here was the, so do you see at 11:26, Mike, what I posted? So this is a really cool measurement that he did that I just posted in Earth Awakenings earlier, and that's what triggered a little spat that I had with APOC. But this is, I mean, Shubo would explain it better than me, but, or I guess maybe Jesse, do you want to explain this? It's a little bit technical, but it's with, like, he did an Eratosthenes measurement, but with zenith angles to the sun using a theodolite. And then you can see there the 3 zenith angles that were calculated, where those measurements were done, the date of measurement.
What am I looking?
Lefty 6 in the live stream chat, Jesse. Oh gosh, so fast.
26 after 10:20. But anyway, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, they took zenith angles to the sun.
In Maine and New York and Maryland.
Right. And they did it all at the same moment of time, 3 of them together, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And they did it in a straight line. So, in other words,
in a great circle.
Yes, they did it on the same great circle. The 3 of them at the same moment in time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And right, and they measured the distances, I believe, using GPS in XYZ ECEF rectangular coordinate mode, and measured the distance between each of the 3 points and then the 2 endpoints, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have 2 different independent measurements that are both confirming the same radius value.
Right.
And neither of them pre-assumes anything about the radius.
Right. And I believe the GPS measurements actually show that the 2 half lines have a greater total length than the straight line from the end to end, if I understand correctly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at this enough to really understand what's going on there.
Although I don't see that last distance. You might need to ask Shubil about that last thing I just said.
Yeah, it might be good to get him. Maybe Jesse, as long as you're here.
I apologize. It was in the other image. Just let me finish my thought and I'll let you go.
Okay.
They did measure using the GPS XYZ mode. See, they've got the DX, DY, DZ, and in one of the other images at that same post. So they did measure the 2 half lengths and then the total length, and the 2 half lengths were greater than the total length because it wasn't on a flat plane. Go ahead, Toon.
Oh yeah. So I have the picture up. You've got the A, B, and C points, and then the straight line between them is a chord.
Right, which they also measured with the GPS in the XYZ mode.
Yeah, so you get the XY. So GPS actually functions in XYZ, but when we reread it on our phone or on a GPS device, it gives us latitude, longitude. Typically, if you're doing navigation in your car, you don't care about the elevation. So a lot of the time we don't even look at the elevation, but that's one of the things that it does. So it's actually doing, because you get the XYZ Cartesian.
It wraps it to a sphere.
And then it doesn't even wrap it.
It does.
Right? What I mean is when you get your XYZ coordinates, the Cartesian coordinates, it just does a coordinate transform from Cartesian coordinates to spherical coordinate system.
Right.
That's just
exactly. That's what I meant. Wraps it on a ball.
Yeah. But anyway, so they use the XYZ coordinates from point A to B, which goes across the bottom of that, that is a certain distance, which you can get with the Pythagorean theorem. And then from A to C, same thing, Pythagorean theorem, and C to B, Pythagorean theorem. And when you sum up A to C and C to B, you get a larger value than A to B straight, because, and confirming that there is a bulge between them as the picture, as the diagram shows.
Right. Yeah, because the ACEF mode doesn't even involve any datum, any spheroid, any. It's simply a linear rectangular coordinate system.
Yeah, that's pretty cool way to do it. And I've seen people do that with Baron Rutledge did that type of a thing using the EDM on his total station. He did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice. And it's not, you don't get a big difference because he's not doing, how many miles was this, hundreds of miles that they were looking at here, but he's doing it within the range of that an EDM can reliably do. But he same thing. He found that the difference when you took one long measurement versus 2 hops through the middle, that there was a difference that was measured.
Anyway, so Shubil has a ton of these different measurements that he's done, and he's just been sharing them in here. So I think it might be cool to do an event at some point with Shubil and maybe Jesse and maybe some other people to go over, because we've all heard about measurements that have been done, but I think we just have a lot of people here in the server that's could provide some really cool. Tiny Captain has one that he did that's really cool as well. I have that one as well, but he has 2 ships that are, one is basically on the crest of the horizon and one is just below the horizon. Is able to measure the curvature that way as well. So at some point in time, but just something to mull around. But
yeah. I see Essie is in the comments here whining like a little baby again, and but I don't think he can hear me because he's not in the maybe are you, Sea Lion, are you streaming this to your YouTube channel? If somebody else said that there was 2 streams.
Demon Stride. So maybe he was watching it there.
I see.
So as to not, he might have been watching it there so as to not watch the false prophet channel or whatever he calls you.
Demon Stride calls me the false prophet?
No. SE.
SE does. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point, Roland. Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Right. He's a one-hit wonder. Nobody wants to hear. Nobody wants to be rickrolled again for the 70,000th time. So,
yeah. Never gonna give you up.
I actually rickrolled FTFE today.
Oh, nice.
When he shortly after he started his stream. Oh wait, it was yesterday. Anyway, I posted in his chat. I said, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that they took down Rick Astley's video," and he clicked on it.
That's funny. That's a classic way to do it. And Rickroll, Mike.
What's that?
Or the C-SPAN Rickroll? It's one of the better C-SPAN prank calls.
I don't remember.
Or somebody Rickrolls the C-SPAN host through originally talking about Donald Trump, and it's yeah, Trump is never going to give you up, and then just goes into a Rickroll on there, and they didn't cut him off for 30 seconds. It was pretty funny.
People send me messages on Discord while I have the Discord thing on screen. Okay, thank you, Yingo Guns. So like I can click to it, but then everybody sees my conversation, which I don't think people generally want. So I try to avoid. So Jesse.
Yes.
One of my favorite things that you have is the sugar tank, where you can see from the side that you have that piece of metal that's curved.
Oh, yeah.
But when you look at it from the long way, it looks straight.
Yes.
Can you... That's a video, though, right?
Yes.
Can you post that?
Definitely. There's a couple of them. I'll get you both of them.
Okay. It's so powerful because you look at it from the side and you're like, yep, that's definitely curved. Just so everybody knows, I'm going for at least another hour and 20 minutes because Craig is still sleeping. So, all right. I can play that.
There you go. I think those are the only two with the metal curved strip in them.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a little later. The one with the putty towers is the one I did first, but then some flat earthers denied that the laser beam was curving with the metal and that it just looked like it. So then I did it again with those metal loops so that I could say, look, the laser beam's going through the metal loops and the metal loops are curving with the beam. So the laser has to be curving with the metal beam, otherwise it wouldn't be going through all three metal loops.
Oh yeah. I'm playing it right now, so
wait, I have a request.
Hey, Roland.
Hey. I love this video too, but Toon, so that we might all, Discord and YouTube alike, watch it together, can you live stream your YouTube on the Discord?
I can.
We need MCToon Inception.
I'll do that, and then Jesse, you can give the narration over the top of it.
Yeah.
All right.
You need to MCToon if you can in the live stream.
Yes. Share it.
Do a
Share
live
it to the
stream
live
so
stream. Yeah. This is going to be plenty complicated, but I think I can do it.
The other thing that I did differently in the second one with the metal loops is one of the complaints I got was, well, laser light bends in a density gradient, but daylight doesn't. So I made a point of showing that daylight also behaves the same way in the second one, in the one with the metal loops.
They actually thought that different lights would. Oh my gosh,
it's how it
such
is.
a cope. All right, so I have the video.
And I see it up on the Discord live stream, and now we get to watch Jesse narrate the video as you play it. This is great.
There we go.
All right, so long ago, far, far away. Oh, wrong story. Well, so am I on?
Yes. Yeah, we're watching.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a saltwater density gradient. I put salt in the bottom and let it dissolve, but I didn't stir it up too much, and so I had a good density gradient. And that's a 300 milliwatt green laser, which I positioned there, and then I would adjust the angle of bend the curve in the metal beam and then carefully set it down in there and then check, and then I'd pull it out and then readjust it and then set it down and check until finally I had it matching the laser beam so that the laser beam would go through all three eyelets, and then I had it suspended on those strings. And something interesting here, you can see a lot of like bits of dirt and stuff floating partway down. They sank to where they matched their density value, and then they just are floating in the middle there.
Oh.
They're floating on the salt water, but under the fresh water. And you can see that when the camera looks right along the laser beam and the metal beam. When it gets right down, I don't remember when it's going to do it, but you'll see that both the metal beam and the laser beam appear basically straight, or maybe even slightly concave.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute video. Oh, now we have a different one. Okay.
This
is the
same
sunlight?
setup, but in daylight. This was to answer the question, does the same thing work with daylight? So I put a little blue piece of tape there as my target, and I'm going to look at it from the other end, and you can see those 3 eyelets aren't lined up because it's on a curved beam.
Yeah.
Which I point out generously to the audience. But when we go to look through it, all the eyelets line up and it looks flat. So this illustrates how a curved surface can in fact look flat if there is a bottom heavy density gradient.
Which is the case in the air. We have colder air down low generally. But
right, especially close to the surface of water, it is very, very common to have colder air down lower, and it only takes about 0.13 degrees centigrade of temperature difference between the air and the water for the light to curve equal to Earth curve rate.
Should I be worried about the fact you have this curved up in the middle when in real life you're already on top at the peak looking downward?
And here I'm demonstrating what we also sometimes see over water, a real mixed up muddy look due to turbulence in the density gradients. We'll get to that later, Dan. And hi, Dan. Anyway, sometimes we see stuff sort of like this, and all that is the different densities kind of getting all mixed up.
Yeah.
But look how quickly it resettles out. It's amazing.
Hey, Jesse, I have a question. 2 questions. Question number 1, do you have 2 cameras by chance?
Yeah, I mean, I have 2 cell phones.
Sure. So do you think you could do this thing again, just for more fun, where it's sort of a split screen and the orthogonal view is visible side by side?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's a question in my chat, and I'll answer it here. Liquid Flame says, I thought the atmosphere gets colder as you rise in altitude, but it's colder at the surface. So there's generally, and it's not a rigid differentiation, but generally in the lower atmosphere, the refraction gradient is driven by the temperature, and that's the bottom 1 to 10 kilometers. And then above that, the refraction gradient is generally driven primarily by pressure, not temperature.
Right. Yeah. It is true that the high above the surface, the temperature does decrease with elevation, but the pressure decreases more. So the net change in density is a reduction in density. And this has to be because if there were a more dense region above a less dense region for any reason, that more dense region would fall. The only stable density gradient is bottom heavy. It's not top heavy or top dense.
And you're seeing it in the saltwater here, right? You mix it up, and then within a short amount of time, it resettles where the densest water goes down.
Exactly.
Something seems to be pulling it down.
I wonder.
Gaussian gravity.
You got to hit the Z.
It's relative density, isn't it?
You have to
That's
see
all you're seeing. It's
disequilibrium
by its weight.
Yes.
Why down, Dan?
Yeah, but why down?
Why downward?
Magic?
God said so?
Okay, so at this point, I have inserted a straight carbon fiber tube there and let it equalize. So we're going to try to look through that tube and see if we can see through it. And you'll notice that the straight tube now looks concave.
Oh my gosh, it's so crazy.
Wow.
And you will see that we cannot see more than a tiny glimmer of light through it. I try to look through it, and all I can see is just the tiniest reflection off the inside, but you can't really see through it. Later, when I mix it up, you will see what happens without a gradient.
But there doesn't have to be a gradient within the tube?
There is a gradient within the tube, and it is causing the light to curve and hit the side of the tube so you can't see through it. Okay, now I've mixed it all up, I believe.
This is cool, Jesse.
Yeah, so now I've mixed it all up, so there's no particular density gradient anymore. Some's going to form because there's still some salt left. But now we can see right through the tube. Yeah. The tube looks straight, and we can no longer see through all three eyelets centered like we could before. And there's a lot of crud mixed in because I mixed it up. I got cheap salt. I used the $4 for 40 pounds of water softener salt.
Okay.
So what you've done here is you've proven that you can get what we observe on a flat surface. That's what you've done.
I
have not.
Yeah.
Because your gradient isn't curved. It's the flat gradient which allows it to look the way that it's supposed to look.
And now I am running the laser in the mixed up gradient to show that the laser is now straight, except near the bottom where there's still some salt. A new gradient is starting to form, but up from the bottom a bit, everything is straight now, except the curved metal, of course.
Yeah, so now that you've gotten rid of the vertical index of refraction gradient.
Right, and see, here I am shooting the laser right through that tube, which I could not have before because the gradient inside the tube, believe it or not, would have curved the laser and hit the side of the tube. It would not have gone through.
I understand why you're called Path of Light now, Jesse.
This is, you know what? This is a very special moment for me. Riggs is the one that named me that, and this is, in fact, why he named me that.
This is the namesake, yeah. That's great.
Thank you, Riggs. I owe you that anyway.
Oh, no, I named you that because you spam the same question over and over as if nobody's ever answered you.
Oh, the question, what is the path of light? Yeah.
No, you posted this script literally like multiple times a day with a picture and like a whole like 3 or 4 paragraphs. You just kept posting it constantly.
Thought maybe if I kept trying, someone would answer it, but
dude, you did it ad nauseum for like 3-4 months. People had been telling you the answers. You just keep posting it over and over again like no one has answered you.
What was the answer that he was given?
What was the answer? What was the question, MCToon?
I don't know. You're the one that brought it up.
No, so just
Okay, here
gotcha,
I am.
Right?
Here I am showing.
I'm you, MCToon. Gotcha.
I echo McToon's. What was the answer? What was the question? What was the answer?
What was the question?
The question was. The question was, how does light start out at the top of a building 180 feet above me, then somehow pass through a point that's below my eye level, and then make its way back up to my eye level? That was the question. What path does the light take to start above me, go below me, and then come back up to me? That was the question.
What path does the light take at Skunk Bay?
So now that you've heard the question, do you have an answer, Riggs?
I'd love that link.
That wasn't the question.
Send it to me.
That wasn't the question.
Are you sure?
Was it different?
Let me get what I was spamming that he was talking about.
You should also drop that cartoon with the water levels and the buildings and the distance, which goes way back.
Yeah.
By the way, Riggs, would you be up for a moderated 1v1 debate with me on this? One of these days, a scheduled
For what?
one?
I don't debate.
Well, do you present evidence and make arguments?
No, he doesn't. He's a
Oh,
flat earther.
no.
They don't present evidence and make arguments. That's not what they do. Silly.
Now, in that image of the laser, we're seeing the refraction, and since it's so short, we're not seeing Earth curvature, only the medium's curvature. Now, in the work I've done, that the refracted light path I've determined to be about 25,000 mile radius arc. And so you combine that with the 3,960 mile arc, and that's when you end up with the refracted radius of about 4,600 miles is the combined radius of the 8 inches mile squared drop of Earth and the 1/10 of a mile squared radius of the arc of light through the medium, and that's why you get 7/6, which comes out to the 4,600 mile radius of the optical refracted light path, which is again combined with you have to add the curvature and subtract for refraction.
So for those listening on YouTube, that was the voice of Shubil, who is the surveyor we were mentioning earlier. But now, Jesse, I've got your animation up here, or not your animation, your diagram. Can you walk us through that, and then we'll hear Riggs. Yeah, and then I'd love to hear Riggs's answer, or whatever the flat earthers gave for the answer.
The diagram that's got blue on the top and it says 240 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when I first got into exploring flat Earth, when my real life friend told me to check into it, by George, I checked into it. So I got up on that hill at Kleinspit County Park. It's the ground is 53 feet above mean sea level. And I set up a water tube level that was about 10 feet between the two ends. And I got about 95 feet back behind it so I could get it and the building sort of both in focus at the same time. That's a hard thing there, but you can see I sort of got it. And then I sighted across the top of that water tube level to the top of that building, which is View Towers. It's an apartment complex in Victoria, Canada. And it also is standing on ground that's about 53 feet high, and it is another 187 feet above the ground that it's standing on. And the right bottom picture is a screen grab from the video I made, which shows that the entire building appears significantly below eye level, even though it's 180 feet above me. So I'm basically looking down at something that's above me. So my question, and that text that in the picture has been there since day one: what path does the light take to start at the top of the building, then pass through the B, and the B is indicated in the lower pictures, because the light from the building obviously passes through where the red water is in the tube, otherwise it wouldn't block it, right? If I were to hold a silver dollar up there, I would block the light coming from the top of the building. That means the light's passing through that area below my eyes, but somehow it makes it back up to my eyes. That cannot be a straight line. If the sea level is flat and the light is straight, then it cannot appear below eye level. Something has to curve. If that water in that red tube is level, something has to curve. The sea has to curve, or the light has to curve. So my path is simply my question was, and still is, what path does the light take to give this real world observation? And getting answers to that was like pulling whale's teeth. They don't want to admit that the light is curving, because then they got to give up all their black swan stuff. And if they do admit that the light is curving, then we say, well, okay, we can tell whether it's curving like a sagging line or like a, you know, an arc, like a volleyball arc, you know, which way is it curving? And physics, you know, experimentation shows that it has to curve the wrong way. So refraction can't even explain why this building is below eye level. Does that sort of make sense?
No, I can. That's like definitely line of sight drop, I'd say. Like quickly. I ain't no professional, but just line of sight drop.
Well,
line of
your
sight
instrument is subject to a medium, right?
Subject to what?
To a medium.
Oh no, this is a high quality rubber tube. I got it right out of China on eBay. It is not subject to anything but maybe customs.
It doesn't matter. You're still within an atmosphere and subject to a medium. Your line of sight is dropping. Yeah.
Okay. What path do you think the light took?
What do you mean? What path?
Well,
it's trying to go straight, but it can't. Your line of sight is dropping. There's only so much your instrument can do. You think your instrument is Superman or something? Like, no. Dude.
Well, don't you agree that water at rest is level?
Yes, I agree with that.
I heard a song about that recently. I even made a song about that recently. So you agree that water at rest is level, right?
Non sequitur. Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about your instrument right now and why the line of sight is dropping.
Well, so that instrument has water in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the two ends are the exact same elevation, right, of the red water?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I line those up and sight straight across them, I'm looking straight and level out, right?
Sure. Yeah, that building should be that height, right? So
okay. So do you agree that the light from the top of the building is getting blocked by the red water in the tubes in the right bottom inset, the picture?
What I'm saying is the observation you're making is...
you're also not answering the question.
It's line of sight drop.
I
told you I'm not a professional, man. It's line of sight drop, right?
Yeah, let's talk to someone who will answer the questions.
Okay, well,
what does line of sight drop mean? What does that mean? I'm not understanding it. Can you clarify?
Well, like I said, it's his instrument is subject to the atmosphere and the medium that it's within, right?
His
There's only so much it can
is?
do. Yeah, his instrument is limited due to the atmosphere and the medium that it's within.
Okay, but you didn't answer what path does the light take? That's what I'm curious about.
It's taking a curved path, but that's because space is also a physical framework. So it's actually curving due to space, right? So from point A to point B, it's going through space.
What do you mean?
Check.
How did that
check
happen?
the updated graphic I just posted. I've drawn 3 lines. Do any of those 3 lines represent what you think the light was doing?
Okay, that brings some context. Yeah, it would be doing I would be doing like A, but not the way you put it. Right?
A.
Well,
why is it doing A?
Like A should be where B is, right? So you should put A where B is.
Well, no, I drew 3 possibilities. I'm asking you think light is curving.
Your possibility A should be where B is, right?
My gosh, flat earthers are stupid.
The A, B, and C are just labels so that you can tell me which one you think is... Ignore the A, B, C. Do you think it curved according to the top arc, the middle straight line, or the bottom arc?
It's curving like A, but A should be where B is.
Well, no, you can't see light unless it enters your eye. If A were where B was, and I see what you're saying now, that wouldn't be the ray that hits your eye. You wouldn't see it. You only see the light that hits your eye, right? So if you're seeing it, then it hits your eye. So it would have to be curved like A, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's curved like A, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So if it's curved like A, then how did the red water tube block it when it doesn't come anywhere close to it?
This is just not positioned correctly.
I think I positioned it correctly. Let me see if this.
No, this is not how you see. Like
here. I think you said the A needs to be where the B is. So there you go. I fixed it. Is this what you meant? I put the A where the B is.
No, that's not what I meant. Because the A is curving, right? Because it's not straight like that. Because, like I said, it's subject to the medium it's in.
Okay, that's not what you meant. Okay, hold on. I think I have another attempt at what you meant.
Yeah. So where A is, it would be lobbing and hitting lower.
Yeah, he's talking about the rays that don't reach the observer, like I just posted. Yeah. But that's irrelevant because the ones that don't reach the observer, you don't see. You have to. It's the one that reaches the observer that we're interested in. The rest don't count.
But the one that reaches the observer is still being curved. It's still being refracted.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait, Jesse. I almost have it. Give me just one more second.
Okay.
I think I have. I think
I've seen that on your website. I think I've seen it on your website, MCToon. Yeah, I think you should be able to get it.
I'm making it right now. I'm in Photoshop literally right now, trying to put your words into.
And Neo, you could take the picture and load it up in MS Paint and draw a line too, however you like.
I could. I'll wait for MCToon though.
Okay.
Seems like he's dedicated.
I got it. I think I got it. All right. So you think it's doing this? All right.
Did everyone hear the answer Riggs gave to this?
I heard Riggs say that he doesn't do anything. He doesn't debate.
I didn't hear the answer either, even though he says that I got the answer.
He said a lot of people gave answers. Yeah. Okay. All right.
His answer was, I don't debate, so that's no answer from Riggs, which is typically Riggs, so yeah.
So is the blue line the line that you think is the path that the light takes?
Yeah, but it's not reaching the top of the building like that. It's only reaching, like you said, it's going below, right? So it's kind of lobbing below.
But he's getting light. He's getting light from the top of the building. So he's seeing light from the top of the building. So how is he seeing light from the top of the, what path does the light take from the top of the building to the camera?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously that blue line has a little bit of a problem. It's not getting to the camera.
I will MS Paint it, but yeah, let me contemplate on that. Proceed, gentlemen.
So to what Riggs had said, you got an answer, Jesse. But now, I mean, maybe who are we talking? AIX? You weren't on the server, and so maybe you weren't one that was familiar with this. So now, is Riggs maybe you didn't present an answer, but was there an answer that you were aware of that somebody else gave to Jesse's question? And I don't know, maybe Riggs isn't at his keyboard right now. All right. So we've got Blawtech is getting he's making me some accusations there. Nice guy.
No, Blawtech's in the naughty corner right now. Yeah. He's got a dunce cap on.
He's trying to get unmuted by insulting the mods and the person streaming. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
I got some questions for you, Jesse, because you seem to. I like how you've done a lot of research around light and density and that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And it's around photographs that I took, like a 30-kilometer photo. You might have seen it before.
Go ahead and post it.
Yeah, how about I share my screen? It might be easier. Okay.
Oh, so Neo, why don't you go ahead in the meantime and draw what path you think the light took on the way to the observer's eye, and then we'll go over that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Thanks.
So Blawtech is accusing me of lying. Now, my standard answer to flatties that make that accusation is real simple. Cite where you think I lied, and then provide the supporting evidence to support your claim for whatever the actual position is, right? And you know what I don't ever get? I never get an answer to that.
Yeah, me neither. Just ignore him.
He's a chew toy. That's it. Pretty much not more than a chew toy.
No, I don't ignore him, because what I'm doing here is I'm live streaming right now to several hundred people, and this will be a video that maybe 10,000 people will see eventually in the next week or two. And so 10,000 people will have an opportunity now to see that Blatek has made the accusation of a lie, and then Blatek, when asked for evidence for first the citation of the lie, claimed lie, and then evidence supporting his position, has nothing. And so I'm not ignoring, I'm shining a spotlight on that to show that when somebody makes that type of an accusation and can't back it up, everybody watching along can see very clearly who is the one lying.
Okay, we'll let him off the chain then, okay? Blatek,
No. He can post it in the chat here. Just don't delete when he posts it in the chat. Right? So and Blatek, all of everything you type is live streamed out to my YouTube channel that these 10,000 people will eventually see. So when you post that damning evidence, the supporting evidence for your claim, they will all see it. And should you refuse to do that, they will see that as well. Oh, well, he has refused to support his claim. There you go. Proving for everybody watching along who is the liar.
His answer would have been, you're all communists anyway.
Yeah, and that's why, we know that Blatek is not the type of person who really should be allowed in society to have a voice. Because he's a useless human. Blatek, I don't know your home life, but you know what? I know your home life. You don't get along with your family. You don't have any friends. You're probably not employed well. You might work in some job that you really don't like very well. So,
that's a lot of us, though.
All right.
For all we know, that could be a lie.
Yeah.
I heard MCToon's a Christian.
Yes.
I guess that was a lie.
Don't let them gaslight you.
Oh, Riggs back.
Well, Christians wouldn't.
Are you a Christian, Riggs?
Nope.
Okay, because I heard you saying some things that made me wonder.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
I don't remember.
I wouldn't be surprised.
The test shows that was a lie.
Well, you keep asking the same questions for months and months, and you never remember the answers, so...
This my what path of light question? I've been asking
your path of light question.
I've been asking that
shit for how long now?
4 years at least.
Wow, you never had an answer.
Yeah,
who's the liar now?
A good answer, I think, would be the.
Yeah, Riggs, could you
also a liar?
Riggs, could you remind us of the answer that he received?
Yeah, man. Yeah, sure. It's really simple. Actually, he shows it in his little fish tank here. Okay? Depending on where the camera is where you see the light. Right? And not only that, but you can't know all the different mediums between you and the target you're looking at. So your little second tube there to show that it's level doesn't really help in proving anything, because perspective would squeeze things towards the center, and then refraction would make it drop down just slightly, just as it shows in your little fish tank. So I'm not seeing anything exclusive like globe proof here. You have to assert that there is physicality, and you don't exclude that physicality is not necessary, that it could be a flat surface.
So I posted Jesse's
non-exclusivity is not proof.
So I posted Jesse's question then that you didn't quite answer, and maybe I missed it, but the ABC.
Not surprised.
Which of those three paths did you think it, or a different path?
I don't have to use his preset paths. I don't need to do that.
Oh yeah, that's why I left it
that's
open.
An orthographic
or was it
right? What would it look like if it's actually within perspective?
Okay, so you
actually,
can't,
what
I mean,
would
you
the size
can't
of
answer.
the building be predicted at with the optics he's using? Like, what size should the building look like?
So I'm hearing no answer.
Size?
So Jesse, I think you're completely
you're
completely in your right.
What I'm saying.
You're completely in your right that you didn't get an answer. What path did the light take? And no flat earther can answer.
You guys are just role playing, stroking each other off. It's insane.
Yeah, the thing is,
and you pretend to be Christians. It's actually disgusting.
Just answer the question. What path did the light take?
Look,
it went up your ass.
Look, as I'm trying to contemplate this, right? I think
the spotlight is shining on flat earthers. Thank you very much, Riggs. All right, AI, go ahead. I'm sorry.
One at a time here. Should I unmute Riggs, or is he just going to keep throwing insults?
Yeah, AI has that maybe a little more.
Let Neo say something. He's been at least
sincere. AI.
Yeah, he's been civil. Go ahead, Neo.
AI is Neo.
Yes.
Okay. Neophyte.
Well, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I've been trying to wrap my head around this this observation, right? But I know Jesse's not a surveyor, right? I know this might be some kind of trick. That's what I feel. That's how I feel, you know.
Well,
I don't know if
should I respond to that before we go on?
Okay.
Let me respond to that before we go on. That is actually the highest compliment you could pay me, because it means that you have no explanation whatsoever except that it was faked, and all you've got to do is go try it yourself, and you will have to leave flat Earth. It's as simple as that. Because I didn't fake it, and I know it, and when you try it, you will know it.
I know you didn't fake it per se, but what you're presenting here.
Well, the fact is,
I feel like it's just manipulated, right?
No, it's not.
In a way, it's like a trick, right?
It's no trick.
It's kind of like MCToon's 3 fixed star challenge. You know, that was kind of
well. Let me ask you. Let's say we had a guy on the top of the building, and he had a good bright laser, and he shone it straight into the camera, and we could see the glowing. You know how you can see the glowing beam if you use a bright laser at night or in the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you can see the glowing beam of the laser. Okay, what path do you think that glowing beam would be in? Straight or sagging or arching, or what shape do you think that glowing beam of the laser would be in?
I mean, it would have to be straight, but I mean, due to space being a physical framework that we have to account for, the line of sight would drop, or eventually.
Well, we're talking about the laser. So would the laser hit the red water in the tube?
I don't know. To be honest, I'll just say I don't know and just move on.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
All right. Can I think I have something that's kind of useful. So the orthographic view thing that is a common escape mechanism that they try. I think I have a good demonstration to show how that's definitely a weasel attempt.
Oh yeah, I've got one.
So you guys think that my 27-mile laser is really showing 300 feet of height here?
All right, hold on, Dan. Dan, I'm going to go.
Let's hold that thought, Dan, and we'll get back to it.
All right, so this is the IDS tower, which is the tallest building in Minneapolis. So here I am standing at the base of it, taking a picture up the IDS tower. And I've actually been on the top of it, but it was a cloudy day and I couldn't even see across the street. So it was quite sad. I didn't even get to see the cool view from the top of it. So what I did is I said, well, I want to see if orthographic view works. So I did a few things. So that picture's at the base of the tower. Then I walked one block east, and I took this picture here, and you can't quite see it because it's kind of busy on the screen, but this is with the Theodolite app. So I measured an angle to the base of the building there, right at the sidewalk level there. And then I measured also to the top of it. Let me see here. There it is. From that position. So here I am 1 block east. So here's the angle to the top. And you can see the elevation angle is 55.6 degrees. And then I did the same thing then second. I walked another block away and I measured the bottom. Yeah, here's the bottom. There you go. And then I measured the top. I got the angle to the top there is 39.8 degrees. So there's the raw data that I did. And so then I drew an orthographic view with those numbers there. So here's got a little picture of an IDS tower. And I measured how far away I was using latitude, longitude, GPS position of the base of the tower and of where I took the 2 photographs and did the angle measurements, so I know how far away I was. So I was 522.9 feet away, and the angle I measured was 56.5 degrees because there's a slight tip down to the angle as well. So 56.5 degrees, and then 2 blocks away, 919.4 feet and 40.1 degree angle. So then I just did, there's the orthographic view, and I solved some triangles. So what is the elevation of the IDS tower by solving the triangle at 1 block away? 772.3 feet is what I get when I solve the triangle. And when I was 2 blocks away, 774.2 feet away. So I have a margin of error here of just about 2 feet. But how tall is the IDS tower actually? How close was I to the actual measurement? The actual height of the building is 775.6 feet. So I was within 3 feet of the height of the building using orthographic view. So orthographic view is a perfectly fine way to measure things. There's nothing wrong with it unless you can find some discrepancy where orthographic view doesn't work. I think you are obviously, if you're trying to discredit using orthographic view, I've just shown that it works, and it's obviously a weasel out if you try to say you can't use it for some reason. So, okay.
Yeah, it's quite reasonable. Yeah.
Yep. So back to I just want to reiterate then back to Jesse's very excellent question that has not received an answer. What is the path that the light takes from the top of the building to the observer to have it go across the top of those 2 water levels? So, and maybe we won't get an answer, but Rick, you were saying something?
Yeah, I had a question for just everyone, like whoever wants to pipe up and have a shot at answering the question. I'm screen sharing because I need to show you the setup of where I went. I did like an observation. It was a bit of like an...
Oh, hold on. Real quick though, Rick, before we get to that, is that kind of wrapped up on the last discussion? Because I think Dan had something that he wanted to bring up. So I just want to make sure that we're on track.
I don't think Dan, it sounded like Dan was not on topic with what Jesse was talking about.
Okay. So do we want to wrap up did we have that last discussion wrapped up? Rick has some measurements, observations that he did. So we could go to that, but I just wanted to keep us on topic.
Sure.
Okay. Rick, you can go ahead unless anyone else wants to jump in.
All right. Yeah, just let me know and I'll happily pause. Anyway, I live in Brisbane, right? That's up here, capital city of Queensland. I drove south like 2.5 hours to get to the border of New South Wales and Queensland, a place called Coolangatta. And I went to this spot here. You can see these 3 lines aiming off to a target in the distance. Now, the yellow vantage point was 4 meters above sea level. The red vantage point was 8 meters above sea level. And then the green vantage point was 27 meters above sea level. So you can see they're quite different. This was like up a lookout. I've got photos of the vantage points. There's the sea level one. So that's about 4 meters above the sea level. The sand is about 3 meters up. And then my tripod there set is at about a meter above that. So I'm saying that's the 4 meter vantage point. This is the 8 meter vantage points. This is a 7 meter concrete slab, 7 meters above the sea level, plus the meter of my tripod. And this is the 25 meter viewing platform that they have on that little cliffside. Plus, and I've got my tripod set up to 2 meters height here. You can see the legs are extended. So a lot higher than these two. But anyway, the results of those shots are this. So this is down on the beach, down on the sand. And this target, so the target from that Google Earth view that I had, I've got it here, 18.64 miles. Just to go back to metric, that is 30 kilometers. So along that path, if I just scroll over to it, it's a fair distance. You've got SeaWorld on the Gold Coast, which is here. And there is a 30-meter tall roller coaster along that line of sight. Now, the target of the photos that I was taking, let me just remove all the labels, was a place called Broadwater Towers. Now, this building is 107 meters above sea level, so it's pretty tall. And there's other towers around it. I'll show you the photos that I got. So this is down on the sand, so 4 meters above sea level. I can't see the roller coaster at all. It's obscured. Now I'll show you the 8 meter. So that's the 4 meter. This is 8 meters above. You can now see there's a little bit of something coming up. Like there's a bit of, you're getting a bit of geometry there coming up. You can see something. And then this is the 27 meter elevation. Same group of towers. There's the roller coaster. You can even now see the peninsula that SeaWorld is built on. Now that's about 26 kilometers from my point of view. The towers are 30. So it's along the way. It's a little closer, but still very far away. Now, I went into Photoshop, and what I wanted to do was overlay each picture just to line the height of the towers up so it's at equal heights. So there's the sea level one, or the 4 meter high one. There's the 8 meter high one, and there's the 27 meter high one. So you can see each photo. And let me just blink between them rapidly so you can see the point that I'm getting at. You see that? So obviously
why can we see
angle,
the beach from 20? Never mind. No.
It's all right. So obviously my angle of the vantage point is different. That's why the buildings will look different to the left here. You can see how the angle's different.
Parallax.
These all line up. Like the target of the photograph is the same. So, and by the way, the light, look at how much more detail you get on the buildings. As I've just gained elevation above the ocean, the open ocean, right? And I'm now seeing, I can actually distinguish the floors, the windows, the color of the buildings, that kind of thing. But back in these photos, it's almost just one color the whole way. It's just and even this one, this is even more.
Did the curvature of the Earth cause that?
Well, I would argue that the curvature of the Earth causes the obstruction of the roller coaster. This is a 30-meter tall roller coaster. If the Earth is flat, why can't I see the roller coaster? I'm only I'm less than 2 meters off the ground, and I can't see a 30-meter high roller coaster. like over the horizon. At 30
Well,
meters.
it should
30
be for
kilometers
some of
away.
the same reasons that you cannot make out the details from that angle either. The angle's too low to make out the entire thing. And the lower things you can't make out at all.
There's no such thing as angle.
Right.
Yeah, it's the same angle.
Well, then what is he explaining when he says, I can't see any details of the building from this angle?
Oh, you should know that.
Rick?
Well, this is important.
I would say I'm looking through a denser atmospheric medium at the low angle. Whereas if I increase my elevation, I'm looking through less, like, you can even see the salt air, like off the surface of the
I don't
water,
think it's
like,
about
at
the
this
density.
distance.
I think it's about
Yeah,
the particles of water in the air.
Yeah, it's attenuation.
Yeah, and then not to mention, look at this. There's floating islands. I mean, that's like a mirage type situation.
What was the highest vantage point you had where you could not see the roller coaster?
I would say this one. So this is the 8 meter.
8 meters
spot.
Okay.
You can see, you can see the leaves in the foreground of the shot. I couldn't help that. It's because of the location.
Here's the $1 million question.
Yep.
If there had been a guy on the top of that roller coaster with a laser pointing it at you, and you're 8 meters up, there's nothing but air between it and you, why can't you see it? Right? What's blocking? Something is blocking it. It is not reaching you. Somehow it's hitting the surface of the water. How can a straight laser from 30 meters up going straight to 8 meters up hit the surface of the water that would be about 16, 17 meters below the laser beam at that point?
Yeah, great question. And because you were talking about orthographic views as well, guys, I drew up this diagram. Now, the heights in this diagram are to scale, the distance is not, so the red lines aren't to scale. But line of sight, 4 meters was my vantage point down on the sand, represented by the orange block here. The 8 meter one is the brown block there, and then the 27 meter elevation is the green block. Now, direct line of sight, I can see, like, obviously when you look across, you look down, you can see below you as well, which is why you can see the roller coaster entirely in the 27 meter vantage point. But down on the beach, I should see a lot of that 30 meter high roller coaster if I'm looking across a perfectly flat medium, like the ocean, right? Unless there's a 27 or a 28 meter swell between me and the roller coaster, which definitely is not the case.
Yeah, that would have been newsworthy if there was a swell like that, because the flooding that would have happened, and certainly 4 meter tall waves would have surfers' attention.
The ocean would have been coming into all of this, flooding these houses.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been definitely on the news. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a swell going on. There's no bulge in the ocean to obscure my path of line of sight to those.
That orthographic view, if you put that one back up again.
Yeah, the diagram.
Yeah, there you go. So as we've already established, orthographic views are perfectly fine, and people trying to just poo-poo them are just using it as an escape mechanism for things that they don't like, right? There's no reason. You need to provide a reason why orthographic is flawed in order to just dismiss them. So according to this, if you drew a line from where you were observing there at 4 meters up to the top of the roller coaster at 30 meters, right?
Yeah.
That line of sight, first of all, you there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to see it, because that roller coaster is higher than you, and there's no 30 meter swell.
I've got just the thing.
Okay. Yeah. And then then continue that line all the way up to the building. And so you should, if the earth were flat, then you must have a direct line of sight from you to the top of the roller coaster, which has no reason to be obscured, then somewhere intersecting a little below the middle of the building, right? And that's what we're seeing in this. But you didn't see any of the roller coaster, and the portion of the building that you saw was definitely much higher than mid, right? You just saw the top bit, maybe a third of the top or a quarter of the top.
Probably the top third. Yeah, it was. It probably appeared something like that.
Yeah. So when flat earthers are like, where is the curve? This is the answer. That's the curve. And any things like, well, there's something, there's compression. Well, where did the compression go? Why does the compression change at higher elevation? There's no reason. The angle, why does the angle to the building is the same? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Jesse.
I just wanted to say.
I have a question to Jesse. Actually,
hold on, Roland.
I just want to say that it is a wave. It's a standing wave with a radius of 3959.
True. Yeah, I get that. But then the escape
before Jesse
mechanisms.
goes away, I have a question directly to him.
Okay, wait, hold on one sec though. Let Mike finish, and then you can go.
Yeah. So the escape mechanisms that people attempt to bring forward are just word salad. They're not actually things that are backed by empirical evidence. So if anybody,
except for the example I just put in here.
Hold on. Let's stop with the interruptions though. Hold on.
So for this particular one, I would and when we're talking about the empirical evidence, the empirical evidence would not be another over water observation. It would be something that's different, some other thing showing how perspective or whatever the word salad that's attempted to be used is outside of this type of observation, empirically confirmed. So, okay.
I'm going to upload those raw photos to the live stream chat just so anyone can play around with them, line them up. I had to actually jump into Photoshop, and one by one, I had to change the opacity to match up. See the buildings? Like I needed to match up the line of sight to the buildings because that's the target of the photo, right? But yeah, in each photo, you can dramatically see that when you have the buildings as the reference, like the frame, like, keeping the buildings at a relative height to each other in the photo, you can see dramatically how the horizon line changes at each elevation. This also happens. There's a video of a guy flying a drone just directly up, looking across to an island off the coast. And as he flies the drone up, he starts to see way more information, more detail of you can see the beach now, you can see this and that, and all of this, just the perspective change reveals so much information. And, as you get a longer line of sight to something in the distance. Anyway, that's all I had. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's a good observation. Good conversation.
I think Roland has something.
Yeah, Roland, go ahead. Sorry, dude.
My question was to Jesse, and it was going back a little bit to the cartoon with the red water levels and the path of light. And I just was wanting to know if he had the greatest hits of paths that people had drawn. Flat Earth explanations. He's been doing this for a while, so maybe he has some screenshots that could entertain everyone.
You drew me some amazing paths, I think, but I'm afraid I didn't save them. So if you still have those, you could post them.
Yes, I did draw you some spectacular things, but I didn't want to. Other people, you must have a greatest hits. What is the album of flat Earth drawings of the path?
By and large, nobody will do it. They don't want to, because they know that it's checkmate.
For 3 years. That original
5 years. For 5
water
years.
thing is like 3 years old.
5 years. Almost 5 years old.
So come on. Some flat earthers must have drawn a path just to flash us the greatest hits. That was my question.
I honestly don't remember if anyone other than you did. You know, some Globers did, I think, as pranks, but I didn't save them, so I don't have them.
Well, in that case, flat earthers, you should be ashamed of yourselves, because what the hell?
That's why I had to draw an ABC curve lines and ask them to pick one, and they still wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, they know that as soon as they pick one, it ruins flat Earth. Right? And like Riggs refused to provide any answer. He's like, well, it takes a different path. Oh, what path? Not saying. But
Yeah,
you've gotten the answer before. Well, what was it? Not saying.
That was funny, yeah.
Yeah, that was very funny.
And just to remind you, Riggs and whoever else, the whole purpose of what I'm doing here is to shine a spotlight on that type of behavior. If you can't provide an answer, it's because you know the answer destroys flat Earth. All right, Craig is 10 minutes from being ready. So that's about 10 minutes until I wrap up here. So let's see. Do you have the video of you taking the air temp measurements?
What happens in 10 minutes? I'm sorry, for us not in the loop.
He turns into a pumpkin.
So Craig, FTFE, is doing a marathon. And so I was providing 6 hours of sleep time for him. So I've been almost 6 hours streaming. So.
Well, you almost put me to sleep, but not entirely.
Beer Man, let's see. Do you have the video of you taking air temperature at different heights? I recall you went up to around 1.5 meter. Did you take any more data? I did something similar about 2 years ago, solved by the data. Also wrote a paper. I used theta critical equals arc sine of n2 over n1 and d equals h over tangent of theta critical. I was able to predict the distance where the mirage would start and the amount of physical obstruction. I can send you PDF. Yeah, send me the PDF. I can grab, it wasn't a video. It was me on a lake that was frozen. That was it. It was just me. So I didn't have a video of me doing anything. But I do have what did I call it? I'll look for it.
You know, there might be one flat earther that did answer my question. A former flat earther.
Former flat earther?
Well, I assume so. He conceded that light would have to curve a certain way if the earth was flat. And he actually had a fair amount of science background. And so he helped me work out the formula to calculate the curving of light based strictly on the pressure and density and the mass of the molecules and stuff. And it showed that it would curve the way Globers say it would, and not in a way to explain the missing height. And then he just kind of disappeared off of Discord.
All right, I have them all. All right. I have it at 0.5 meter, 0.2 degrees Celsius. 1 meter is 0.7 degrees Celsius. 1.5 meters is 0.9 degrees Celsius. and 2 meters is 1.2 degrees Celsius. So the vertical difference from 0.5 meter to 2 meters is from 0.2 to 1.2. So 1 degree in Celsius in 1.5 meters. Now, to curve the ray of light at a radius of 6,371 kilometers, a 1 degree Celsius temperature change in 10 meters will provide that. So this is a much steeper gradient than that. So it will curve the light at a smaller radius than 6,371 kilometers. And that's pretty typical for a frozen lake. If you've ever done ice fishing. So, Roland, did you have a greatest hits?
A greatest hits of what?
Of Jesse's, of people attempting to answer Jesse.
I don't have stuff saved, but that graphic of the red water levels and the saltwater tank with the rings has done so much damage.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think Jesse has even gotten banned based on his simple questions about,
And all right, to answer,
like he did that stuff, and then he just posts it and says, "What do you think about this?" And not good.
So Dan the Waterman has a fantastic question here. Why are the lights at 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles visible? And the answer is because number one, these lasers output in a cone, and so by the time these lasers are 1 mile
oh my
away.
God, don't mean to embarrass you. There's no laser in that observation. My God, wake up!
Just colored trailer lights.
There's no laser. Wake up!
All right,
Dan,
well,
Dan, calm down.
well, yeah.
Calm down.
Sorry, Dan. Tell you what.
I'm tired of people's assumptions.
Here's what I'm gonna do,
It's stupid.
Dan. I'm gonna ask Sea Lion. Will you do the same, please? Mute him so that I can talk uninterrupted to give him an answer. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I just muted him.
Whatever
Sorry.
the source is. So if it's not a laser, it's even worse. But a laser at 1 mile will have a rather large cone of light, and it gets larger and larger. A light, rather than a laser, has an even larger cone of light. It emanates it's an isotropic potentially. So the light goes in all directions from those, from the light source. So the very steep gradient, as I just demonstrated, over cold water. Now this is, I believe, is this frozen water or is it liquid water? It doesn't really matter. You get the similar gradients in the temperature at those low elevations up to 2-3 meters. So you get very steep gradients, and so the light that's aimed somewhat up will still get enough, will get refracted so that it gets to you. There's nothing at all challenging about the light refracting like that to get to the observer. If you wanted to do a meaningful observation, do it in the morning on an overcast day potentially. Shoebill could give a little more details on optimal conditions, and then don't just shine a laser. Get a target and a theodolite of some sort, or even a target and a camera, and see if you can make out the target clearly at that distance. So that's what I would say you'd want to do, Dan. This particular observation is a little bit definite. Well, not a little bit. It is 100% leveraging the extreme temperature gradient and then pretending that there is zero temperature gradient. So, all right, Dan.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, go ahead, Dan. Dan, are you there?
I'm here.
If you had a rebuttal to that, Dan, go ahead.
Carnivore did it for me, and I already typed it, and they already didn't respond, ignored what I said. So the reality is the math would have to be some sort of progressive nature to be appearing at each distance more and more refracted somehow to a perfect level line across your horizon. Now that's just coincidental, I guess.
I can explain that. It is a progressive thing, and it is literally because the density gradient is the greatest close to the cold surface, and then it reduces with elevation.
Okay. So what you're saying is if they were 1.5 miles apart, that wouldn't have happened.
Just let me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Well, you must be saying that.
I'm saying that. Just let me say it. It's not long. So things get lifted at first quite rapidly, and then less and less as it gets higher and higher. So it literally, it's called ducting. It literally puts them all in the same apparent plane because of the way the density gradient is, and it's a natural thing. That's just the way it would be.
Well, Jesse, in fact, if you were to raise the camera, you would still continue to see them. It's not in a level plane. It's being distributed in a wide range, right? It's not a pencil thin where if you move the camera off of the one position, you don't see it anymore. You see it all over the place at a very wide range of elevations.
Right. While you're in the duct, though, the duct has this interesting ability of making all those things appear at about the same height. Once you get out of the duct, then they'll start to appear at different heights in the field of view.
All right, so FDFE is awake. I'm going to wrap up quick here, but I think Roland has a question for me.
Oh, if you're wrapping up, then I pass. It was complicated, and next time.
Okay. Ooh, who's the robot?
Yes. Oh, wow, that was very delayed. All right, gentlemen, any last remarks from anyone? Thank you so much, MCToon, for stopping by. Thanks to everyone for participating, except for a few individuals that will remain unnamed. And yeah, I think this was great. Thank you so much, Jesse, for walking us through some of your experiments, and as always, for exposing that flat earthers are terrified of answering very simple questions.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sea Lion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to go over to my channel, and some people, if you want, you can head over to Craig's because I'm wrapping up here. I just got some super chats. All right. See you later, Discord. All right. Let me wrap up these super chats, and then everybody needs to go over and see Craig. He's going to cover some derpery. Artorius says, first time listening, long time caller. Love what you do, Toon. See you next Tuesday. I've got one tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central Time. Guy thinks he has an explanation for gravity. Sea Lion Prime said concave Earth and LSD. Name a more iconic duo. Concave Earthers are nuts. They are, yeah. When flat Earth isn't crazy enough, go concave. You gain one thing. The map works. Everything else gets worse. Sea Lion Prime says concave Earth, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle is a phrase from DMOC, and there's a whole song about it. There's a lot of lore. We just can't get into it today. We'll have to cover that lore later. Sea Lion Prime says, Essie is the patron saint of incredulity. Yes. The entire field of seismology is completely falsified by Essie Prime saying, "Coal a deep borehole" 17 times in a row, and then whining that he got interrupted. In fact, then Sea Lion Prime says, "Coal a deep borehole, coal a deep borehole." Baux says, Essie Montreal need teepee for his borehole. I need teepee for my borehole. Sea Lion Prime says, Cora Bolhole. He spelled it wrong. No dirt in the middle. Roger that's unmembered. Einstein says there's nothing on earth worth giving up family for. I love my wife and kids too much. I don't get how people do it. Yeah, almost all the flat earthers that are really into it, they don't have family. They don't have friends. This is it. It's their whole life. And that's why they're so resistant to anything. Because if they were to accept evidence for flat earth, their entire social culture instantly backstabs them. We've seen the people that have left flat earth get absolutely attacked by flat earthers. Their former friends go after them like crazy. Instantly. When Ranty left flat earth, he's like, well, there was a reason why I did it. I had all these things. I presented all of the evidence, and I don't know, maybe some did. I don't know of any that did though. They all that came with him said, oh yeah, you're right, Ranty. They all said, nuh-uh, and then attacked him. Sick. Leslie Rohrer says it's called straining at gnats and swallowing camels. Yeah. Sea Lion Prime says DanCon 5 scintillating laser. Dan, for some reason, when I'm live and Dan's there, he gets DanCon 5. When I'm not live and it's just me going in there and just talking to him, like, he's calm. I don't know. Sea Lion Prime again says equipotential angle of idiocy. Leslie Rohrer says Blatek is an unbelievable idiot. He is. And we proved it. And he's a liar. He asserted that I lied. I said, absolutely, go right ahead, provide the place where I lied and the evidence supporting your claim, and he refused to do it. Proving he is the liar. If I'm wrong, I'd love to know about it. So if you think that I said something that's wrong, show what I said, what I claimed, provide the supporting evidence otherwise. I always get the same answer. It's usually 2 middle fingers. And for reference, when I accuse a flat earther of lying, it comes with evidence. FTFE says, morning, I'm alive. Currently 6 hours, 50 minutes to go. Thanks for covering for me. You're welcome, Craig. Oh, he's not, I'm not on his, he's prepping for what he's going to do. So as I wrap up, I'm almost done. Y'all got to go over there. Sea Lion Prime again says, does the Kola borehole require a container? It does. FTFE says, I hear Dearth is a scammer. Come see me prove it. And then Icy Spin says, the point is gravity experiences Chuck Norris. Oh. Leslie Rohrer says, well, you did once tell me you could sing. I did not say that. I can't sing. I cannot sing. Icy Spin says, since when does no answer qualify as an answer? It's like literally not meaning literally. Roland says, you said, I don't know Fortran, but you held up a Fortran book and you're old enough and you use Java. So I think you do, in fact, know Fortran. Well, if knowing Fortran means that at one point in the past I successfully wrote programs in Fortran, then yes, I do. But if knowing Fortran means that I could sit down and begin working on a Fortran program without first really brushing up on it, then no, I don't know Fortran, right? But I could potentially, to be fair, I could. Where to go? There it is. I could potentially pull out the Fortran book, look at it, and then you know, write some Fortran. But I have a rough idea of what the syntax is. But similarly, hold on. I could not today write some PowerPC code. Not that it would be very useful. There's a rather limited number of PowerPC CPUs kicking around. Where'd it go? Oh, and even more to the point, I could not. I probably could do. This is such a simple programming language. I probably could, without a whole lot of problem, start writing some 6502. So yeah, here's the library card with the due date on it. Oh, it's overdue. Sorry, my high school library, it's overdue. Anyway, and then this one as well, which doesn't have the card on it. The I don't know why there's no card in this one. But yeah, these two I checked out from my high school library, and I feel bad. I really need to return them one of these days to the library. I'm sure they're missing them. So, there you go. Actually, I've said no dirt in the middle. All right. I've received several songs of No Dirt in the Middle. I will definitely get up to date for the Thursday night live stream on No Dirt in the Middle. So does DM8A6 mean anything to you? Says Algorithm. Algorithm. DMA6, no. Is that PowerPC? That's definitely not this. This is A6. All right, so there's not a lot of memory storage in that CPU. You've got the accumulator and X and Y. That's it in the 6502. In the PowerPC, you've got a bunch. I think you have 8 registers and 8 it's 8 and 8. 8 integer registers and 8 floating point registers, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, Rolling My Boulder says, you know, you're dating your old ass, you win. No. This was in my high school. Definitely was in my high school library very recently. Right? That's why I'm concerned about getting it back, so I don't have a big fee when I bring it back. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up here. Craig is going. By the time. Oh, I gotta read that one. Right here. This one. By the time I'm live tomorrow, Craig will be done. I think with this whole thing. So everybody, let me prep the outro here. Thank you very much, Craig. I'll pop over there real quick, maybe if you'll have me. And just say to wish you well. But everybody, thank you for sticking around for 6 hours and 4 minutes now. And we'll see you tomorrow night. Here we go.
MCToon, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this song.
Let's do this.
Yo.
It's MCToon, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MCToon, the one soon cartoons. On your real say, send Flerfs to their dues. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
Fumbling the facts evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MCToon, the buffoon with silver spoons. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the maroon. When it comes to debunking, I'm the brew.
Dizzle. But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand in word and deed. Alright, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died! No!